All right. Okay, we're live. Hello,
Possibly.
everyone.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh, people of the internet.
What he said.
Um, this is a stream that I was originally going to do last Friday, but I put it off because I wanted to see how the Rittenhouse verdict would go, and it went exactly as I expected. But that's not the only thing we're talking about here, because fascism just doesn't apply to America; it applies worldwide on the impact this verdict has. And not to mention, well, there's fascism everywhere, and there's victims of fascism who are fighting for their very lives. And I think this isn't discussed enough. Now, we have someone who is from Lebanon here. I like you to just tell us all your experience and what's going on in your country.
Yes, hello, good evening, everybody. Um, it's BRB. I'm from Lebanon, and let's talk about fascism. so, and excuse me if you hear squeaks in the background. The chair I'm sitting on is not the sturdiest, but it does the job. So,
Don't mind
as
Bridie.
most of you, excuse me,
I was just making a just go on.
no, as most of you would know, hopefully, Lebanon is currently going through one of its worst economic crises to ever happen. The the currency is practically useless. Prices are rising. Government subsidies, are being lifted, and more than 80% of the population is now living in poverty. The country has been also subject to imperialism, and its economic crisis is because of imperialism, especially American one. And whenever there's imperialism, of course, there is also fascism. Fascism aligned with said American and Zionist imperialism that ties back way back to the 1930s, even when fascism started in Lebanon.
Mm.
So,
It would all go all the way back to 1917 when they put the Balfour Declaration in, realistically speaking.
now
But
that's in regards to Zionism itself, and I've talked a lot about Zionism and opposing Zionism in the streams I co-hosted with you, Comrade Stockley.
yeah,
But for now, I want to
but sort
focus on the
of, but
fascists.
yeah, but the point towards to allude to is that before Britain caused the breakup of the Ottoman Empire, individual fascist blocs were not as prominent as the main um, fascist bloc of the Ottoman Empire, as the Ottoman Empire was trying to keep itself alive. Because I mean, the last 300 years of the Ottoman Empire went into a very reactionary period, especially the last century. The last century, it went havoc with the genocides. Because you could almost cite that the Ottoman fascism that caused the genocide of the Assyrians and the what were the people in the north? I always forget the name of them. The country Stalin split in half, north of Turkey. You're just gonna stay muted and not tell me the fucking name.
Sorry,
North
but
of Turkey.
you're cutting out.
North of Turkey.
North of Turkey, Armenia.
What? Armenia. Yeah, that's
You mean
it. The
Armenia?
Assyrian and the Armenian genocide.
Of
Um,
course, there was also the Arab genocide.
what's it? Yeah, of course, of course.
Man-made famine throughout the Arab region of the Ottoman Empire. Most affected region was Mount Lebanon, actually.
And it was these genocides that were the ground basis for a lot of the arising fascism after Britain and France took over the region.
I'd say it is part of the truth, and as well, France and Britain had a huge, role in increasing this fascist activity. For example, Britain arming and organizing Zionist gangs. Zionism is synonymous with fascism. Um,
Mm-hmm.
France supporting more or less right wing groups in Lebanon, for example, that would support them. Now, of course, France was more, thinking about more westernizers, more regular right wing individuals that really preferred the French mandate. However, there was also people that adored France, such as the Phalange Party, the Kataeb Party, founded in 1936. Now, of course, the Phalange Party, to be fair to history, and especially since yesterday was Independence Day, the 78th anniversary of independence of Lebanon, to be fair to history, the Kataeb Party, the Phalange, did play a role in the independence by, going hand in hand with its identical evil twin, the Najedi Party, which is the Muslim counterpart of Phalange, working hand in hand to keep on the anti-French strikes going in Lebanon. So the Kataibis did want an independent Lebanon, a Lebanon that suited them, because the Phalange was mostly a Maronite Christian. And just before I continue my own positions, I am non-sectarian. I believe in equality to all religious sects in Lebanon and in the region. However, we need to say the truth, which is Lebanon as a country was a Maronite concept. Most Muslims and Christians, other Christians such as the Orthodox and other religious sects, other Christian sects, were very much in favor of a united Syria, of a united Arab Syria, or a united Arab kingdom, just to keep this unity. However, the Maronite dream was establishing an independent state in Mount Lebanon specifically. But the French viewed that sustainability in Mount Lebanon alone is not enough, so they added more part to it, creating what is now known as Greater Lebanon in the borders of Lebanon up to 1948, because up to 1948, since in 1948 seven villages were occupied by the Zionist gangs during the war for Palestine. And then the Shab'a farms and the Kafr Shuba hills were occupied by the IDF during the Six Days War in 1967. Since it was, a disputed territory with Syria, it was occupied with the Golan Heights. Now back to our topic. The Kataeb Party. The Kataeb Party was founded in 1936, modeled after fascist Italy, Phalangist Spain under Franco, and of course, admiration to the strict discipline the National Socialist Workers' Party had in Germany, since the founder Pierre Gemayel had visited the 1936 Munich Olympics in Germany, um, and so the discipline of the Nazi regime, and said, we in the Middle East need that discipline. Therefore, the party, the Phalange Party, and the Phalange is written PHA, not FA. So there's that. Um,
Yeah.
the Phalange Party was founded in 1936 along these fascistic lines. Later on, the Phalange nowadays would deny the fact that Western Europeans call them fascists, basically solely on the name, because they support the parliamentary system. They support gay rights. They support. They are not anti-Semitics. A lot of their voter base are Jews in Lebanon, but this attempt at rebranding, especially nowadays, renaming the party into the Social Democratic
Oh, well,
Phalange Party.
that's normally your big giveaway when they're using fancy words like social democrat.
Right, of course, and riding on the wave of the protests of the movement of 17th October
Oh yeah, actually,
2019.
absolutely. That is a stereotypical fascist tactic. So they always try and picture themselves as the current left, sort of, well, not even just left, the current radical picture, the current picture of liberation that's out there, and try and compartmentalize it into a more um, boiled down pro-establishment idea that just does slight reforms.
While they
What's
are themselves part of the establishment. However, nowadays
Mm-hmm.
the Phalange Party is less radical than their counterpart, the Lebanese forces. And the history behind that is long. So I need to go back to 1936. 1936, the Kataeb Party was founded, and to counter it, the Najada Party was founded, which is the Muslim twin to the Kataeb. And they would say, because just to explain something, here in the Arab world, because of our situation being under occupation from abroad, then turned into colonies or mandates. However, we were part of a European sphere. Some were under British influence, others were under the French influence. So what we saw was these strong statesmen that built up their countries and defied British and French hegemony. So people saw the rise of Mussolini or Hitler as, we need somebody like this man, strong enough to fight the French and the British. But nobody really wanted fascism. They saw them as these strong figures. Fascism in the Arab world didn't
Yeah,
really
this is
exist
something we see in
as.
India actually. A lot like whilst there are a lot of people who are fascists, as there was in the Middle East as well, there are a lot of people who were confused by them and saw them as anti-British, anti-French liberators. This is the same with the Irish in America. A lot of Irish people, if you go back in the day, saw America as a beacon of liberty when actually it turned out to be a beacon of tyranny.
Yes, that is true. And I did a quick research. I haven't really gotten deep into the 1930s part of our history. I've been more focused on the late 40s and 50s till today. But from what I started learning is that the Najadi party did call for some sort of Islamic socialism. Same with the another party in Egypt that is attributed to fascism, which called for Islamic socialism. So I think there's some disconnect between what is fascist and what appears to be fascist because it's modeling after, abroad. However, one of the parties that got very falsely called fascist or Nazi, which is a main opposition party to the Kataib. Like when you say the Phalange, the Lebanese forces, you always think of their enemy, direct enemy, the Syrian Social Nationalist Party, the SSMP, which Vosh had called out on one of his streams, which I saw a clip of it from some of my friends over on Discord. He called them, Nazis, called their symbol looking to very resembling the swastika. Um, you know, Basically denounced them as Syrian Nazis. And I just need to point out, to be fair to history and fair to these people are anti-Zionist, part of the anti-Zionist, anti-imperialist resistance force in the Levantine region. They are not fascists. They are not Nazis. They denounced fascism and Nazism back in the mid 30s, 1935. The prime time for such parties to align themselves with Germany and Italy have denounced them. Anton Saadi, the founder of the SSMP, was actually hunted down by the Nazis for denouncing Nazism and calling their science, what it is, bullshit. He also denounced the idea of a single origin of people because his ideology, the Syrian nationalism, is beyond it's beyond ethnicity, is beyond religion. It sought to unite the people of natural Syria together because they have this shared culture from millennia of um, cultural, how it's called, fusion together. Exchange, culture exchange created the Syrian culture. So, of course, the SSMP opposes Nazism, opposes fascism, and think it as a Eurocentric ideology. That Syrian nationalism is a natural-born ideology from the region and its struggle. And during World War II, they were neutral. They said, The Italians and the Germans are imperialist forces. They're not going to liberate us from the French and the British. They're going to just replace them. Therefore, we don't have to pick a side. We just need to continue fighting for liberation. The SSMP
Absolutely.
nowadays have a very leftist position, and even back in the day, they did have a lot of positions that are similar to the left, such as anti-capitalism, anti-feudalism, rights for the workers, rights for the women, and so on. Um, you can interject if you want, Comrade Mike.
Well, oh, I wasn't saying anything.
So explaining that who, okay, so my point is, I just now talked about these parties that are commonly referred to as fascists by not so well educated people. Now I'm discrediting this claim by giving you straight up facts. The SSMP is not Nazi, is not fascist. We're not going to talk about them in this regard, nor is the Najede party. But this leaves us with the real fascists, the people that are trying to rebrand themselves, the Kataib.
Mm-hmm.
In the in the post-independence era of Lebanon, the birth of the first republic, despite the national pact that formed, that is, you know, 50-50, not 50-50, but like each religious sect gets a position of power in order to balance out the power in the country. This system, the national pact, was supposed to be temporary until a more suitable, system that is non-sectarian emerges. However, these political dynasties, especially the Maronite political dynasties, uh, you've got the Edde political dynasty through the National Bloc Party. You've got the Jmayel political dynasty through the Kata'ib Party. You've got as well the Franji political dynasty through what would be known as the Marada, and other dynasties, not only Christian, but from other religious sects. You've got Sunnis, Shiites, these positions of powers. However, the more prosperous regions, the more developed regions, the more educated were, especially from the Christians and the Maronites, because of how France had functioned in Lebanon, in creating a class, a group of people that would serve them even beyond independence. So they favored the Maronites the most in terms of economics, in terms of education, in terms of projects. And they even allow them to have the presidency for themselves, which is anti-constitutional itself. And beyond that, there were, um, parallels, to them to, counter them. New positions of power given to different religious sects in order to create a semblance of, yay, people, Muslims are also sharing power with us. It is a known fact. You can open any history book and find it. So, what happens when these conservative powers are challenged?
Can it be asked about concerning the war crimes of Rojava?
Ah,
We could get onto that. I mean, we could do that in a bit, or we could do that now. It's up to BRB because he's in the middle of something.
war crimes in the Kurdish Autonomous Region in northeast
Yeah.
Syria that is stealing Syrian oil, selling it off to the
Well,
Americans.
I think when they're referring to war crimes, they're on about the genocide of a Syrian native.
Yes, genocide, ethnic cleansing, and expulsions that did happen. Yes, and it continues to happen.
And we gotta
Unfortunately,
remember that. So, historically, there when the Ottoman Empire did the genocide of the Assyrians, it was the Kurds that were the committers of that genocide. I mean, they were working under the guise of the Ottoman Empire, but they were still the Kurdish demographic that did it under the guise that they got the land from what they taken from Assyrian Muslims and
historically
Orthodox.
speaking, historically speaking, the Assyrians have been in this region the longest. The Assyrian ethnicity has been in this region the longest, longer way before the Turks, the Kurds, the Arabs, even the
Yep.
Semites. Maybe they've been in this region for the longest time ever, and you know, any force trying to call to kick them out, to ethnically cleanse them, is wrong. That's why Syrian nationalism, for Syrian social nationalism, aims at endorsing the Assyrians, endorsing the Kurds, uniting everybody under this culture because of these different ethnicities that have, intermingled together, had cultural exchange. You've got even Arab nationalism, pan-Arab nationalism, in some instances, favors the cultural aspect of Arabism and not the ethnic one, because ethnically speaking, the most Arabs are the people of the Gulf, are the people living in the Arabian Gulf. But being an
Yeah.
Arab is part of a
I
culture,
mean,
but that's
m-
not
m-
the
uh,
topic right now. So,
like half of the Arab people, like I mean, being Arab is being essentially a mix of being semi-European, African, Assyrian. Like it's the bridge between Asia, Africa, and Europe. That's where Arabia is.
yes,
So
that was, yeah, of
you're
course.
the whirly you're the swirly whirly of ethnicities.
It
Sorry.
also ties back to Islam because Islam was above ethnicities and nationalities as a religion
Yeah,
of peace for everybody.
the borderless idea
Yes,
comes from Islam.
yes, but I think we're veering off a little bit off topic by talking about Arab nationalism and all of that. So yes,
No, no, no. Arab nationalism is somewhat important to the topic because Arab nationalism has always been in war against fascism. There's not a time in Arab nationalist history over the last
yes,
150
yes, of
Well,
course.
years that you can say it's
I actually think Arab nationalism is valid, and I think more people needs to know what it actually is, not what the West says it is.
I'm glad to hear that because me myself am an Arab nationalist and to an extent a Syrian nationalist as well. A Lebanese patriot, of course I am. So, how does these all intermingle in one person? I don't know.
drugs.
Oh, can I say this? We should also support Pan-Arabism as well.
I mean,
Yeah,
Arab nationalism is
well, and there's
most
the intersection of Pan-Arabism with Pan-Africanism because the Arab world and the African world are inseparable.
inseparable. Yes,
Yeah.
of course. Islam has a great influence in both the Arab world and Africa. The the tan continent. I'm not going to call it the dark one. It's the tan one. Um, of course, there's also the socialist ethos that came out from Africa and the Arab world almost simultaneously,
Well, I
and I
mean,
would
what's it?
actually want to talk about
Just
that
like
with you,
Christianity
Thomas.
as well. One thing as well before you move on is that like Christianity and our and Islam are very predominant amongst African people in general as well. So Islamic culture is very important to Africa too. A good half of Africa is Abrahamic in faith.
Yes, of course. Let's not forget about the Christians and also the people of Jewish faith. So we would have to talk about this more excessively in another stream because this is a topic that deserves a stream on its own. Um, However, speaking of Rojava, because before going back to Lebanon, in Rojava, or Rojava, I don't know how to spell it exactly. Um, to me, to me, to me personally, the Kurds do have the right for self-determination. However, they do not have the right to self-determination that steps on other people's right of self-determination. That steps on that is going to align with imperialism against their own people to serve their interests. Therefore, you know, Kurds do deserve autonomy, as everybody deserves. The Assyrians deserve autonomy. They deserve to be able to represent their culture, their language, of course, within the Arab Republic of Syria, within the Republic of Iraq, of course, within Turkey and within Iran, of course. However, once you start taking up arms, ethnically cleansing your fellow, for example, Iraqis or fellow Syrians, and supporting American imperialism because you think they would help you establish a state of your own, you are very wrong. The Americans are ready to drop you. The Americans are ready to drop you on a second notice. for anybody else. You're just a card in their hands. And once you burn out, they have a billion other friends, quote unquote friends, they can start funding. I mean, Trump pulled out his troops very fast, without any second consideration for the Kurds. Same with the Afghans. Same with the South Vietnam. Same in many places around the world. The USA is ready to drop any of its allies. You assassinate them, kill them. The friend of today is the target of tomorrow. This is how American imperialism functions. So
I
that I
mean,
have.
Saddam Hussein was at once one of America's greatest allies, and same thing with Osama bin Laden. And look what happened to them. Your point is actually, you know, valid, and it's actually true. You look at throughout history, America cannot be trusted.
Osama bin Laden is one of those friends where you give them a load of money and you buy them a load of nice things and all that, and then they go and crash a plane into your building twice in one day. Oh no, it was three times. Fucking hell! I always forget how it
It
goes.
were four planes.
Oh
There were
well, yeah,
four
but the fourth
planes.
one missed. The fourth one missed.
Yeah, yeah, it was. It didn't miss. It was taken down by the passengers. Thankfully,
I,
all kinds of terror is not really appreciated, especially one that is going to be used to justify more American imperialism and to start a war on Islam, which is let's just say Iran, groups such as the Islamic Resistance in Lebanon, commonly known as Hezbollah, the Party of God, rejected these actions, called them out as terrorism. Um,
to be honest, though, what I would say is that with that specific one, if it had been a different plane, it would have been more of a change. But if anything, I think it saved America a bit on this one because if the plane had hit the Pentagon and did lots of damage to the Pentagon, it would have made America look really weak.
I mean, let's not delve too much into, September 11th. I
That's a
It's
don't
can
just
of
one
really.
of those weird situations where American imperialism really
that's a
shows
can
its
of
teeth.
worms.
This
I
isn't the
think.
first time something like this has happened either. There's been covered up. You never really hear people talk about it. I remember hearing about it before. It was somewhere in the 30s. I think it was the late end of the 30s. Um, there was a plane that was smacked into the fucking what's it, the Empire State or somewhere. A plane crashed into one of the buildings, and I fucking what's it? So no one talks about it anymore. It's faded through, and there was this talk where it's like there's a white flag every 10, 20 years that crops up, and every time it just gets swept away. Think about it crops up once every 2 or 3 years, but you don't hear enough about the fucking Gulf of Tonkin incident, really, when you think about it. Like the Gulf of Tonkin incident is just as blasphemous as any other white flag. It was blatant. They went and shot at the water, um, and the people who were in the crew were aware they'd shot at the water, and then comeuppantly worked with the U.S. government to be like, yeah, whoa, fucking conflict. Time to go and invade Vietnam just after France has lost.
I have one more incident to say about this before going back to my original point. USS Liberty and Operation
Oh,
Cyanide.
that's
And
something
yes,
we
that I'm
only
gonna
know too well.
um, USS Liberty and Operation Cyanide. There's a book called Operation Cyanide by a Scottish writer. I'd really recommend reading that one. It talks, extensively about the Six Days War and Operation Cyanide, which is something I'm going to discuss with you, Comrade Stokely, when the time comes when we continue our, coverage of the Nasserist era. Uh,
Yes.
Talking about the Arab-Israeli wars and how there were seven of them, actually, not three or four, seven. So, shall I proceed with my original point, or there are any more, add-ons that I need to
Oh,
address
proceed,
in the
proceed.
question?
Let's not study it anymore. Proceed.
Right, yes. So, yeah, but just one last thing to say before going back is that I understand Dr. Professor Weisfield, um, has
Weisfeld.
Weisfeld, yes, has a few misconceptions about the situation in Syria. Hopefully, it'll be cleared out as soon because I did watch some of the protests, some of his recordings, and I really respect what this man has done and is doing currently for the Palestinians, for our brothers and sisters in Palestine. So thank you, Professor. Now, back to the phalange, back to the Kataib, the juicy stuff. So, post independence, political dynasties, and sectarian partition of power. There was a lot of strife in Lebanon. And in 1947, when the catastrophe and Nakba happened, the establishment of the Israeli entity on Arab soils, the expulsion of the Palestinians outside of their homes through genocide, mind you, and turning them into refugees in other Arab countries. The the invasion, the slaughter, the genocides that took place in South Lebanon in 1947, 1948, and the occupation of these seven Lebanese villages in the Galilee region, you know, started, shaking the Lebanese foundation. Because at that moment, we can start to see the inefficiencies of Arab governments. The 1948 war, 1947-1948 war for Palestine ended with Egypt, with the corrupt monarchy in Egypt signing a ceasefire, the corrupt monarchy in Jordan pulling out of the war too early, having signed underground deals with the Zionists, the Lebanese Republic of Lebanon, seeing that everybody is signing ceasefires, have signed a ceasefire, and then the Republic of Syria had a CIA-sponsored coup d'état, which, after it succeeded, had signed a ceasefire with the newly created Israeli entity. So as you can see, people were not happy about that. Arabs were not happy about that. You had the revolution in Egypt 1952, the revolution in Iraq 1958, the Algerian
Hmm.
War for Independence, movements in Jordan, in Lebanon as well.
I will say as well in Iraq, the revolutionary movement in Iraq kept pushing and pushing and pushing for that 1958 struggle. Like, you can look through the 40s, through the 30s, through the 20s. Iraq was always causing trouble, whether it was fucking Britain that ruled it or whether it was the Ottomans that ruled it. They were always struggling. And
Yes, regarding
it's
Iraq,
blessed shit. Iraqi history is absolutely beautiful.
let's also I just need to address Iraq. There was the instance where fascist sympathizers in the military, fascist sympathetic officers, the Golden Square, had
Hmm.
couped the monarchy, and with the help of Prime Minister uh, uh, Ali Al Kailani, had fought the British with Italian and German backing. Now, as I said, I need to be fair. These guys were fascists. We were fascists.
Yes.
I wanted to build something similar to Italy as far as I know so far. As I said, my research isn't complete in this era, and
But
I'm
it
doing
was
it
this.
much more.
It was those behaviors of those fascists that caused the rise of the anti-colonial struggle again on top of them. Because the contradiction that fascists like this find themselves in is that they have to ride on anti-colonial struggles, and as soon as they sell their country out to a nation like Germany and a nation like Italy, the people will start to rise up again. They know what it is. It's European powers, and they know what they do. And after
Yes.
everyone saw what happened in Poland,
Poor thing, Poland.
they fought to the fucking bitter end. Like,
They still fought a war of resistance as well.
Warsaw uprisings.
Yes, which is something we can relate to.
Oh,
And just so you know, Iraq was it never existed before. It was built up by the British to accommodate all their oil-rich, newly conquered regions from the Ottoman Empire. They
yes.
did not care what they created. By they created that Shia majority country with a puppet Sunni king. It's gonna end up not so beautiful. It's gonna end up not beautiful. But yeah, go ahead, Daxonovi. I'm sorry I interrupted
I
you.
know. I was just gonna say fuck Churchill because this kind of shit is. I'm not shocked in the slightest. Then again, I'm not knowledgeable about British history, so I don't know. But I'm not shocked. And I'm pretty sure
Fun.
you and Stone know more about
This comes from
Churchill than I do.
Fun.
humanism.
Yeah, so
Churchill was
yeah,
a very crafty man when it comes to his language in regards to humanism. So Churchill, what he's
and
speaking here, we need to teach a thing or two about civilization to these Iraqis. That's the same rhetoric that was used to prevail the reservation schools, the re-education, the assimilative tendency of
The
colonialism.
residential
We,
schools.
yeah,
We're talking about the
exactly.
residential.
and
Where they would teach you to be, they teach you to be white. They destroy your culture. They take it away, and this is what these humanists prevail and entail. They want to wipe away tribe. Imperialism is anti-tribe at its height. The destruction of true nation for the embroidered pseudo nation that is nation state. This convoluted class dynamic class organized societies that of which can't be intercommunally arranged, organized, or integrated so long as this nation state system exists. Nation states is what prevents not what's it the freedom of culture and the protection of true nation, which is tribe.
well, to add to that, just a little fun fact: Churchill was there when a secret negotiation took place between the soon-to-be King of Jordan, Abdullah I, and the Zionist movement, where they agreed that the Zionists would settle only for Palestine and not for Transjordan as well. And if it weren't for the French putting their foot down later on, the British wouldn't have told the Zionists to settle for only Palestine and not also South Lebanon. So you have that.
And Churchill was also was involved in the writing of the document of the Balfour Declaration. He
I mean,
was
of
involved in that.
course, it's not a surprise at this point.
Well,
He was the war cabinet minister at the time.
there's a lot
Was
of
he the
evidence.
guy responsible to throwing these Anzac soldiers to their death in Gallipoli?
Possibly.
There's a lot of
Hmm.
evidence to support that Zionists collaborate with Nazis. Yeah,
Oh, there are
Yeah,
actual
but
evidence. An
no.
Israeli writer did write about that, and he was shunned from his family for a while until
The
they
Jewish
accepted the
defense.
fact.
We don't need to speculate. The Jewish Defense League in
and
America. There's an organization called the Jewish Defense League, which works with right wing groups and works with groups that are even killing Jews. I mean, the Midnight Productions has interactions with Jewish Defense League. And
I
Midnight
find
Productions
Okay.
You
are
don't
the
know about
people who shot up
Arizona.
that synagogue.
I find that name to be insulting, considering how anti-Semitic Zionists tend to be.
Well, can I say something?
Yeah,
Death to Israel, death to Israel, death to Israel, burn in hell, burn in hell, burn in hell. Fuck Israel. I hope Israel burns in hell. Hope that fucking I hope that
Watch
fucking
it.
nation burns to the
You're
fucking
gonna get
Well,
ground.
sprayed.
yeah.
whoa,
Whoa. What?
whoa.
We're gonna
You
have to.
know,
Free
Gonna have to
Palestine.
say. I'm just gonna have to say the words Holocaust a lot until eventually you become a Zionist.
but
I
but of all
really
serious,
fucking hate Israel.
but of all
I mean, like,
seriousness, the very
like
name Israel. Okay, I'm not religious, but that's an insult within itself because how holy that name is.
they just piss everyone off and call it Christendom.
Because Israel is
Christendom.
supposed to, is a holy name, and it's supposed and Zionists are taking something that is actually sacred to Jews and appropriating it and tainting it. Just like
Zionism was made and led by an atheist who turned around and said, "God, give us this land, and it's guaranteed to us by God." How the fuck does that work? How does something that you believe doesn't, that you don't believe is real, give you something? Like, you have to inherently believe in God for it to be guaranteed to you by God. Otherwise, even if God exists and you're wrong and the Jews are guaranteed the land, you wouldn't be because you just announced it. Like,
Yeah,
that's
it's
class.
like the funny thing is that like a lot of these like new atheist types, they're like pro-Israel because Israel is like is enlightened like Western civilization. They don't believe in like they don't believe in the divine right of Jews to have their holy land, but
You
they
know,
still kind of like believe in this whole like god of like morality where like Israel like it upholds like the godly like liberal morality, therefore we should support it. So yeah.
It's
they
funny. It's
they
like
have
those.
they have this idea that Israel is white. That's the big
It's
funny
those
thing, and
liberals.
I swear, like the Ashkenazi population is less than 20%, whilst
Okay, I just
the Sephardi and I can't remember the other demographic of
the Ethiopian.
brown Israeli,
Well, the
Oh,
supposed
but the brown Israelis actually make up about 52% or more of the population, and then the rest are sort of mixed category or non-Jew.
well,
Um,
this so-called I'm going by that. I'm using the new atheist logic. Civilized country. If it's so civilized, why is it it's destroying, you know,
Old monuments.
yeah,
Like
why is it destroying stuff that would actually help sustain its country? Why is it destroying palm trees? What the hell's how is that a civilized country if it's destroying
Olive
thing,
trees.
it's
things that
olive
Gold.
actually
trees.
yeah, olive
well,
trees,
my
yeah.
mate over there has shown me what the segregated slums are
Oh,
like. So in
oh.
in
Also,
in
here's the
Israel,
other thing.
well, one second though. In Israel,
Oh,
there's segregated slums, and my mate showed me the pictures of how fucked these, like, essentially like corridor, like conglomerated up flats that have locked up fucking fences at the end, and the infrastructure for these things are utter shite. It makes the worst of places. Like, I'm not trying to be offensive because it's third world. Like, Israel tries to pronounce itself as a first world nation. Like, these conditions shouldn't exist in a country that is espousing itself as top end and all that.
Government strongly to
The infrastructure is just abandoned, left, and a lot of the time it has to be maintained by the people who are living here, people who have got no training in doing any of these things because they're not an electrician or they're not a plumber or they're not this. But if they don't do it, no one does it.
oh. Can I
government
also
strongly.
mention here,
Just 1 second. Just
uh,
1 second.
where, oh, where basically if
Go ahead,
Israel is
Fab.
such a like,
Go ahead.
if Israel is such a civilized country, then why is it doing fucking eugenics to Ethiopian Jews? If it was such a Jewish state, why is it doing that to literally our Jewish people as well? Like, it makes no fucking sense as
Well, I
well.
mean,
And I
quickly
hate
on
it
that
when
point,
people say it's a liberal democracy or it's a democracy.
Okay,
No, motherfucker, it's not. It's just a dictatorship of
okay.
Zionists.
Uh, okay, the thing about about fascism, it's not supposed to make sense. It's not supposed to. It's a ideology of contradictions.
I
Mm-hmm.
mean,
Of
what's it?
course, okay, of course, BRB was trying to speak, so let's let him, say the point he was trying to make.
So you're talking about slums, you're talking about ghettos, and I tell you that when the Israeli entity was founded, their main goal at first was getting as much people inside of their newly created entity to more legitimize themselves. I mean, look at the Russians that came from the Jews that came from the Soviet Union, for example. You know, they're second class to the Western Europeans and the North Americans, or the Arab ones that were brought in through either intimidation or, unfortunately were kicked out because of the nature of the struggle between Arab and Israel. Uh, they also don't live that well. Muslims under their rule, in the, Palestinian Muslims and Christians as well, they don't live that well. Especially the Christians, poor Christians. What happened to them in Palestine, the occupation, is truly disgusting. If you didn't know, the Munich 1972 Summer Olympics massacre was in response to the Israeli authorities bulldozering down two Christian villages in occupied Palestine. So as you can see, these people weren't really, thinking about the people they were bringing in. They just wanted people in to have manpower for their army, because they knew right off the bat nobody wanted them there. There are foreign force, foreign gangs came in armed, organized by the British, and they took over. Nobody wanted
Well,
them
you
there.
mentioned a very important thing that really climbs into the major point on this is that this has never been Judaism versus Islam. What this has been white Protestant colonialism versus the Arab people, because it's not just like it's Islamic communities or Islamic culture that's under attack. It's the entire Abrahamic faith. I mean, you've mentioned the Christian communities being bulldozed by them. I mean, you've got the fact that they are bludgeoning Christian, Jewish, and Arab communities to occupy that land in the first place. And I mean, what Falcone's got into actually alludes even further in, because they may be eugeniciding um, African Jews, Ethiopian Jews, but they're also genociding
It's
the
not
culture.
maybe.
They're also genociding the culture and the very existence
Appropriating it,
of the oldest
appropriating it.
the oldest tribe of the Israel, the last one that still remains in Israel, never left Israel. I mean, it very much proves wrong the idea people purvey of the Arabs kicking out all the Jews. The tribe of Joseph, which has been there for thousands of years, but fucking what's it? Um, Israel seeks to obliterate this tribe and its culture.
Yeah, and just to add on that, they are appropriating our culture, taking it as their own.
Mm-hmm.
For example, from our cuisine to even our like our clothing symbols, such as the keffiyeh, which was a item of clothing that is, a symbol of resistance against oppression, against imperialism, and against Zionism. Now it's being rebranded as a pro-Zionist thing by the Israelis. They're trying to appropriate our culture in
Doublethink.
preparation to exterminate, you know, our existence once their greater Israel is established, because as we know that Israel is not content with their current borders. They are expansionist by nature, and whenever there's an opportunity to expand, they will. And as it's seen a lot of through history in during the first invasion of Lebanon 1978, and the second one 1982, then you have 2006, the invasion of Lebanon 2006. You've got the
Wasn't
Six
there
Days
didn't
War
they have a hand in the 1990s civil
1956 as
war as
well.
well?
Hmm?
Wasn't there a civil war in the late 90s that they got had a hand in too?
Civil War in the late 90s in Lebanon.
In the the occupied Syrian region.
Oh, I don't think there was a civil war in the Golan Heights, but there's also resistance actions by the Syrians in the Syrians under occupation in the Golan Heights. But
That
I
might have
think
been it.
now we're delving into more subject from my original talking point, which I'm glad to
I
discuss.
mean,
I'm really glad to
this
discuss.
this this stream is seeking to be a big boy amount of discussion regarding this. So your
Of
point
course,
being, as long as it's been, has just
It's
added
going to
expansivity
be.
to the discussion.
We should
but what I
basically
mean
make
there
it like
is,
a Zionism, or
you
basically
know,
kind of like touch,
well,
Anti-fascism and anti-Zionism are synonymous.
or
now
basically
what
kind of
now
like
what's the right
Arab
wingers say
history
in
tree.
anti-Semitics? Uh,
I mean, there was
but
there was good reason why I brought the person who lives right next to the most Nazi country on the planet right now.
Yeah.
and just so
Also,
you know,
remember how they
My roots are Semitic.
remember
If I
how
go back 1,000 year back, I come from the Arabian Peninsula, and Lebanese people are Semites, almost completely, be it Arabs, be it people who
Whoa,
say that
you hear him
Phoenicians,
being all
which is part of
anti-Semitic by
Lebanese
telling us
fascism.
about is a Semite.
I am Semite. The Lebanese
It
people are
sounds like
Semite. Arab people are Semite. These Zionists are just, started off Western European and North American intruders. I will not say guests. We welcome them as guests, They shot
Settlers.
at us.
They're settlers.
So
Kick them out.
yeah,
Deport
but
them.
the thing is, so what I'm trying to say is that I want to finish one point to its fullest, and then continue discussing other points that were generated through this point, so I get the entire idea across. Because like this, we're gonna end up talking a lot about Zionist imperialism and genocide and fascism, rather than saying about fascism that exists over here. And I really need to highlight an incident that happened last month, but I really need to lay the historic foundation to it before I can talk about it.
All right.
Oh, I
And by
wanted
the
to
way,
So
say
take,
something.
by the way, take your time because we take all the time you need. I'm not in a rush to finish the stream. Just don't rush in explaining everything. Take your time.
don't worry about that. And by the way, if I disappear in 2 hours, that's gonna be my electricity. I'll have to switch it up. I'll be back in a bit. If that when that happens. If I don't come back, then I probably would have said a lot already. So
All right.
just
Oh,
I'm just letting you know. Do not feel pressure. Take all the time you need to explain what you need to explain.
of course,
oh,
of course. And I did actually post the stream on other servers, such as the Arab leftists one. I hope people would
Yeah, I
actually
need to
come and
post
watch
it
it.
on mine.
You
oh,
know,
can I say something?
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Did you guys hear about that event that happened recently where some Palestinian teacher dressed up as an
Okay,
Ashkenazi
okay. Let's not
Jew?
let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that for the sake of YouTube guidelines. Don't want to get this stream nuked. However,
Oh, sorry.
I
resistance
literally
factions
have
are
I
being
literally
killed.
ha- well I literally have like shit tons of videos that have the Nazi flag on it. I know I'm talking anti-Nazi, so I guess that's why that's allowed. But I think we'll be all right.
All I'm saying, I just
Yeah,
hope no right winger would take this out of context and start
Also,
using it
yeah,
against you. Because I know you guys, who are generally part of the MRN, um,
right wing
would
hate us
have some
anyways. We're getting.
enemies, have some
well,
rivals.
I mean, what's it?
We already
So
have
I
It's
don't
one
want
of
my
them.
words to
Like you
everybody.
be
got
ammo for these people.
I'm the guy who just fucking doesn't give a shit. But what's it? Um, we talked about pressuring you. Well, we're in this gap. We can always go down the humorous route. Is peer pressure off the table? If I just like hold this at the back, is this like peer
Okay,
pressure?
okay. Please
Am I
turn off your
encouraging you to
camera. It's
smoke?
really screwing my internet connection. It's really screwing my internet connection.
Cigarette. Oh, but
That's just
the
the
other
fucking
cra- the
Zionists
crazy
hooking up
thing
onto your
is
Wi-Fi.
Okay,
the
okay,
crazy
guys.
thing
One
is
person should talk at a time. Falcone, you speak, and after you're done, let
uh,
everyone else speak.
the crazy thing is it was like so crazy. I was like watching these like two people on Finball server who are also like mods who are part of like the Communist Party or the Social Fascist Party of Israel, as I call them. Basically saying that like, oh, this guy is not like some base anti-settler or something like that who's doing base anti-imperialism. He was just a regular murderer. And then they said this that, oh my god, the Communist Party supports China, saying this that we're going to pressure for a two-state solution. When basically that's like the worst ever one-state solution I support, which is Palestine just being
Of
the
course.
only state because
Well,
Israel's illegitimate and has no right to exist. So
I mean,
All right.
what's it? That reminds me of content I saw recently where there was this South African, which is actually on the topic of the comment here, the South African that had moved to live Israel and then moved to Canada, and what's it? They were saying about how if Israel becomes a unified one state, whether they're saying it as if Israel was to become the state, not Palestine. It would be bad for Israel because then Israel would become a predominantly Arab state, and that's why also the 7 million Palestinian refugees shouldn't come back because there's no room. Even though there's plenty of room in the fucking nation, the silly twats. Fucking like isn't it like 70% of the land in fucking Israel isn't even inhabited? Like they fucking there's plenty of land.
Yeah,
There's like a whole open desert, isn't there, in one side end of
they don't
Israel, isn't
need
there?
more land. They just don't need any land at all.
And we're at a technological advanced level that you shouldn't ever we shouldn't destroy healthy land to build. We should now that we know infrastructure, we should try and build in more desolate land spaces so that we can save the more natural land spaces to be natural.
Don't
I'd
give
rather
them
just put
ideas, man.
concrete on the
Don't give
ground.
them ideas.
Uh,
They're
Oh,
gonna
can
be
no,
I
like,
I'm just
also
think,
say?
I'm thinking for the future, but I want to get onto this point. So this is something that really is the full conclusion of what we've seen over the last 10 years. Well, actually, longer than that. I mean, as far as I can remember as a kid, all I've ever heard is fucking South Africans crying about how much they lost their farms, they lost their this, they lost their that because fucking African people dared raised up and take their own fucking land back.
Yep.
And they haven't even fully got their power back. If you actually go into South Africa, there's still, I would argue, apartheid never truly ended. You can say it legally ended, sure, but did it really truly end when white people are still the richest people in society and have a predominant hold over government?
I got banned from Facebook one time for saying that you can't be white and be African.
Yeah.
I'm not joking.
You
I was banned for 2 months.
Oh, I remember. There's
They
like
even
I was watching
celebrated when they
Redfish.
overtook Arab Israelis' birth rate.
I remember.
Jesus Christ.
I
I was
live in a
watching
nation
Redfish.
state. Of
I
course,
was watching Red. I was
Okay, too
watching
many people
Redfish.
are talking at a time. One person talk at a time.
All right. I was watching Redfish, and they were talking about like Nambia, where it has like kind of the same thing, where it's still an apartheid state, and basically the rich German population was like, "Oh, we're Nambian. We're still Nambian." No, you're not really. Like, you're not actually, because like you guys are just German settlers who were even old enough to even like live in colonial Germany back in the day. So it's like no. And then like claim to be like African when you're not at all.
Well,
It's
no,
like
honestly,
a bunch of
like
Dutch.
the
honestly,
segregation has still not ended. Apartheid may have ended, but on like publicly, like literally, it's just a facade that apartheid ended. No, apartheid's still there. Neighborhoods are still segregated.
Well,
Literally,
is it the
as
same with
Stone pointed
America?
out.
I mean, look, America does the same thing because all the African people that are already in the poor are in the poor. Well, it's easy to stick them in their own area because people can always look to, oh well, not most of the African population aren't actually in poverty situation. Yeah, like most populations in the first world, but if we look at the population of the poor, the biggest population of the poor is the African. If we look at the demographics of out of all the populations, who of the proportion of the population are the most poor, it's the native. So it's easy to stick these groups into segregated area. The poorest natives live on the reservation, and the poorest Africans live in the same rundown places that they were crammed in during the segregation eras. I mean, a lot of the houses they live in are houses that were built cheap for African people during the segregation period. Nothing's really fucking changed. All they did was fucking uh, say hallelujah and tell everyone that they have equal rights. Fucking
Oh wow, we
what's
got equal rights
I
everyone.
would argue in America things have been regressing for the past 10 years regarding black and white relations.
Well, now we're at a point where fucking wouldn't be surprised if the Americans turn around and start fucking calling to lynch people.
I bet the I bet right now, like I bet like here in the United States, like the white people are like the super fascist white people are just gonna be like, "Hey guys, let's start a race war because it will be fun," or just go on full on Charles Manson or some shit like that. Like, oh fuck, like
you know
that's
what's
like
something funny I once did? I went over on
yeah.
Omegle. Now I'm banned from Omegle, but I went over once on Omegle texting. Not the video chat, the texting chat. And I would, try to get as much Nazis as I can, and then I would tell them a tale of, capitalists starting pitting white people against black people, how Hitler was an agent of Zionism, and so on and so forth. And people would buy it because it's truth mixed with some over exaggeration from my part. I would tell them, what's a good idea? How about you go study Juche or something? And to be fair, I haven't read any of Kim Il Sung's works, but go study that stuff. It talks about liberation, nationalism, socialism, and it's not an ideology founded by capitalist Zionists aiming at destroying the white people by pitting them against the other races to profit of a so-called race war. I almost convinced one of them to, abandon atheism, but my internet connection went out before I could do that.
Honestly, I consider atheism as another form of fascism.
What?
Even if it, in my opinion, even if it's a mild form.
That makes no sense.
Doesn't apply to all atheists, but I'm just saying that the ones that make atheism as part of their identity. Like, here's an example: Stalin was an atheist, but
Put it like this. An atheism isn't the problem. What the issue is that atheism in modern society is mainly founded within the confines of humanistic principles, to which one who sees themselves as an atheist therefore sees themselves as superior to everyone else because their atheism is dictated by them to come solely from the fact that they are a more educated and therefore more civilized person, and that is the way that they perceive themselves.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say atheism is the problem, rather than it's just the liberal
It's
moralism.
humanism that's the problem, of course.
Well, of course.
Atheism itself is the problem.
I'm just saying. Okay, in my opinion, the greatest atheists that have ever lived don't actually put it in your face that they're an atheist. Stalin, in my opinion, he didn't constantly talk about how stupid religious people are or how uneducated they are. Stalin just actually focused on action. He wrote some amazing work and some not amazing work. And there's a lot of religious people that love Stalin in Russia, despite him being an atheist.
Stalin's actually a saint to the some of the Orthodox churches.
So to me, if the atheists I'm referring to, the modern era I'm more referring to, are the new atheists, which I would consider those atheists fascists, considering what they advocate.
New atheism is a fucking scam.
They go to atheist churches, which defeat the whole point of atheism.
Oh, can I say this? I used to be an atheist until kind of started reconnecting with more of my indigenous roots. By now, I just basically practice brujeria, which is basically dark magic that is indigenous to the Caribbean. And for me, I think there's literally just 3 good atheists that I like, which are Stalin, Mao, and Enver Hoxha. So, yeah, those are the atheists I really like.
My response to religion is, I don't fucking know, man.
Well,
fucking smokes joint intensely.
What made me stop being an atheist was the Palestine, situation, and it's like I couldn't, in good conscience, support what Israel was doing because these people are human beings, and that's what disillusioned me from atheism. Because atheists, justify atrocities committed against these people. A good chunk of them do in the West.
No,
British.
I don't think you need to denounce atheism to support Palestine.
Yeah, well, that's my experience.
I feel our main point has been lost.
Sorry.
And I am lost as well at this point.
Transcript. Where's the transcript? Someone quickly
get
the transcript
saying
up.
that atheism is another form of fascism, which I just I questioned that, and then I just went.
Well, fucking
And now, like, the comment
This is
section
the
are
time to
talking
just yell
about kind of
slippery
like
slope and run away
brujeria.
from the
La
topic.
ilaha illallah Muhammadun Rasulullah.
Like now,
Yeah,
like
that.
La ilaha
now, like people are talking about like brujeria in the chat.
Okay,
Oh,
I
Yeah,
think
you
God.
we should
know,
try to.
I don't roll
I
with dark magic for obvious reasons. That's dark
Okay,
magic is usually
okay. I
associated with
think
bad things, and
I
that's
think we
not a
should get.
way to
I
meet
think
God in the afterlife.
I
And
think
He
we should
asks,
get
"What
back.
have you done in your life?"
We should get back to the original topic because this
Of
kind of been
course,
Hey,
it's going off
SLR
the
of
rails.
course,
44 knows their shit. You saved my breath. I don't have to say it myself.
Oh,
of
can
course.
I say this about fascism? Is how like fascists came and make their
Just
own
happened to be the
shit
topic.
and have to co-opt anything they want. Where
That's
they just
true.
try to co-opt people.
I mean,
Like for example, like Irish fascists are trying to co-opt James Connolly by misquoting him and using the quotes they like to try to prove that guys, James Connolly is a fascist and he's on our side, guys.
Okay,
Like,
I was recommended James
Yeah, no.
Conner.
So, yeah, James Connolly was never a fascist. James Connolly was a fucking
fact,
communist,
yeah.
how
a
about
good
People,
communist as well,
people
and
recommended
actually
his
one who
books.
supported the continuation of religion and a lot of the influence on Demarchism and their ideas around the prevailing of religion, and a lot of inspiration towards Kwame Ture's position on religion and towards his later end in life come
Yeah.
from people like James Connolly, who showed that Catholicism, Marxism didn't need to be against Catholicism in Ireland. If anything, actually, it was right to support it.
another
You
thing
know,
that fascists tend to do? I mean, look at the swastika. If anyone knows the history of the swastika, it was a symbol of peace, but the
The
Nazis
Buddhist.
completely tainted it.
Yeah, the Soviets used it during the revolution. Actually, there was medals. There was idea to have the flag with the swastika on it and everything. Like,
And the Zionists have done the same to the Star of David. The Star of David is a sacred, symbol for the Jewish people, and look what they've done to it.
Speaking
yeah,
of the swastika, it also have tarnished the image of the red whirlwind for the SSMP. The whirlwind has been Syrian. When I say Syrian in that context of the SSMP, I'm not talking about the Syrian Arab Republic. I'm talking about natural Syria, the cultural Syria, this area in the world, the Levant and Iraq. So the
well,
environment has always been a Syrian symbol, and and on the party flag, it really represents the merger of the cross and the crescent to show, this unity between different religions and sects within the Syrian nation. So now people like Vosh would associate it with the swastika, and it is unfair to history.
well, yeah, I'd say the same on the pentagram as well. Like the pentagram was never a satanic symbol. That's not what its original post is. But you show someone a pentagram, they're like, oh, Satanism. It's like that's a old Arabic
yeah.
Islamic symbol. Like that's where that symbol comes from. But everyone thinks of it as Satanism because of European Christianity.
I
Oh, and
cannot
also
really
they
say
take
for sure about that, but yeah,
they also
our prophet was demonized by the Europeans,
Yes.
they also
unfortunately.
like, for example, as someone pointed out, like with the Nordic runes as well, where they took those and co-opted them. And basically it shows like fascists don't have anything of their own and can't even create their own shit. They just need to steal shit to
Originality
basically
Well,
is hard
make
to
them
come
look.
by when you're killing off all the cultures that could be coming up with new ideas. Like,
well,
Yeah, it's like so crazy.
you're an
They just
American
like steal it from the culture and then just kill it off and
you're an
like
American patriot.
boom.
We should take back the American flag.
but I mean, like
Oh god,
the
no.
joke I'm making has important substance to it because, like, I would quote how I can't even just say one Islamic friend because the one with us now has said it. I've had my Libyan friend mention this before as well. Islam is very much like it's funny that people will call it like a very closed up, like rigid religion when not exactly not like you'd think they're closed up and rigid on culture, but actually, all throughout history and still to this day, when they see bits of culture they like from any part of the world, they'll take it and apply it because that's what all cultures do. And they don't think they're anything special for it. They think that too. That's the purview I get from this discussion.
I
But
mean,
it's
Iran is
the
an
fact
Islamic
that
republic.
any culture as it's developing grabs new ideas and presents new ideas. So we get new ideas from them, they get new ideas for us, and we all present around. I mean, a lot of modern medicine, for example, is based off the ideas that prevail in
For example,
the Middle East,
I-
especially cultural practices.
Iran
Yeah.
is an Islamic republic. Yet, however, a lot of Persian and Central Asian, you know, cultural festivities are always celebrated, such as the Iranian New Year. You know, the Central Asian New Year and Nowruz is celebrated in
Mm-hmm.
Iran, which is
Yep.
doesn't really have to do with Islam itself. However, Islam doesn't remove culture; it only removes the terrible practices, such as, and not limited to, the attitudes of the Jahiliyyah, such as, the time before Islam in the Arab Peninsula, burying little girls alive because the number of women have exceeded the quota in a tribe. That happened, and Islam abolished it. So, um, and with
Yeah,
that,
Islam rose as a force for good for that region of the world, and as a correction, it rose in correction of the problems that were troubling Christianity at the time as well. It was the progression of the Abrahamic faith moving forward. It was it,
we
the
validate
new
we validate Judaism and Christianity. However, we as Muslims, Islam itself, came as the final. You know how there's a book series. Book one, book two, book three. So Islam came in as the final. As the final product, as the final religion in the Abrahamic series. Therefore, um,
I mean, you could almost look at it like a family. Like the Jews were like the really reckless one, but it's not really their fault. So the father's always looking out for them and trying to save their ass while they're getting into shit all the time. The Christians were the really unruly middle child, um, and unfortunately they ended up having twins with that one. And you had the Western and the Eastern Christian there fighting it out, and then you ended up having Islam, which was like the finally we've actually made a child that's gonna get somewhere.
yeah, but
Let's
jokes
Well,
not
aside,
conquer half the globe
well,
and
well,
murder people
jokes
left, right, and
aside,
center.
jokes aside, I want to go back to my original point. This
all right, go
is
ahead.
this is what I came here to talk about first and foremost. And I have no problem discussing all these other things, but as I said before, I do want to finish some things. One point at a time, one point at a time. It'll be easier for our audience to understand. It'll be easier for people watching later to, understand because I'm just gonna say this a fun fact. There's people think differently, so the line of thought. So you have on one side people that need to hear the point from start to finish to understand it, you know, and I do you completely understand it, and then you have people who have no problem in associating things with a point. This is what we are all doing right now. We start off from a point, we jump to another, we jump to a third, we jump to a fourth, and we have currently discussed
Welcome to
four
engaging
different
with
wide
autistic
topics,
people.
and now
Welcome to
apparently
engaging
we're
with
all on the
autistic
spectrum.
people. They call it going
Wait,
on a tangent.
Well, okay. Can we all agree that without Islam, the world as we know it would not exist because a lot of our advancements in science, mathematics, and medicine was invented in the Islamic world.
Yeah, Iraq was like the richest nation on the planet for like two and a half century or something. Like whilst Europe was fucking itself in the ass.
and this is why each one of you is paying me $20 after this stream ends. You know, as a thank you. Yeah, but jokes aside, I really want to go back. So can I continue
Yeah,
from
let's
where I
okay,
left off?
seriously, let's go back.
I was about to say jokes aside. I really want the $20.
No, I'm not taking your money, man. Don't
Just
worry.
here to shake us up, guys.
Okay, so rolling back, as I said, The Kataeb Party, founded in 1936, in opposition to the Syrian Socialist Party, Syrian Social Nationalist Party. There was also the Communist Party, founded in 1924. However, in 1936, it was more of the fascistic outlook. Najedi was the Muslim counterpart to it, and that seeked some sort of Islamic socialism. Post independence, you've got the inequality in Lebanon between, unfortunately, because of how things functioned during the Ottoman Empire and during the French Mandate. The Ottomans, the Christian youth were left to go study and get education. However, Muslim youth were forced into the army, forcefully conscripted and sent off to die in the Balkans and the Suez Canal. The father of my grandfather's grandfather was forcefully recruited into the Ottoman army and sent to fight the British in the Suez Canal. He died during the campaign. Um, Another one, got sick during the battle and was sent back home, but he couldn't reach home in time, so he died waiting. So if you go back to my roots, you know my ancestors mm, didn't have the luxury because of the luxury of getting educated, getting a decent job, because of their condition, because of their religion being thrown off by the quote unquote Ottoman Caliphate, who was in fact a monarchy that have degenerated Islam to the lowest points. You know, Unfortunately, Islam was taken from caliphate to the point in each time it became more authoritarian. It became just an excuse for rule, and not our religion, unfortunately.
This
Um,
comes into a conversation I had recently on like dealing with anti-religious behaviors, because anti-religiousness is something that ends up really getting onto the teeter tops of genocidal practices, considering religiosity as a core part of culture. So it's when you look at class society and its development, it takes religion and it smashes it into its worst that it could ever be. And the Abrahamic faith is a great example with this, because both Christianity and Islam rose up on the rhetoric of anti elitism, pro support the people,
to
community
have
over
allegiance to power.
individual, society together. And what you see all the time is these empires, these nations, these nation states, these class societies, corrupt religion and send it down the darkest of its paths. But for people to then turn around and equate that to it's the religion being the problem, then blind, like you just described and pointed out, it's it being hollowed out to its worst denominator so it can support the class society at hand. And the thing is with the thing that's somewhat tragic with the state of the Ottoman Empire and where it driven to was the reason it managed to get that place in the first place was because of the way the prosecution of from Europe pushed the Islamic Empire to have to organize itself in a reactionary fashion. And I don't mean in the sense of it being all reactionary. I mean in the sense of it being bureaucratic, like it's in reaction to being under attack, like it's having to defend itself all the time.
Trading with
Uh,
religion, basically.
yeah,
Yeah, religion traders such as the Muslim Brotherhood, people who would say we are religious in one side and be the filth of society
I
uh, in the other end. And by the way, Deep South Red,
but yeah,
there's
but I
also
will
one
say
more
though,
ancestor I have
I
that
will
I
say
also
though that
look
I
up
am
to.
looking at like I will say though I am looking at like the wider scope. So it's sort of like how like in general these dominant powers, the ones that are in power, these bigger nations, that they are always end up corrupting religion for profit and imperialism and colonialism. It's the colonialism is the destruction of tribe, and religion is a part of tribe.
Yes. And just replying to Deep South Red on his comment, I have one of my ancestors that is from my father's side, but then derivates through his grandmother's side. It's a long story, but essentially he was fighting against the French in Lebanon and Syria, the French and the British. Unfortunately, back in the day, the kids were not allowed to be around when guests were in talking about the family and neighbors. So my grandfather didn't really have a lot of information to tell me about this man. I tried researching him. Unfortunately, so far I haven't really found anything about him. Johnny Appleseed, who supposedly ranted about the atrocity of the U.S. government against natives on his racking chair in his later years. Yeah, may he rest in peace. You know, your great great
Can I
great grandfather.
can I respond to one of Deep South Red's comments? That had to do with me. It's nice to see everyone here discussing this important issue. Falcon, I'm sorry for being so harsh earlier. I've been under a lot of stress lately, but soon I'll have more ability to help. It's fine. It's totally fine. Entirely. So yeah.
Yeah, don't stress yourself, itself, right? Things are only kicking off at the moment. We it's a slow process of getting things
Um,
together, and the process should have to be taken slow.
it was like something else where it had to do with the context of it. It had to do with something else where I made like a whole video on like anti-Juche memes video or something like that, and
Mm.
people got mad about it. So yeah,
Uh
that
huh.
whole thing.
Well, people will get mad at people gallivanting.
It happens. It happens. You
Yeah,
know, it
yeah,
happens.
kind of
People to get
pushed me
mad.
to my height. It kind of became the straw that broke the camel's back after the backlash that made me put me to hiatus. But moving on back to the topic.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
not really. Yeah, yeah, just for your information, dear viewers, these people all of here are either YouTubers or people that co-host YouTube channels that has to do with explaining communism and socialism. Me on my end, I just upload video games, dude, and you know the you know
and
the
do your
occasional
thing, do your
political
thing.
aesthetic regarding the Arab Zionist struggle, but. You know, so just so you know, I have no idea what the drama goes on around here. I literally have not
Yeah.
enough time to watch all the streams these people, these great people do. But when I
Oh,
do it, it's golden stuff. I'm a low
I
student,
got
as you can see, so
I
there's a
got
lot of
something
pressure.
we can talk. I got something we can talk about. So basically, I'm gonna talk about kind of like the Native American resistance against the fascist United States Army as well a bit. Should we talk about that or no?
First, have you made your points that you wanted to make?
Me?
Yes, yeah.
No, I haven't even finished. I haven't really reached it. I'm just preparing to reach my point, and every time
Oh,
you know, we get sidelined.
I know it's all right. Okay, Falcon, we'll discuss it as soon as as our comrade from Lebanon, is finished. Finishing his story because it's very important that his story gets out.
okay.
So, because of this inequality that has been, you know, being prepared since the 1800s, even earlier, 1700s, there was, you know, the capitalist, ruling class, the higher class, the wealthy class, the aristocracy, so happened to be Maronite Christians because they were the most favored by the French, and you know the people that yeah they did get genocided by the Ottomans. However, for the most part, they did have some luxuries that the Muslims didn't. And then the lowest classes so happened to be Muslims because of how things functioned in Lebanon, because of the Ottomans, how their policy ruined Lebanon and the Arab world, and how the French and the British, especially the French, they sought to create a Lebanese state to serve as their hub for exporting their goods and their culture throughout the East. So when that happened in 1958, there was a crisis in Lebanon. So you see, the revolution in Egypt have just defeated two colonial empires, and their Zionist creation have rose through prominence through the anti-imperialist and colonialist struggle. Arab nationalism is becoming on the forefront again. Pan-Arabism. 1958, a revolution takes place in Iraq. The unification of the United Arab Republic between Egypt and Syria. There's a lot of major events taking place. The order in the
The
Middle East is
Egyptian
changing.
Revolution of 52, wasn't it?
A revolution where?
Egypt.
Yes, the 1952 revolution. It was
Mhm.
the catalyst for the changing of the political sphere, the political, situation in the Arab world. You've got monarchies collapsing, colonial empires being beaten back by freedom fighters. So it was the beginning of the Nasserist fever, the Nasserist trend, the socialist trend against Zionism, against colonialism and imperialism, and that trend caught up fast in Lebanon. And during 1958, there was a crisis where the president Camille Chamoun, who had white could the older administration that had resigned, the independence administration, the same administration that had executed Saadi for because they feared him for calling out for a pan-Syrian revolution and so on and so forth. But that's a discussion for another time. Camille Chamoun was a liberal in the sense of classical liberal, not today's SJWs. He was he was a friendly with the United States. He joined the Eisenhower program, and when his term was up, he wanted to amend the constitution in order, to extend his presidency to be re-elected. He even have shrinked the parliament, the seats in parliament, which there was already inequality in the repartition in seats in parliament favoring the. There was a more or less 50-50. However, as time goes, the Muslim population started growing. They needed more representation. There was more, the entire system was created by the French to favor one group over the other, regardless of religion, regardless of faith. It so happened to be the Maronite Christians. Camille Chamoun also had, most likely ordered the assassination of dissidents against him, such as journalists and so on, suppression of protests, and all of that, anger, and with the new changes around the Arab world, a crisis happened in 1958 in Lebanon that Camille Chamoun needed the interference of the American Marines to stop it. The Communist Party, the Nasserist organization, the progressive socialist parties, the leftist forces that were predominantly Muslim in Lebanon rose up against the government. And of course, the government have rallied to their side. The militias of these political dynasties, such as the militias of the Kata'ib party, that weren't really founded. It was the organized militia wasn't really founded. Just the party took up arms to support the government. Of course, there was also the SSMP that took up arms against both sides because both sides wanted the Syrian social nationalists gone, but they did reconcile with the left later on. However, in 1958, the crisis ended with the Marines coming in, and Camille Chamoun ended his term, and a new president was elected, the head of the military, the commander of the armed forces, Fuad Shihab. Fuad Shihab created a police state in Lebanon. However, he did so to create equality in changing the changing the voting system for parliament, how it works, the number of seats, and how they are, partitioned between the sects. His era had the Shihabist rule under him, so development of Muslim areas as much as Christian areas, more representations for the Muslims. Socialists liked him, and however, he was anti-communist and anti-socialist to an extent. He was a Shihab. He was a military man thrown
Yeah,
into
military men, they always
cover.
end up being quite status quo in the end.
So what happened is after Fuad Shihab died, and Fuad Shihab, I'm gonna say, to be fair to him, one of the greatest presidents we had, despite everything. Fuad Shihab had died. There were successors to him following his political line, and in government, there were, for example, Prime Minister Rashid Karami. Rashid Karami was also, the Karami family had been a political dynasty. Rashid Karami took prime ministership, I believe, from his father, and when he was assassinated by Samir Jaja, as this guy was convicted, when he was assassinated, his brother became prime minister after him. He was also from the political dynasties. However, he was more sympathetic to the socialist cause. Even him can be considered a Shihabist. So the Shihabist line was like, we develop the country equally, we give more rights, more representation. However, we create a police state in return. Not a very good deal, if I may say. Police states are not fun. Therefore, and by the way, the conservative right wing political parties were not united. The political dynasties of the Maronites were not united. For example, you had the Idde political dynasty. So, Emile Idde was one of the presidents of Lebanon during the Mandate era, during the French Mandate, and he opposed independence because that he believed that Lebanon needed more time before independence. Colonial stuff. His son, however, was more of a Westernizer. However, he opposed the fascist trend, and the very pro-establishment rhetoric of the Kata'ib and the Marada, the soon-to-be Marada, the Frangiye, the Jemair political dynasties. Mu'iddi was also refused to join in the civil war and was, targeted by multiple assassinations. He was the link between Ahmad Jibril, may he rest in peace, he recently passed away. Ahmad Jibril, and he was the link with Ahmad Jibril to get Christian militia, Christian members of right-wing militias unharmed back to their houses after they have been captured, because Ahmad Jibril did not execute prisoners of war; he let them go back home. But that's another discussion. They opposed the Israeli invasion, while other right-wing Christian pro-establishment, Maronite, political Maronitism, that was the trend in Lebanon at then, had allied with the IDF. So there was a split. However, Raymond Idde, who was also against them for corruption, these political dynasties were heavily corrupt, heavily corrupt. But Raymond Idde was more opposing of the police state that the Shihabist rule had established. So this conservative bloc of right wing, varying from the center right to the more or less far rightish, because far right, because at that point they're still trying to look as, no, we're just good parliamentary people, hiding their fangs that would appear during the civil war. So this conservative bloc did defeat the Shihabist bloc in the presidential elections that took place in parliament, and Slimani Frangieh Senior became the president of Lebanon in the early 70s. Of course, during that time, the PLO had been expelled from Jordan following Black September. There were already, during the 60s, there was clashes between the Palestinians and the Lebanese military, which concluded in the 1969 Cairo Agreement between the PLO and the Lebanese government, that will allow the PLO to have two military bases in South Lebanon and Southeast Lebanon in order to carry out operations. However, the PLO, which one of their fatal mistakes and their drastic mistakes was that they weren't content with what they had. They started going into Lebanese villages and cities to organize and start building opening offices. And the Lebanese in that region were predominantly Muslims, and were very open for resisting Zionism, so they welcomed them with open arms. What I didn't know is when they welcomed them into their cities and towns, the IDF would fly out, bomb them, and the PLO would have to change towns. Then from town to city, from city to city, until they ended up in Beirut, in the capital, in what's going to be called in the Fakhani fortress, the Fakhani compound. Now the PLO is in Beirut. The Christian conservatives didn't like that. They saw that it is against sovereignty. They had no problem with the Israelis bombing, though. But this has created a dangerous
Well, I
tension.
mean, it's the sort of the situation that's painted is that you have the PLO, which is an anti-fascist liberation organization. They are for the liberation of Palestinian people, and then you have the Christian region and the Israeli region. These are like two blocks of groups that. Well, obviously, the Christian region isn't innately fascist, but the Maronites have been dominated by fascists for quite a long time now. You have
You
basically
know,
two rivals,
undercover
like
fascists. Let's just say
well, the point I'm
defend
sort of laying
fascists.
out is that you have the right wing of Lebanon being fine with the PLO so long as they're away and where they've guaranteed, okay, you have these two spaces, stay there, stay the fuck out of the way. As soon as it starts to creep up into the Christian region and into the capital region, that's when it starts to be that these anti-fascists, they don't want the PLO anywhere near them. Sorry, these fascists, these nationalists or these right wingers, they don't want the PLO near them. They want the PLO sort of out of the way without causing the backlash they get from being anti-PLO.
Yeah. So what happens is that you made a good point, actually. You know, Ben Gurion, the first prime minister of the Israeli entity, had said, I don't know, and I am quoting him right now. He said, I don't know which Arab country would be the first to sign peace with Israel. However, I'm sure that Lebanon would be the second. And to an extent, he was correct, because we did have an American backed peace treaty with Israel. However, that peace treaty collapsed and fell due to popular uprisings that have changed the scales of the civil war. The fascists did win. However, the popular uprising of the 6th of February in 1985 did change a lot and, brought
Mm-hmm.
back the stalemate. But to reach that point, I'm still here in the 70s. We're still talking in the early 70s. And if you want, I can accelerate a little bit fast, fasten
No,
the
no, keep
pace.
going. It's fine at the pace you're at.
Keep taking your time. Does I would rather have the full story and be able to understand it, and so my audience than rush through it because of
Yeah,
time.
the
Just take your
detail's
time.
great. Like whenever
So
I
now we
pipe
have,
in, I try and pipe in to add something that's in context to what's going on, just to flesh it out. Like I'm not trying to rush it. I'm trying to add more on.
If anything, if I decide to do this portion as a separate stream, I can just edit, all the stuff out that isn't related to what you're talking about.
I'd rather keep them in, I'd rather keep them in.
All right. Well, I'm saying because if I do a separate video where I to condense everything down, so all
Oh,
your points are in there, just all the filler in between, I would cut out. So just take your time,
of course, of
explain
course,
everything.
of course, yeah. Thank you very much, comrades. So, what happens is that now the stage is set. So we've got the conservative bloc that wants to protect political Maronitism, which has been started being built for two centuries by now. You've got the socialist forces that, with the arrival of the PLO, saw an opportunity to make a real change in Lebanon, even through force if necessary. The PLO is getting bombed by the IDF, which is also creating more tension among the Lebanese population. And one of the critics of that was Imam Musa al-Sadr, which when he came, he did a revival of the Shiite community in Lebanon, tried to mend the rift between the Muslims and the Christians. And in 1974, 1 year before the Civil War, he'd go from a mosque to a church, from a to a monastery, from this place to another, from this neighborhood to another, saying, "You Christians and Muslims are brothers and sisters. You shall not kill each other. There's a war coming. Do not raise weapons against each other." He opposed. He founded the Lebanese resistance against the Zionist occupation, and he disappeared mysteriously when he visited Libya after the first invasion of Lebanon in 1978, Operation Litani, most likely because he was at odds with Yasser Arafat, and Muammar al-Qaddafi, put two bullets in the back of his head with his companions. However, he did deny that and say last thing he knew of him was him leaving to Italy. To this day, we don't know anything about that. So you've got this situation where the socialists finally found a strong military to oppose the establishment that also controls the military. The head of the military, the commander of the armed forces is always have to be a Maronite Christian. The head of the president of the central bank is a Maronite Christian. The president of the republic is a Maronite Christian. The
Yeah,
main
the
positions
interesting
of
thing as
power in the
well.
countries are for the Maronite system.
Well, you got to tie it back as well to something you mentioned earlier. So, like when the military did the split system where everyone had involvement and engagement, that system had its benefits and was great. Like you said, it was a weird form of militaristic equality. It was kind of that allowed the Christians as well to sort of, through corruption, spin that system on its head. So it makes it seem like, oh, there's this semblance of equality in society, but really it ends up just feeding into Christian domination over the region.
I don't know the full extent of that, but what I do know is that the Maronites did have a strong position and they did not want to give it up in the name of saving the country that they so much wanted to exist. Lebanon is a Maronite project that the French had expanded because they both have crossed paths in their interests, and so that they aligned together. The French wanted Lebanon to be their base of operation, of exporting their culture, expanding their influence, and selling their merchandise.
So
And the
here's a question
Maronites
for you on
wanted
it.
the state.
Here's a question for you on it then. So would you argue that Lebanon shares the similar situation that places like America, Israel, and South Africa have, where they have that essence of settler Protestantism?
No, 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 absolutely not. What happened in Lebanon was that naturals. What happened in the entire
No,
region?
I'm
What
not.
happened in
No,
the
no,
what
no, no.
happened in
You
Lebanon
confuse what I'm
was
saying.
not a
I didn't
separate
say
state.
settlers. No, 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 no. You confuse what I'm saying. I'm not saying settlers come there. I'm saying that their principles are of that of settler Protestantism.
Settler Protestants. I cannot say exactly.
Individualism,
Yes, yes. Okay, okay.
genocide.
Lebanon was built to be a liberal, westernized republic.
Yeah,
That's
that's what I'm getting at. Like the
yes,
land theft, the genocide, the individualism.
yes. By the way, speaking of also Lebanese scientists and geniuses and inventors were murdered by the Western powers. Hassan Kamel al-Sabah invented the analog to the television. One day before coming
Yes.
back to Lebanon, his brakes malfunctioned and he crashed into a valley, died. Um, Ramar, which was a nuclear physicist, the head of a research center in France, died before coming back to Lebanon. Some people speculate he was kidnapped and he's still in France and the coffin is empty. Some people say he was poisoned by radiations, so he wouldn't really say everything, give everything he knows to the Lebanese people. So they want something to put their foot in. They want a westernized Arab country that would favor them, always them. And at the same time, they don't want this country to advance. So you have that. Lebanon was actually a very beautiful country. Despite all of that, Lebanon was a beautiful country. Better than it is today in terms of economy, but in terms of equality, not so much. I mean, today it's everything is bad. As I said in the beginning, we're in the worst economic crisis we've ever went through. It's unacceptable, totally unacceptable. The levels of corruption, um and now political infighting, politicization of investigations, and so on and so forth. But at
Yeah,
that
you're in
time
a
there was
crumbling
real true
position.
inequality. Now, what happens right now, since the stage is set, the Lebanese Muslims, socialists that were predominantly Muslims, because let's not forget there was a lot of Christians as well, and Druze could be considered as, with the Muslims, but at their own religion, their own sect in religion. So, there were those guys as well. Armenians were split between supporting the Maronites and supporting the socialists, and so like that. What happens is that the stage is set for a socialist revolution in Lebanon. The stage is set for a socialist revolution. You've got the socialist Muslims, uh, predominantly Muslims, that now have a very strong ally in the PLO. You've got the very strong-headed conservative bloc that wanted to keep the system as it is, and you've got an socio-economic situation that's going to explode. People were leaving villages to go to work in Beirut because there wasn't enough jobs, there was enough paying jobs, which created these suburbs around Beirut, which, has to be honest, are, ahzimat bu'as, how to put it in English, the belts of misery. They form around big cities. They look like ghettos. Some of them are made of literally, cheap materials, like shacks made out of metal. But what happened in Lebanon, they did start building up buildings.
Yeah, they're
And
called shanty towns.
people running away from Israeli bombardment in the south because of the PLO and their operations, ran towards Beirut, towards the southern suburbs of Beirut, which the people that running away from the south were predominantly Shiites. The people in the southern suburbs, there were Shiites, there were Sunnis, there were also Christians. So you have the stage is set. Socioeconomic situation ready to explode. Socialist revolution. The socialists now have a strong ally. But regardless if they had the PLO or not, the war would have happened regardless, because the system had so much contradictions. There was prosperity in Lebanon, yet there was no equality. There was a lot of money coming in, but people living in poverty. There was a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
opportunity, not
capitalism, and
a lot of unemployment.
that's that's capitalism through liberalism. It
That's
always ends up
capitalism
espousing
for
itself
you.
into this. Yeah, it always
If you
espouses
want,
itself into this position of prosperity over humanity, and then come up into crisis like the state that it's in today. And fascism has to be the only option because it can't handle crisis, because it's always running things on the red line because the red line's most profitable. If you're always running things to its nth degree, you've got to somehow manage to reach the nth of the nth degree to save your ass when fascism comes, because you now need to go past the red line to support yourself, but you're already at the red line.
if you want an example for the failure of capitalism, just look at Lebanon. Look at this shit. What the hell is this shit? So the stage was set, and all it took was a spark. So the head of the Popular Nasser's organization, a struggler by the name of Maruf Saad, the head of the city of Saida, very well known, like he was, a strong man in the city of Saida, was assassinated during a protest for the fishermen of Saida, or Sidon, as some people would call it. And the city is the gateway for the south in Lebanon, and it's also witness for a lot of Israeli atrocities during the 1982 invasion. What happened is that fishermen were protesting against a foreign company, multinational company called Protein, which wanted to take over fishing all over the Lebanese coast, which, directly threatened the livelihood of the fishermen of Lebanon, especially the ones in Saida. And would you guess what? The former president Camille Chamon, in which the uprising of 1958 happened against, had a lot of stocks, I'd say stonks, a lot of stocks in this
A lot
foreign
of
company,
stonks.
had a lot of stocks. You see, a capitalist that wanted to amend the constitution for his own sake and had an uprising against him, of course, have stocks in foreign companies trying to threaten the livelihood of the people of his own country. During the protest, Maruf Saad got shot by a sniper, most likely from the Lebanese army. To this day, it's unknown who shot him. He stayed in the hospital until he died. Some people say that the Lebanese civil war started then and there. However, it wouldn't escalate until the Ain al-Rumani bus incident. So, a year prior, in 1974, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine General Command did a one-of-a-kind operation, a new style of operations, where they went deep into occupied territories, you know, took hostages, fought against the security services, and then blew themselves up. It was called a martyrdom operation. The PFLP-GC, which is an Arab nationalist, Palestinian nationalist organization whose leader was one of the founders of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine before it became Marxist-Leninist. It's a long. The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine has a long story and history behind it. So what happened? People were celebrating it, as one of a kind, newly introduced operations of resistance and martyrdom against the Zionists. It was an event hosted. It was an event filled with Palestinians and Lebanese socialists. So, and Shiite figures, Lebanese Shiite figures, who weren't really socialists but were in support of social justice, such as Imam Musa Sadr. People who supported him. So, the bus is leaving this. A bus is leaving this event. Bus is leaving this event filled with Lebanese citizens and Palestinian refugees. They were just leaving from a patriotic anti-Zionist event, so of course they're waving Lebanese and Palestinian flags. The bus takes a shortcut through Ain al-Rumani, which is a predominantly Christian neighborhood in Beirut. However, unbeknownst to the people on the bus, before the bus went in, there was an assassination. Attempt against the founder of the Phalange Party, Pierre Gemayel, that failed. His aide was killed. He wasn't. To this day, it is unknown who are the people that shot at him. My guess would be the Mossad, because because Israel has a lot to gain from a Lebanese civil war. Not only would it have a way to annex South Lebanon, invade and annex South Lebanon with an excuse that might convince the United Nations, but also because Lebanon, despite everything, was supposed to be a message to the world, which is the country where different religious sects, different ethnicities live together in peace and prosperity, live together to make something beautiful, which oppose the ethnocentric, fascistic nature of Zionism. So the Zionists having a neighbor on their border, very openly secular in nature, but not really in governance, because, you had sectarian politics. However, there was no official religion, and a lot of religions were, in a tight country, small country, there were a lot of different sects living together, and so far, so good. The Israelis didn't want that at their borders. So my guess, Mossad tried to assassinate. However, when that happened, the entire neighborhood, the entire Christians in that area, which were supportive of the Phalange, as far as I know, were in a frenzy. And then after that assassination attempt, what happens is this bus filled with people waving Palestinian flags and shouting and cheering. They said it's the Palestinians, because political opposition between the Phalange and the PLO. People tried to make this association. The PLO tried to kill Pierre Gemayel, and these people are celebrating not knowing he had survived. In that frenzy and mobilization the Christian street had, people opened fire without thinking from rifles at the bus. People injured, people died, but these were the first shots of the Lebanese Civil War. Because the next day, some parts of the PLO did retaliate, and militias started forming and propping up. People started mobilizing, taking on the streets, neighborhoods, and soon enough, Beirut was split between the West Beirut and the Eastern sector. And this is how our story begins with true fascism. Now, the conservatives have finally shown their fangs. And as you can see in my profile picture, I chose this intentionally. It's a Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine poster from the Lebanese Civil War era. It says "Down to Fascism in Lebanon" in English, and it says "فَتَسْقُطْ الْفَاشِيَّة النَّصْرُ لِلشَّعْبِ" down with fascism, victory for the people. It's two hands bloodied because it doesn't show in the profile picture because it's cropped, but it's two hands bloodied to a certain degree. One holding the Lebanese flag, another holding the Palestinian flag in unity, and then you have a spear with a Zionist spear, as you can see the Star of David on it, with the spearhead being a cedar tree. This tree, this design, is the symbol of the Phalange Party, of the Kata'ib Party, the fascists in Lebanon. What did they do? In the names of purging and securing their territories, they um, they declared عمليات التطهير, purges, which were in fact either kicking off people or murdering them. Black Saturday was one of the worst, and it was the reason the War of the Hotels started, which was one of the battles during the 1975-1976 phase of the Lebanese Civil War. What happened is that Bashir Jmail, the son of the founder of the Kata'ib, Pierre Jmail, in his emotional frenziness after finding three dead Kata'ibi guys, Christian young men, ordered, you know, to establish roadblocks and shoot down Muslim civilians going to their jobs. My grandfather almost became a casualty of that genocide. He was going to his work at the port when he was detained by the militias. He was taken to a bunker, and he was given the option: do you want to die by being shot or by having your throat split? My grandfather didn't say anything, and he was about to be murdered in cold blood until one of the Kata'ibis recognized him. Because my grandfather didn't live in Beirut, he lived in somewhere else in Lebanon that that also had Christians in them. So the one of the men was masked. He was masked. To this day, my grandfather doesn't know who he was, but he recognized my grandfather and told him to get out of there, never come back to Beirut. My grandfather shrugged, got out of the bunker where he almost lost his life, continued his work at the port, went back to his home, saw everybody crying about somebody dying, and he asked his family who died. And they looked at him and like, "It's you, man. We thought you died." This is on my mother's side. On my father's side, my father's entire family, they were living in a Christian region. They had no problems with their neighbors. That's why one of their neighbors was with the Kataib, came to my grandfather and told him something big is going to happen, something bad. Take your family and get the hell out of here. And my grandfather did so with other Muslims living in the neighborhood. And my grandfather took the family to Saudi Arabia and then to the United Arab Emirates for some times before returning to Lebanon. So here you have it. I mean, I wouldn't have existed if the Katab had purged both sides of my family during these purges that were taking place in Tal
Yeah, it was
Zat,
like
Al Karantina,
both sides sort of fell into like different situations that nearly had them both get fucking killed. Like it was
Jesus, this is quite a
and
story.
well,
Oh,
it's like the
fuck.
situation with his grandfather. Like his grandfather ended up at one point just like in the wrong place at the absolute wrong time while essentially a massacre was going down,
the
and he was
bus
like
driver
stuck with
ratted
his
him
like,
out. By the way, the bus driver
but he was
ratted my grandfather out.
But yeah,
He
but
pointed at him from
I'm about
Christian
the
militias.
situation. You know, the situation where he was like stopped by one of his mates, and he was like, "What the fuck are you doing here? Fucking get out, go!" Like,
It's like the fact that that your grandfather narrowly avoided death, it's like there had to have been a higher power looking after him that day. There's just no
Yeah, it's
way.
called Allah.
Subhanallah, yes. And by the way, um, just so you know, there was some battles that did take a lot of casualties on our side as well, but it wasn't on the same level as on the eastern sector. And a lot of Christians actually ran away, just like the Muslims ran away, which solidified the east-west split of Beirut because they were afraid of retaliation. One side would start a battle that would cost a lot of life. People will fear retaliation and will run away. That's why that was the case. That's why there's now less Christians in the southern suburbs of Beirut and more Shiites, because Shiites ran away from the south because they were getting bombed, and Christians feared of retaliatory actions because of the Phalange actions in the eastern sector. So, on top of genocide, there was also displacement of people because of fear. Now, what happened is that these actions did not stop at these purges, these inhumane murders. Um, it continued up to a point where there was an open alliance. Okay, so by the way, seeing all of this happen, the Syrian army did intervene in Lebanon on the side of the Christian militias, in under the pretext of keeping the order and peace between people. However, of course, the Christian it was under the order, under the request of President Slimani Frangieh Sr., the guy that broke the Shihabist rule in Lebanon with his United Conservative Bloc. He asked for the Syrians to come in, and they did come in, and then he had a falling out, and then the Syrians and the Christian militias had a falling out together, which was called the 100 Days War. So the Syrians changed their position into supporting the leftist forces. It's a mess. It's a mess of political allegiances. However, the fascists worked with the Syrian army against the socialists and then laid down plans with the IDF leadership for the invasion of Lebanon. In 1982, prior to the invasion, a young man from the eastern sector marched to Hamra Street, and these are documented in a documentary about the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. It's in Arabic on Al Mayadeen documentaries. I don't believe there's an English translation, but it's coming from the guy's mouth himself. A young man goes from the eastern sector, the Christian-dominated right-wing sector, to the western side, to the Hamra Street, which was known to have, the Palestinian leaderships over there. He goes visit an office of one of the leaderships in the PFLP and tells him something big is coming up. There's an invasion coming. The guy was pale according to the story. The guy from the PFLP calms him down, asks him what's going on. He says, "I saw with my eyes plans drafted for the invasion of Lebanon from Israel." And he asked, "Where did you find these plans?" He tells them, "On the desk of Bashir Jmayil." Bashir Jmayil, the guy that ordered the murder of the Muslims in Black September. The guy, the now de facto leader of the militias, the Christian militias. He sought to take a Lebanon first position, to unite the Christian rifle by either by coercing or even crushing other Christian militias that opposed him. That's when he had a falling out with Frangieh, and he ordered the murder of his son. The only guy that survived the massacre, which was known as the Ihde massacre, was the little kid, Slimani Frangieh Jr., who was the grandson of the president, and he now leads the Marada today. So, of course, he took a fascistic, militaristic, murderous position, not only against his enemies, but also against his own allies. When the Arab Deterrence Force entered into Lebanon, which was formed from Syrian army, the Yemeni army, among other Arab armies, one of its leaders was talking on a documentary for Al Jazeera about the Lebanese civil war, which has English subtitles for the people interested. He said that Bashir Gemayel did not believe in compromise, did not believe in talking things out. He believed in crushing the enemy and killing it. You know, a battle till he wipes out the other end. And the other side is his own countrymen. Back to the story about the young man. The PFLP guy couldn't believe him without any proof, so he told the young man, "Come back tomorrow with some proof." The young man went back to the eastern sector, risking his life crossing sectors, huh? He was risking his life because there were sniper nests everywhere. He risked his life, went there, went into his commander's office, wrote down the plans on papers, and ran back to the Hamra Street in West Beirut, showed him the invasion plans. The guy from the PFLP took these plans to the PLO, to the head command of the PFLP, and they said, well, this might be nothing. We can't really go on that. It's probably fake or planted, plans. We can never know. While in fact, Ariel Sharon had been in East Beirut. Ariel Sharon, the Minister of Defense of Israel, and Bashir Gemayel had went to Israel by boat. And one times in the sea, and it is confirmed by his own statements. I mean, not only the pictures, not only the Israelis said so, but he also hinted at it to the Palestinians. And in one of the ceasefire meetings, the Palestinian side asked Bashir Gemayel, "We heard some rumors that you've been going to Israel and meeting with Israeli leaderships." And Bashir Gemayel would always explode in anger. You're accusing me of collaborating with the enemy. You're accusing me of working with the Israelis. You're accusing me of betraying my own country. This is unacceptable. This is that. But at the end of the meeting, when a ceasefire agreement couldn't be reached, everybody wanted to go home now. Bashir Gemayel takes to the side one of the, I think he was the head of security or intelligence in the PLO, and tells him, "Do you know something? Your country is beautiful. It really deserves the fight for it." He was literally telling the guy to his face, "Oh yeah, I've been there. I've been there. I've met with them. I've seen it all. What you gonna do about it?" By the way, can you people hear me or?
Yeah,
I,
you're
I can
loud
hear
and
it.
clear.
I can hear it just fine. I'm just listening to what you're saying.
Okay,
We're
just making sure.
immortalized by your buttery voice.
And not to mention, uh, it's I want to get these kind of stories out because this stuff that you're talking about, it isn't that well known, and it's very rare to get a person who lives in these countries that have suffered, in U.S. imperialism to actually get a chance to have their voices be heard. And I think it's my duty as someone that lives in the core of the empire to actually give you a voice and allow you to speak, because not many people are willing to do that, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, the way that I've always managed to pick up things and learn things. I mean, I acquit a good massive more than half, if not 60 odd, 70 odd percent of my understanding of Marxism has come from listening to colonized people, specifically African people, I think, for the most part, but Arabic and Asian people as well. Listening to colonized
Um,
people essentially shove the truth up my ass, whether I like it or not, as fucking hard as it is to take. Um, it's sort of the expression I always use for those that are in a colonizer position is that we were given two ears for a good reason. One mouth. It's twice
The
as
least you can
much.
do
So
is hear us out.
we have to we have to use our ears twice as much as our mouth.
The least you can do is hear us out. Like hear us out. That's all we ask for, and drive your own conclusions.
It's the only way we'll ever
Um,
know what we're talking about. Otherwise, you just have a load of fucking humanistic minded fucking what's it, quasi socialist, quasi anti imperialists that actually just want to manhandle every nation around the world that's under oppression. They disregard right to self determination, which is a core part of being anything more than an ML or anything more than a socialist. Right to self determination was something that was agreed upon by not just Marxists but all socialists. It's a common ground principle. That's the thing that you never see anarchists and
Um,
communists argue on. Anarchists and communists have always come to this agreement.
because
You,
it is
you,
common sense.
Absolutely. Well, I mean,
Falcon.
you could trace it back to our influences of the Abrahamic faith.
Oh,
Islam and Christianity's influences on the development of socialism cannot be ignored.
Falcon, were you about to say something?
oh, I was gonna ask if I could talk about the indigenous resistance thing or something like that, since I was like out
Uh,
for a bit. So,
um, um, I'll have to ask. Sorry,
No,
I might.
I'm sorry, but I'm still going in.
I know.
all
Still
right.
on the
That's
roll.
what.
Let him steamroll. Go on.
Don't Falcon. Don't worry about it. If I have to extend this to like 5 hours, that'll be fine. I'm in no
What's
rush.
it? I'll try and make sure you don't forget about it, Falcon, but you'll probably remember it better than I will anyway, because I want to hear what you have to say as well, because this is the
Y-
great thing about
All
bringing
right.
people who have engagement with colonized struggles, is we get to really envelop things out from both the third world and the fourth world position.
yes, of course. I'd be glad to hear it. I mean, tomorrow I don't have to wake up as early as all the other days, so taking tomorrow off. So I'd have enough time over here with you guys. That's a good, interesting discussion that we will engage in. Um,
Indeed.
and
Respect.
I don't mean it by the way in a rude way, like, oh yeah, I'm taking tomorrow off because this and that. No, no, I'm like, in any case, tomorrow I have nothing to do on my list. So no, it's good that this stream is right now. It couldn't be perfect right now. Communism is Evil by William Theodore Rosenberg. You know, you do you, man. I'm not on about communism, not about socialism. I'm about, uh,
No, it all comes together though. I'm on about internationalism. We're in a
Uh,
multipolar vanguard movement, so we all intersect.
by the way, that guy is not worth acknowledging. The guy, is has been stalking me for years, so don't even acknowledge his existence.
alright, I won't in that case. So, where were we? Yes, the guy was openly not only ordering massacres, not only killing his own allies and forcing them under his boot, no, he's also conspiring with the enemy of the Arab world, something his father was very against. No, just so you know, Pierre Gemayel, the founder of the Phalange, when their positions were being bombarded by the Syrian army, contacted the Syrian officer bombarding them, told him, "We want to go to Damascus, me and my son. We want to speak to President Hafiz al-Assad. If you can deliver the message for us." Oh no! He didn't tell him over the phone. He legit invited the officer ordering them to be bombarded to dinner, and he told him that, face to face. Then, and on the day they visited Damascus, Bashir Ismail was just back from a visit to the Israelis. Then he was shipped with his father shipped him to Damascus, and President Hafez al-Assad agreed to meet him under one condition. Is this guy Bashir Ismail a patriot? I mean, the guy is a fascist. What he's also has some patriotic rhetoric. I mean, to be fair to him, he was a fascist, yes. However, he did have a political rhetoric. I am completely 100% against him, but had a political line that he was following, unlike his successors. Unlike his successors, and I'm going to reach that because the huge problem of fascism still existing in Lebanon under a disguise is what happened last month in October.
Sorry.
So You have him go to visit Damascus. Hafez al-Assad told him, okay, you want to become president. He wanted to run for president. You want to become president? I have no problem. I'd even support you and back you up and, validate you in front of the entirety of the Arab world. In front of the entirety of the Arab world. Because at one point, the Kataib party was literally condemned by the Arab world, was sanctioned by them. So they were trying, to reshape, to open up relations back to the Arabs. So
Oh,
in one way or the other. So, however, there's one condition Hafez al-Assad had. One condition. You cannot be in a relationship with two people, either me or the Israelis. Bashir Ismail nodded and went back to his headquarters in Lebanon. Who awaited him there? Okay, I really want one of you to guess. Who waited for him back in his headquarters?
uh, Zionist ambassador.
Who exactly?
Um, fucking bad with names.
Position. No need for name. Position. In the hierarchy.
Ah, not very good with names.
Ah. The head of the IDF, Minister of Defense Ariel Sharon, was waiting for him in his headquarters. He knew he visited Syria, and he slapped Bashir Ismail and hit him, telling him, "You're worse than your father," in front of his own father. And from that moment forward, all relations between Bashir Ismail and the Syrians were cut off. I mean, literally, Ariel Sharon bitch slapped the guy into ending all relations with Syria.
I mean, like, being the head of the IDF and having the surname Shalom, isn't that like irony at its finest? Like,
Sharon. His subname was
oh, I was
Sharon.
gonna say, like, if his name, because isn't Shalom supposed to be like a greeting of like respect? So it would have been like if you had like a surname that was referring to a statement of respect, and then was to be that would have been a fucking a bit of one of those funny weird moments of irony that happen. Because you get
Are
that
you
with a
on?
lot of Christian countries. A lot of Christian countries, there's so many surnames that imply a lot of peaceful shit that you always end up with someone who's fucking Isaac McPeaston who ends up being fucking leader of some next level genocidal country.
Yes. And by the way, Ariel Sharon was the boogeyman for the Palestinian kids. Like literally, Palestinian parents would say, "Go to bed on time, or Ariel Sharon will come and eat you at night." That was enough to make Palestinian kids piss themselves and go to sleep.
I know it seems like a weird thing, but thinking of the Boogeyman made me ask of the other dynamics of the Boogeyman. Do you guys have like your own version of like
Yes,
tooth
yes.
collection there, like Tooth Fairy and other stuff like
We
that, like
have
we
a
got over
collection
here?
of boogeymen, yes, and a boogie
No, I
woman.
mean
As
like the teeth, like teeth. No, no, I mean like teeth collection, like tooth fairies and shit like that. Like, do you guys have your own thing for that?
yeah, okay. So instead of the tooth fairy, we have the mouse. The mouse comes at night to exchange your tooth with money.
Do you know
That's the
what?
tooth. A mouse.
I mean, it's still not tangibly fucking provably makes sense, but it's better than a fairy. Like, it makes a little more fucking sense than
We
a mouse
have
would be able to rob you shit.
we have Abukis, our main boogeyman, which is literally a guy with a bag that his name is father of the father of the bag. Like he literally uh, kidnap kids with bags if with his bag if they misbehave. He'd snatch them while they sleep. And also we have. I remember when I was a kid, my uncles would scare me with that. Emil especially in storms. She's like the female boogeyman. She'd come to you when there's a storm and take you away.
Swoop you up off your feet.
But yeah, so Ariel Sharon, who later became the prime minister of Israel, and who, because of his policies, the second Intifada started. Okay. Just something to say because of these people calling Dark Snowy out. Just to let you know something. He's not using me. He's not pressuring me into coming here. I actually didn't know on which channel this stream would be on. I just saw people gave me the opportunity to talk about our struggles, and I just jumped onto it. I don't
Yeah,
care.
no, I've been peer pressuring him all week, like sending him threats. Like I've been sending him horrible messages, like "How are you doing today?" and you're
He
looking
told me
forward to being
he'd ordered me
in
pizza,
that
knowing full
anti-fascist
well I'm
stream.
on a diet.
Oh, and by the way, if you can, it's the same guy. They're not
Yeah,
separate people. They're the same guy.
but dude, how fast is he in creating alt accounts? Like,
Uh,
can he
That's
come to
that.
Lebanon work as a secretary? We need one like him.
it's like
Like I know.
I don't like some of the choice in names.
no,
Like,
I,
I just get a
honestly,
sus feeling from someone who chooses things like Rosenberg or Libertarian as a buzz name. Normally, that ends up spelling fucking provocateur.
I
I'm
remember.
not. I'm
I
not
remember when this.
exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. This guy, literally, half of my accounts I've had blocked are from him. No joke.
I remember one of his account names is Asian woman lover.
Wait, did you say Asian lumpen lover?
No,
Asian
women.
woman lover.
Oh, Asian woman lover. I was gonna say it'd be really weird if it was like Asian lumpen lover. Like they have like a weird like specifically lumpen proletarian Asians. They're gonna go big bit of that bit of that poor Asian pussy. Yeah, fucking.
By the way, who's the
Like
open
when the
account?
racism turns into racism and classism, you know you're dealing with white people. Like
Yeah,
there's this thing about like because obviously when we think of whiteness, because whiteness is actually this is somewhat intrinsic to fascism. Whiteness is sort of very intrinsic of this labor aristocratic culture of this warmongering dominative culture that justifies itself for humanism. It's civilizing the world so it can go and brutalize it, bombing the Middle East because while bringing their boiled down individualistic fucking ideas of quasi culture and their gimmicks of a rising culture that terrorize these regions.
I'm not
Um,
going to address the color of the skin. Um, it doesn't matter
Well,
nowadays anymore
whiteness isn't about
because
color of skin initially. That's what it's
Well,
become. But whiteness is about white and black, like white
well,
being holy,
good,
black being
good.
heathenous.
well.
Mm.
Before we move on to we continue with this story, he's white. Boroman is white. This is a white guy. So he, I've, so I'm just letting you guys know he's white.
Well, like I say, I could just cite the South African definition of whiteness against. In South Africa, the definitive of what makes someone white is someone who is colored white or someone who is accepted within society on a social, cultural, and political basis as as the same level as a white person, which means that you
Now,
could be as fucking black as days, but so long as you are socially, culturally, and politically accepted as white, you are white.
well, I want to actually hear more of this story because
Oh yeah, no, I was just stating the South African legal definition of whiteness from when South African apartheid existed.
So back to the story. Um, Bashir Jmayil, the plan was simple. The IDF would invade from the south, and at the same time, the LF, the Lebanese forces, the now united biggest militia that have stomped every other Christian militia and coerced it into joining it. The split from the Kataib party. The party was the Kataib and the militia was the Lebanese forces. The Lebanese forces would do, they would, through helicopters, would land on West Beirut and start taking it. At the same time, the PLO would be too busy fighting the Israelis. It's the same guy. America First movement. Just to let you know, I'm a full-fledged Semite no matter how you turn me. Be it Arab, be it Phoenician, I'm a Semite. Anyway, the plan was for the fascists to take West Beirut and for the Israelis to take the rest. The plan was to wipe out the PLO, and Sharon had an ulterior motive. So there was already an invasion in 1978. There was already an invasion in 1978, which saw the creation of um, what? Sorry, got struck by something.
That's all right. It's all right.
In 1978, they created a puppet state known as the Free Lebanon State or Free Lebanon Statelet, which was a position for Israel to annex South Lebanon by forcing people to get conscripted into the Free Lebanon Army, which would be later renamed to the South Lebanon Army, forcing teachers to go into trips on Israel at gunpoint for cultural exchange projects. Um Also, at the same time, you've got putting insane tariffs on Lebanese goods coming from the rest of Lebanon, and basically putting in Israeli goods into the statelet for cheap price, possibly free as well, and allowing the settlers to go and engage with the Lebanese in the south. So they were already planning. Also, they started using the Israeli shekel as currency in this Free Lebanon state. It was an Israeli puppet.
Seriously, ignore him. He's gonna keep doing it. Just continue with your story.
Yes. So where was I? Yes. So basically, this was the first invasion, and that was when Lebanese armed resistance to the Israelis was formed by Amal, Afaj al-Muqawama al-Islamiyya, the Lebanese resistance brigades, codenamed Amal or Hope, which would later become the Hope movement. They were the military arm of the movement of the dispossessed or the movement of the deprived, which was Imam Musa Sadr's movement for social justice. When the civil war started, he refused to join the war on the side of anybody and declared an open hunger strike um, against until the civil war is over. He came at odds with Yasser Arafat, and probably that is why he got disappeared in Libya. Lebanese resistance started then in 1978 against Israeli occupation. 1982, the Israelis roll in, and the PLO know about the plan that the Lebanese, because they saw the Lebanese forces are mobilizing to start going on an assault on West Beirut. So the PLO it's easy. The PLO contacts Bashir Ismail and tell him, "We saw your troops moving. We know you're up to something. If a single Lebanese forces militiaman moves an inch, we're going to bombard the eastern sector with 10,000 artillery mouths to the ground." It was a direct threat. They're going to wipe out the Lebanese forces. They're going to wipe out the eastern sector. And not a single militiaman moved, which is why the IDF never forgave Bashir Ismail for this. It made a rift in their relation. However, he was too much of a precious asset, not only for them, but also to the United States, to the Ronald Reagan administration. By 1982, the Israelis had, it started in June 1982. The PLO have ordered a general retreat back to Beirut. There was no real opposition to the Israeli invasion, except in a few little epic battles where the Lebanese and the Palestinian joint forces refused to listen to the order of retreat, stood there and fought to the final end. I believe in the castle of Shqaif, I believe it was the name. The last survivor of the assault was a Palestinian child, one of the cubs the level Cub in Fatah. He contacted the main PLO headquarters through the radio and told him, "Everybody is dead. I'm the last one. The Israelis are over here. What should I do?" Yasser Arafat looked through his command center and then told the kid, "What do you have on you?" He said, "I have a B7 rocket launcher, an RPG-8, and I have one more rocket left." So Yasser Arafat tells the kid, you know, "Go up to the hill, fire at the enemy, and we'll meet in heaven, my brother." And it happens. This is one of these few epic battles that sometimes get forgotten. Fighting to the last man, a desperate fight. It didn't. The invasion of the Israelis didn't only. Since we're on the topic of fascism, this is total Nazism. There was a poster made by the SSMP saying the new neo-Nazism passed through South Lebanon. It had the swastika merged with the Star of David. On each mantle, it had an axe, and it looked like it was doing a circular motion through the land it walked in, bloodying everything in its path. The Israeli war machine was on a path for slaughter. In Saida, remember when I talked about Saida? When I talked about the Nasser, the head of the popular Nasser's organization, Maruf Saad? When they reached Saida, and the Israelis have acknowledged this genocide. One of their genocides was, for example, one of their atrocities, forcing the civilians in the city to go lay on the beach because it was summer. It was back in June. Lay in the middle of the day on the beach, bare feet, no hats on their heads, nothing to keep them from the sun, no food, no water for hours, just for the entertainment of the Israeli soldiers. A lot of people died under the sun.
Gee, this
Another
is this is
another
sick. I mean, what the?
this is nothing. Um, this is nothing compared to what I'm about what I'm going to tell you right now. This new atrocity that the Israelis have acknowledged recently in one of the schools in Saida, and they made a documentary about it called Playground. They called it Playground for a reason. In one of the schools in the city of Saida, in the playground, in the back playground of that school, a lot of civilians, mostly men, I believe, were thrown there. Not militiamen, were tied up, were tied down, blindfolded, and then the Israeli soldiers would were unleashed on them, holding sticks and modified ropes small metal pieces added to them to be used as whips. They beat and whipped these men to death. The one prisoner that stood up was reportedly, between quotations, cut up. In the documentaries, the Israelis, from medics and officers, would say this was one of the most cruelest acts of immorality they have ever seen in their lives. All the people in that playground were murdered with cold blood by the IDF. Let's not forget about the entrapment camp they had placed in South Lebanon. They turned South Lebanon into an open-air prison, either forcing people to join their collaborator militias, or
Holy shit.
or they'd be faced with either expulsion, and their families would be persecuted for that, or they'd have to pay a huge sum of money. So people would be forced to join the fight even though they didn't believe in the Israeli quote cause. They hated Israel to their very core. In these entrapment camps, you'd have prison guards shooting at the prisoners, laughing hysterically, nobody stopping him, nobody even saying anything. Later on, they say, "Oh, he was just insane." If he was insane, why did you stop him the moment he started firing? Why did you wait 5-10 minutes seeing him shoot and reload at these prisoners who have nothing but tents, literal tents to hide in? How about the
Like the
Khiem prison, where they tortured people, where they tortured people, throw them in solitary confinement, didn't allow the Red Cross to go in there for years. For years. And one of their first targets in the bombardment, in the aggression of 2006, 6 years after the liberation of South Lebanon in 2000, was the Khiyam camp, because after they ran away from Lebanon because of our resistance, the Khiyam prison camp was a testament to their brutality, to their Nazism. So they bombed it to try and prevent, because it became a touristic site to people from all around the world to see the brutality that the Lebanese have experienced. But do you think this is the biggest thing, that the biggest atrocities that were committed? The Israelis haven't even reached Beirut. The Israelis haven't even reached Beirut by that point. They
Yeah.
by now they surrounded it. And let me tell you, before the invasion, there was a massive airstrike campaign on all of Lebanon, especially Beirut. They 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 bombed the fuck out of the city. They flattened it. Most buildings were fired upon. They didn't care if it was a mosque, a church, a residential area, a stadium, an NGO. They did not care. They bombed it under the pretext of clearing terrorists, quote unquote terrorists, from 50 meters, 50 kilometer, or like towards the Litani River, past it a little bit in South Lebanon, just to clear this area. But the Israeli military didn't only fool the Americans, they didn't only fool their own government. And I believe back then it was Begin who was the prime minister of Israel, and he went insane after seeing Ariel Sharon reaching Beirut, because Ariel Sharon and Bashir Jmayel had a plan. The Israelis would kick the PLO out of Lebanon, helping the fascists. By now, they are no longer conservative, democratic, conservative, or Christian, because they were fascists that revealed their own fangs to everybody, their atrocities, their genocide. It was only natural for them to ally and collaborate with the Zionists. The fascists would take power in Lebanon, and the PLO would be kicked out to Syria. That would start a problem in Syria. Syria would kick them to Jordan. In Jordan, they will have a popular revolution and turn Jordan into a Palestinian Arab state. And then Israel would just say, well, they have their Palestine now, and we can enter into peace negotiations. That was Ariel Sharon's plan behind the invasion. They continued and encircled West Beirut. The fascists from the east and the Zionists from everywhere else. But we need to say, to address the Battle of Khalde, the first time Shia Islamist forces have fought, and they did decisively fight against the Israelis and defeat them. However, in the end, the Israelis did reach Beirut. Tank hunters were always there, sneaking in, firing RPGs at the Israelis, then running, then disappearing into, nothingness. There was active resistance against the invasion, and because the PLO have withdrew their forces from the south, there was a concentration of forces in Beirut, a joint Lebanese-Palestinian resistance forces that were not allowing the entrance of the Israelis. However, the constant fighting, the constant bombardment, and by the way, on the road to the museum, between the museum and Sabah al Khair, the horse race tracks, there was a front. This was one of the entrances to Beirut, West Beirut. The Israelis were trying to break. The joint forces of the Palestinian Lebanese resistance forces would go from the Argentinian embassy. There was a secret tunnel from the Argentinian embassy to the racetracks, to the horse racetracks. So they go from this tunnel, jump out from, for example, they'd be at the racetrack. They'd fire at the tanks with B-7 launchers, RPG-8s. They go back to the tunnels, appear from the Argentinian embassies, and fire at the Merkavas. Then they hide back in the tunnel, appear from the racetracks. Like, they did this momentum. So the thing is, this continuous pressure was mounting up. And the Lebanese reached a point they couldn't handle it anymore. The PLO weren't very popular by that point in Lebanon, even by the people that endorsed them in the first place, because regrettably, some Lebanese people in the south welcomed the Israelis as liberators. Then 2 minutes later, they were slaughtered by the Israelis. So it is what it is, I guess.
Gee, oh my god. This is.
This is some Nazi level shit in the Baltics.
Oh god.
Absolutely Nazi level shit.
It's like fucking. Okay, excuse me. It's just like. This is worse than anything that I've seen. Like from Empire Files. This makes that look tamed.
I mean, how do you think the Israelis took over the 7 villages in 1948? Like, I'm going back to the 40s for this bit, but listen, they dressed up, some Zionist gangs dressed up as Arab soldiers, went to that town, went to one of the towns. The Lebanese population welcomed them. These are our liberating heroes. They came back from fighting in Palestine to rest a bit. Everybody gather around, welcome them, bring them food, bring them water, bring them, milk, yogurt, anything and everything for our fighting forces. And when the people have gathered, the Zionists opened fire on them. It was an open genocide. The people ran away from these villages because of this genocide. The war for Palestine began with a genocide. That's why the Arab forces intervened, because the Palestinians were running out of their villages because organized Zionist gangs that could overtook any militia the Palestinians would scrap by with hunting rifles. They had submachine guns. The Palestinians had hunting rifles, something to shoot wolf or wild animals if they have attacked their sheep herds, for example. You know, we're talking about an army, we're talking about an entity that is built on genocide and that only expands through genocide. They were bombing Beirut on the daily. They were squeezing it tight. They were squeezing it tight out of resources. They did not allow food or water to enter, and the Christian militias played their part in the eastern sector. The United Nations couldn't do anything. I mean, before the 1982 invasion, the United Nations were the UNIFIL, the United Nations International Peacekeeping Forces in South Lebanon. We're only informed about the Israeli invasion of 1982 30 minutes before it happened. Did they have time to react? I mean, one of their commanders, he was Irish and he speaks some English, some Arabica. Sorry, he was Irish. One of their commanders was Irish. He was talking in the documentary on Al Mayadeen. I went in with a bottle of water and a sandwich. One of the militiamen or the IDF soldiers couldn't look me in the eyes when he stopped me and said, "Please give me the water and give me the food. We're not allowing any of this to enter Lebanon, to enter the West Beirut." And he said, "I'm consuming those. Those are for mine." He said, "No, we're not allowing you." They were starving the city from electricity, from gas, from food, from water. And this is a predominantly Muslim populated region because of, aforementioned purges that happened and people getting displaced because of the civil war and the Israeli aggressions in the south. So now, and the month of Ramadan rolled in. Of course, fasting 30 days. It was one of the hottest Ramadan months that would, go down in history. But people somehow managed to go through it. But then there were two options left. Ahmed, in a historical meeting, the final meeting between the PLO and the National Lebanese Movement, in a bunker, in a basement of a carpet store. It's called the carpet meeting and sometimes called the tears meeting because these leaders of these movements were crying. The PLO leadership and the Lebanese social leaderships, with the heads of the Shia Islamists, because by that point, Imam Musa Sadr had been disappeared in Libya in 1978. The co-founder of the movement of the dispossessed Hussein al-Husseini had stepped down, and Nabih Berri, who is today the Speaker of the Parliament and has been so for the past 30 years, became the leader of the Amal movement, the movement of the dispossessed, and the Amal military branch and joined with the Syrian army because at that moment the Syrians were with the socialists after the fall down with the fascists and with the socialist forces. What happens now is that in that meeting, Ahmed Jibril proposes the following. We know that we have exhausted you, Lebanese. We are very grateful for your hospitality, for standing up for us. Now we can't put you through this anymore. We're going to go back, our fighters will go back into the Palestinian camps. And all we ask out of you, Kamal Bek, because Kamal Jumblat was the leader and founder of the Progressive Socialist Party, and he was the face of socialism in Lebanon as a whole. He would later be assassinated. Oh no, Kamal Jumblat was already assassinated. Sorry, because it's nepotism. The father dies, the son takes over. Kamal Jumblat has already been assassinated uh, in the mountain war because the war had spread to Mount Lebanon between the Druze and the Christians, and it will escalate because of Israel of the Israelis, and I'll tell you why in a bit. And by the way, in 6 minutes, I might have to change electricity, so if I disappear, I didn't abandon you people.
He's
Okay?
just kickstart. He's kickstarting the old generator.
Yes. So what happens now is that Ahmad Jibril says, "Oh, we want from you Walid Jumblan," because it was Walid, the son of Kamal, Walid, who is today a social democrat, who's every time with a new position. You'd never know with this guy. But back then, he was a socialist resistance fighter. He told him, "All we ask for you is to allow us to be martyred on Lebanese soil." And then Yasser Arafat, out of the blue, says, "No, no, 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 no. We're leaving. We're leaving. We're leaving on ships, departing." Yasser Arafat, at that point, wherever he was targeted, in each building he goes in and gets out, the building gets bombed by the Israelis. He went to the Soviet embassy requesting help from the Soviet Union. The Israelis bombed the backyard of the Soviet embassy. And the Soviet ambassador to Lebanon said, "Well, you see, we can't do much. How about you pack your stuff and leave? It wouldn't be the end of history. The PLO will not be all killed in here. You can go to Tunisia or somewhere." And there was an Arab consensus about it. And I can go deeper into Arab-Israeli ties behind the tables. The Saudis being angered at Yasser Arafat for not, you know, bowing down to them. But these are a lot of informations because everything is interconnected. That it just gets bigger and bigger. But I'm just focusing on this. This
I
is
mean, a lot of this we could
hard.
also tie to like Britain post World War Two as well, when Britain turned around to Palestine and was it the White Paper where they turned around and declared that this territory is going to be chopped up like this, whether you like it or not.
The
And
United Nations
I,
resolution, yes.
yeah, well, it was a British drawn up plan. It may have been a UN resolution, but the British drew up the
Yes.
plan because this was before Britain had sold Palestine to the United States. Because everyone thinks that because Britain sold Palestine to the United States, Israel must be a U.S. project. It's not; it's a British one. Um, it's just the
The thing
U.S. is
that
the
keeps Israel
hegemonic.
alive is
The
the
U.S.
United
is the
States.
hegemonic power now, so they took up our weight. But the thing is that with Israel, so people like to paint the Arabs as the fascists, and even funnier, the anti-Semites when they turn down that white paper. What people don't understand is the response the Arabs gave was, let's keep Palestine Palestine and just promote an equal society that welcomes Jew, Christian, and Arab. Jew, Christian, and Muslim um, in the Arab nation, and it was a very respectful decree that just respected the nationality of the Syrian, and obviously because of the colonial project of Britain,
And
they're
we did talk
Palestinian
about this
people.
in the first stream I co-hosted with you about peace in the Middle East.
Yes.
So dear viewers, I'd really recommend watching that stream. Of course, if you'd allow me, Dark Snovia, to promote that one.
Go ahead. You're free to do so.
It's a stream where I discuss in scientific terms And in very logical reasoning and historical facts, the one state solution on both sides and the two state solution, peace deals that take place in the Middle East, and now we should differentiate between peace and surrender. So this was a very important, not because I was appearing in, but because I literally gave the information that are desperately needed for people that want to be informed. Of course, with the help of Comrade Mike Stokely over here.
Well, I mean, a nice fun little fact for people as well. The modern scientific method is actually based off of the method of analysis that was developed for Islamic mysticism in the early age of Islam,
Yes. So go check this
which
out.
just like Judaism uses a form of dialectics in the way in which it analyzes the world.
Yes. You see, Karl Marx was a Muslim.
Mashallah.
Yeah, subhanallah, subhanallah, mashallah. Well, I have a minute before it disappears. Electricity gets cut off, probably, because when it cuts off, it's actually the state electricity coming. So if it doesn't come, I have 2 hours more of staying on the generator. It's confusing. As I said, economic crisis, fuel crisis, weird,
The thing that always
electricity
got me is
hours.
how somewhat back to front it is that they will. I kind of understand it because companies will sell the electric cheaper at the night, so I can understand why then the state would be like, okay, well, it's cheaper for us to run the electric at the night. But then I almost look at it the other way, and it's like, but it would be smarter for the society if they ran the state power during the day, and then we're like, well, if you need the electric on in the night, put a generator on.
They run them at cycles, not day and night. It's like 4 to 6 hour each cycles. It's I'm
I
going to
see.
explain it later on one day.
Yeah, I imagine it's like fucking what's it evening period it goes off,
Yeah, something like that.
Well,
You
and
see,
then somewhere around night at 8, somewhere between 8 and 12 in the morning it will go off as well.
well, in
oh,
case,
between
in
six
case,
and 10.
sorry, in case we lose you, I just want to let you know it's an honor to have you on, and everything you've said has been an eye opener, and I've learned a lot, today, and I have to thank you for that.
Trust me, there's more to come from this lad. He knows his shit. What's it? And he'd be the first to jump to tell you that he's not even coming from the most experienced position someone could be from the third world. This is the thing that's really good to point out about third world to first world disparity. Someone someone who's even in a decent space of living in the third world has a greater understanding of the issues that are going on in this world than people. What's it? It's funny when you went and gave him the praise, he'd already fucking was lost to the whims of the electricity.
Well, well,
What's it? I can make my point. For when he comes back. So it's like being able to, when you see this dynamic, you see that someone who's even in a labor aristocratic position in the third world, which he'd be the first person to say that before I am, if he hadn't had his internet completely suck him out of reality. They
True.
still have a greater purview of the world than what's it? Most people in the first world, even a lot of even a mass majority of people first world and lumpen. I mean, like it's being so close to struggle, being so in the reality of the world, not bound by the shackles of the shackles on perception that is capitalist realism.
well, the thing
Uh,
about most Marxists, and I'm just going to say this, they're uncomfortable bringing people who actually come from the third world on their channels to actually tell what really happens in the ground of their country, because if they did, it would force them to have to reevaluate what they believe and how they look at their Marxist theory.
Yeah, no, that actually wouldn't be a bad thing to incorporate, Specky V, because I'd have a few comments on that. Yeah, that would be a good topicization. Yeah, no, so when you disconnected, it was kind of funny because you disconnected as Dark Synovia was like just in case we lose you, it was a pleasure to have you, and we lost you as you said it. You jinxed it. But I
Comedian.
actually went on to mention that because he said he's learnt a lot, and it's been great what he's learnt already, and then there's more to be learnt. That was what I got into. I said there's a lot more to be learnt from this lad, and then I went on a bit of a drivel on how sort of it's the third world being in true reality and not being bound by the shackles upon perception that is living in capitalist realism, that is living in the colonial um center,
The core, imperial core.
that allows even a labor aristocrat in the third world to be able to see things clearer than even a mass majority of people in the lumpen proletariat in the third world, because in the first world, sorry, because struggle is something that is much closer to you. But even those that are pampered out of it, the history is still very raw and very out there. It's not something you can fucking completely cower your head to unless you've got enough money to live in fucking what's it um I guess the third world version of gentrification, where they start to try and make your countries look like our fucking bastardization. So they start putting these concentrated super cities and shit like that, and it's like, fuck me, towns do the job.
Well, I actually think it's the responsibility of Marxists with a platform to give platform to these
Yep.
kind of voices, because if we the very fact that not most Marxists aren't doing that is a travesty, because if we're supposed to promote internationalism, class struggle, we gotta be talking to people all over the world, not just in our countries.
And instead, you're arguing amongst each other about ideological lines between, YouTubers, which is kind of what drives some people away, by the way. Um,
Uh,
just putting it out there. Sorry for the disrespect.
in all
I'd
honesty,
argue, what's it? I've not argued the political line of them. If you're on about my recent discussion, what I was discussing is the fact that after causing trouble for an organization made up of native people,
Oh no, not
someone
talking.
would dare. And then my
Not,
other
not.
stuff has been talking about someone who represents an actual political party.
I'm talking about. I'm talking regarding some YouTubers that would squabble among each other, take allegiances, switch allegiances, uh, and would kind of hamper the progress for awareness by, making a response video to a response video to a response video, which,
I don't think you're not wrong on that. You're not, and I think they're not using their influence responsibly. I mean, we, we don't know how much longer we could do what we're doing on YouTube, because sooner or later, they're gonna crack down on us all, and
Yep.
we need to use this time wisely. Get the message about, share this stream.
I mean,
That's what we need to do. We need to help each other, because this infighting amongst superficial differences is doing nothing but helping our enemies, because we all live on the same planet at the end of the day. We have the same enemies. They're
to
destroying
be
the
honest,
very
with the way some of these first world people think, it makes me wonder whether they are on the same fucking planet.
because this world that we live in, this Mother Earth, we all need her to survive. Without her, we're all dead.
couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree
Oh,
more.
yeah.
If fucking planet's Mother Earth and God is used in a masculine fashion, that just makes a really weird way for how humans were created. Don't even want to think of it.
Oh, I was gonna ask, can I now talk about the indigenous thing?
kind of have to wait. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's
Oh
just a
my god.
I'm
We are
so
going
sorry.
through Lebanese history 101. We should rename the stream.
I have my work cut out for me when I do a edited down version of this stream.
To be honest,
It's gonna be 3 hours.
do
The
you know what?
way.
I just rename it as fucking go through the grind pussy and then
I
just
don't.
fucking entice people to go through it. They need to go through the grind. They need to hear every inch of what has come out of this lad's mouth and
Well,
all the instigation it's caused.
well, this history that he's talking about, it's related to the topic. In fact,
Well, no,
fuck it.
that's the thing. That's the thing is that it's absolutely is the perfect topic to have brought into this because all it has done is this espoused discussion, and it's not. I mean, what is it? It's been 3 hours, and we're probably just about halfway through everything that needs to be said about the Israeli situation. There's a lot to take in with this. Like I was saying, like this geezer can fucking teach you a fucking shit ton, and you still won't be done. You've got like fucking 3 more streams left before you'll learn everything.
It's like Israel.
I'd say about 5, not 3, but yeah.
It's like for Israel, doing like 5 or 6 streams would not be enough because there's so much stuff about the history of that country that you can't do.
You
it
need to
in
make
a few hours.
documentaries. You need to make movies, documentaries about that shit, every fucking thing.
They
I mean,
actually exist.
we could try and do stuff like that. It's just I can't fucking script.
My problem with my sources
I
is that
can.
all of these are they're brought from, for example, have the stuff I said about the Ottomans and the French mandate favoring one another. They're actually in my constitutional law book about Lebanon's constitution, first year of university law student. I had to study that, memorize it. For example, the other sources are from here and there and everywhere, but mainly from the Al Mayadeen documentaries. Al Mayadeen is a pan-Arab that doesn't care who you are, as long as you are fighting against Zionism, they'll give you a platform. They'll endorse you and they'll just, praise you. Even if you contradict another ideology that they have already praised, they do not care. They are about ready to praise Che Guevara and Ayatollah Imam Ruhullah Khomeini.
They would be
And
an
they're going to
interesting.
praise Lenin. And they're going to praise this and that and everybody.
They would be an interesting group to engage with to see what their introspect is on the situation.
They're actually made of Al Jazeera rejects. People that fell down with Al Jazeera over their policy regarding covering the situation in Syria, so they created a pan-Arab counterpart to Al Jazeera called Al Mayadeen, with its headquarters in Beirut, Lebanon. They have only 2 languages so far, Arabic and Spanish. I've heard they've launched a website in English. However,
Ay, Dios mío.
Sorry for the distraction. I was trying to block that.
Yeah, it's alright.
Fool.
By the way, do we have Comrade Nat in the conversation actually?
He's probably busy at the moment. I don't know.
Oh, Comrade Nat, glad to see you.
Oh, this is Comrade Nat, by the way. Wizard Spawn. Oh, okay. Welcome, Comrade Nat. Well, Comrade, if you're not busy, fucking join us, you sausage.
I'm just gonna have to wait for more.
I might be a fool, but I can sometimes do the smarties. What's it? Now, one thing I wanted to point onto is something that you said. So that really proved the point I was sort of getting at with the third world and it being unavoidable to see the things of struggle. Even in your education and what you learn, because the history around you is a history that espouses colonialism and an empire domination over the region from several different empires within the last 100 years. Well, I mean, it's been longer than that, but you know what I mean? Within the last 100 years, there's been multiple different empires just within that region of time. there's no way that you could ever learn anything about history, law, or anything like that without being touching at least a bit, even plastically, even in a way that is not truly honest. You still will at least touch some part on these parts of history, which will entice you to study more if you are enticed by those parts of history, which you obviously have come to be because you've come to see struggle in it and you've come to see pan-Arabism in it.
It is a
Um,
fact, yes. And I just want to say something. Isn't it a little bit creepy that I can hear planes in the distance, or is it just me?
fucking Zionist
It's
bastards.
it's either the IAF going to bomb Syria or commercial air flights
Yeah, but I
flying.
mean, what's it? A lot of first world people don't have to deal with possibly going to bomb you planes flying over you. Like if we ever hear a military plane, it's just because we live near a fucking airfield. It's not because they're ever going to do anything harmful.
And let me tell you, they're very rude about it. Like if it's like past midnight and they want to fly in low formations to terrorize you, they'll do it. They don't care if you're sleeping or chilling or watching a relaxing YouTube video. They're gonna do it. Like,
To be
dude,
fair, as
you're
well,
already
given how
terrorizing us. Don't be rude about it.
well, I mean,
Like, do
given
it
how
between
like
6 and 6. You have 12
given
hours to terrorize us. That's it.
given that that there's a lot of inclination in a lot of areas of Lebanon for people to be uh to anglify how you've described it to me in the past, fairly gung ho with their AK-47s. I wonder if they're like they really want that one person to shoot at them with a fucking normal assault rifle, and then they're just gonna go fucking. That's an
Oh,
excuse that
oh
someone shot
yes.
at us. We can bomb them
Oh
now.
yes. If you didn't know, one of the military exercises that took place in northern Palestine were aimed. One of the scenarios were joint American Israeli ones. One of the scenarios was Hezbollah shoots down an Israeli plane violating Lebanese sovereignty. That's going to be the reason for a war. That was one of the scenarios of the exercise. They're waiting
Jesus
for that.
Christ. Like I was just thinking of like the things that they actively do on their basis. I didn't think it was gonna be as intrinsic as there was an actual fucking exercise. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
I'm telling you, they're thinking about everything. They're waiting
Ooh.
for the opportunity to expand. But as I
This
was
reminds
saying,
me of the shit I've
Axonovia,
heard from my fucking. So I know a guy in Israel, and this reminds me of the shit I've heard where he said that the Iron Dome, a lot of it, like some of the rockets are real rockets, but some of them are just fucking. I can't remember what type of flare it was, but just a flare that flies
Dollar
lower
Store Fireware.
than the anti-rocket thing it's supposed to hit. Like apparently, it the system fires a whole lot of duds.
The system fires at itself. I love the sight of Iron Dome missiles intercepting each other.
Well, I mean, what's it? The Iron Dome as well causes all the operators cancer.
Mm. I mean, hey, I believe it's, religious justice. I have lost all kinds of sympathy for
Yeah, I
them,
mean,
no
genociding
matter what.
Christians, Muslims, and Jews. The fact that they hide behind the Torah, even though they're a formalization of atheism,
And you
is
know why I have zero sympathy, regardless of intentions? Because of what I'm going to say. Dark Sonovia, if you thought what the atrocities I talked about were cruel, you're not ready for this. You're not ready for the moment the PLO with Philippe Habib, the American, he's from Lebanese origins. He's the American, how to say, the guy America sends to negotiate in the Middle East under Ronald Reagan. He goes in, pressures the PLO, then talk to them. Pressures the PLO by telling the Israelis, you can bomb them now, then talk to them when there's a ceasefire. To a point they reach, the PLO would leave through from Beirut. International peacekeeping forces, French, American, and Italians would come in. And a new president would be elected as the PLO withdraws. There was a plot to assassinate Yasser Arafat. The French troops thwarted that, stopped us, arrested a sniper trying to shoot down Yasser Arafat. But what happened? The idea was the PLO officially ended when they left Beirut in a way, because what the plan was take the PLO to Tunisia and turn them into a museum. It was something the Arab youth would look up to. Oh, these are the Palestinian resistance, but they cannot be allowed to undertake any new operations. The PLO have lost any footing they can go from into doing operations in Palestine. They lost their position in Jordan. They lost the Golan Heights are occupied. If they're going to undertake operations from Syria, they're going into Syrian occupied territory. It's not Palestine. The last footing for them was Lebanon, and they just got kicked out of it. Some of them went to Tunisia, such as Yasser Arafat. Some of them, such as Ahmad Jibril, went, and some of the communist elements, some went to Yemen, and Ahmad Jibril went to Syria, reorganized in Syria, got the green light from the Syrian government to re-enter Lebanon to support the socialist forces in their new battle against the fascists in the mountain war. But so far, before all this happens, there was this moment where the PLO left. The Lebanese couldn't anymore sustain the fronts. The front collapsed, and Beirut became the second Arab capital that was defiled by the IDF after Jerusalem. I mean, there were a lot of patriotic positions and resistance position. Rafiq Nasrallah would go out on the radio wave, South Beirut al-Arabi, Beirut's Arab voice, and would say one of his popular speeches, "لن تدخلوا Beirut. You won't enter Beirut. You will die under the windows of the city that never dies." He goes on patriotic tangents. Sometimes the Lebanese, I will not say forces because it will be confused with the fascist militias. The Lebanese resistance would break, the socialist Lebanese resistance would break ceasefires with the IDF just hearing that patriotic, rhetoric. But at a certain point, it's enough. You cannot sustain so far. You're in a city. You're in a half a city that is under so much pressure. There's literally a blockade on you and an attack on you from all sides, and your major ally with most of its manpower left, with the Syrian army stationed in Beirut, have also left to the Beirut-Damascus highway alongside the Palestinian Liberation Army, one of the groups of the PLO. So what happens now? The Israelis enter Beirut. The deal was the PLO would retreat under the condition that the Palestinian refugee camps would be protected. In Sabra and Shatila, after Beirut fell, in the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps, the Israel, something had happened. Something terrible had happened as a response for something equally terrible. When the international quote-unquote peacekeeping forces, American, Italian, French, came in, the PLO left, and now the Israelis had full reign in Beirut. Do you remember the guy, the fascist himself, Bashir Jmayel, that I went on, for an hour talking about him?
Yeah.
He pressured parliamentary members. He forced them to attend parliament. Parliament was protected by Israeli tanks. He was elected president of Lebanon. The last presidential elections were protected by Syrian tanks when the establishment, the Christian political dynasties, were supportive of Syria. But now they've changed positions to Israel. So you see how it went. A fascist, under the protection of Zionists, came in with the blessing of Ronald Reagan. That was a disaster. All hope seemed to have been lost. the it was the end of history for socialism in Lebanon. It was the end of not only Lebanon but also Syria. If Lebanon falls, a strike on Syria is imminent. When Syria falls, Iraq shall fall later, and one by one the dominoes will fall until Greater Israel is established. That was the final project. But what happened is that a young man by the name of Habib al-Shartouni, a member of the Syrian Social Nationalist Party, had went in, booby trapped the the apartment right above Bashir Jmayah's office in his headquarters in the eastern sector. And have a good one, Comrade Net.
Respect.
What happens is that Habib al-Shartouni gets the hell out of the building, goes to a safe distance, and blows the charges, collapsing the entire building on top of Bashir Jmayah's head. The big guy in Lebanon himself was killed. This guy thought he was too big for his own good. Not only did he, ma'as-salama, Comrade Nat, not only did he think he could use the Israelis to get into power and then tell them to fuck off, taking his Lebanon first position, thinking that the Americans would drop the Israelis for his sake, which would never happen, thinking the Israelis would say, oh, okay, yes, he's our friend, let's leave him. He thought he was too important for his own goodness. Nobody would have wanted to assassinate him if he hadn't run for presidential elections. And by the way, even if he was ordering assassinations, genocide, he was, feared. Even though he was feared, one man in parliament stood up to him, refused to vote for him. Leader of the People's Movement, Najah Hakim, God bless this man. He's a great man. He's an Orthodox Christian lawyer. He's a Nasrist. He was the ticket for two Nasrist parties to get into parliament. And he got a lot of votes from the young people. My grandmother told me that this man didn't have the money to pay the fee to, run for parliament. So the young people of Lebanon gathered money to help him run for parliament. And he succeeded. And that parliament was, one of the longest living parliament in Lebanon, because when the social order collapsed during the civil war, the only institution that remained was the parliament. And that was a good move. Imagine the parliament has fell. Goodbye, Lebanon. Even in the midst of chaos, goodbye, Lebanon. But what happened is that Bashir Jmayah took over, thought he was the big cheese, the big shit, and he got killed. As my SSMP comrades would say, executed. A collaborator. A lot of Christians to this day believe he was a martyr. He was the savior of Lebanon. I'd argue he isn't. Some say that he wasn't actually a Zionist collaborator because he just was using the Zionists for his own good, and then he wanted to kick them out, and the Zionists actually killed him, or were going to kill him. That's also debatable, but what I see is that the old guard of the Lebanese forces nowadays aren't like the new guard. They have kind of settled down in their fascistic positions and regretted the past, now support the Lebanese resistance, even though they don't support them acting independently from the army, in a way, like an independent body. But that's it. The big fascist leader in Lebanon, Lebanon first, the guy responsible for a lot of atrocities, was gone. And his officers wept his death. Until Ariel Sharon, the Minister of Defense, the architect of the invasion of Lebanon, went into the office. One day prior to that, he was digging through the rubble to look for the dead body of Bashir Jmayah, digging like crazy, as one of the Israeli reporters with him said later in an interview. He said that the king died in the arms of the king. Something There's a close connection, close relation apparently between Sharon and Ismail. Sharon went into the offices of the Lebanese forces and incited them. He told them, "Why are you crying? If Bashir was alive today and one of you died, would he be crying or would he be planning to take revenge?" He was inciting them. He was organizing them. He was preparing them. He was arming them and other different Lebanese militias, collaborator militias, with the Free Lebanon Army, their collaborator militia in the south, to enter the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps in the middle of the night and slaughter everybody inside. Well, almost everybody. Slaughter as much as possible. In the night, the socialist forces in Lebanon were hearing gunshots, but they were not hearing retaliation shots. It was gunfire on one side. And in the morning, atrocities were revealed. Children dismembered, men executed, pregnant women with their stomachs cut open. You see body parts here and the rest of the body there. People tied down, beaten, and killed. You'd see mutilated dead bodies. You'd see blood everywhere, guts, people crying and weeping. One of the ugliest atrocities to take place in the Middle East, in the Arab Mashriq. American weapons, Israeli, supervision and protection, and even at times execution, and of course, Lebanese collaborator execution. Babies, little kids, women, children, old people, young people, none of them were fighters. The pretext was cleansing the Palestinian camps from remainder of the PLO. None of them were armed. None of them were fighters. And if they were armed, they were civilians that tried to defend themselves. However, there was no retaliatory fire. It was fire from one side. There was no resistance. Only death and suffering. The Sabra and Shatila massacre would forever be engraved in the existence of the resistance society against Zionism and against fascism. It was fascism that caused Sabra and Shatila massacre. It was this sectarian idea, religious sectarian sentiment, this far-right disgusting mentality. When you believe this country is for you and only you, when you believe your position that were granted to you by the French and were solidified to you in the name of, equal representation or, equal sharing of power is a God-given right. When you're ready to betray your own people for your sake, that's fascism. That's fascism. Fascism feeds on fear-mongering, strives on radicalizing a brother against a brother.
Yeah.
And the man
It
that were once,
deteriorates the wider family that is tribe, that is what we call nation today.
and this fascism is also linked to Phoenician nationalism because the Maronites, or at least a big majority of them, that were following naturally these big political dynasties, and as like most of each these different sects were following their political dynasties. But the Maronites, at first under the Ottomans, they created Arab nationalism to distinguish themselves from European Christians. But when Arab nationalism caught track in the Arab world, they wanted to, be exceptional. Maronite exceptionalism. Christian Lebanese nationalism, Phoenician
That's where
nationalism,
you see
rejection of Arabism.
the link to places like America and Israel, because that fascism in general anyway is basically a mixture of American exceptionalism and Victorian humanism.
But we did also have a Nazi party in Lebanon, not calling themselves Nazis. They call themselves the Lebanese Renewal Party, with their military wing called the Guardians of the Sidar. Their leader today, I think he died, but he lived well off in Cyprus, all after the invasion had happened. What they did, the rhetoric of Etienne Sa'r, their leader, was that we should kick out all Palestinian refugees to the Syrian border. If any one of them hesitates, we shoot him.
Wait,
And
Stone.
he said also, sorry, Specky, but he also
Um,
said he have no problem killing Palestinian children so they don't grow up to be terrorists. It sounds like an Israeli talking, but no, it's a Lebanese nationalist. Go ahead, Specky.
I was just like asking like, so Stone, like you said, like fascism is like American exceptionalism and Victorian humanism.
Yes.
Uh, okay, so
Yeah.
I don't really like mean to sound like cause here, but I'm thinking your definition's kind of like
No,
it's
no, no. The
ethical, like
principle. Well, okay. Look at it like this: principles of fascism arose on a basis of combining the principles of American exceptionalism and Victorian humanism. Look at the Nazi Empire, for example,
yes, but like I'm like
or
thinking
even Jacksonism in the United States.
okay, so I think the mistake like okay, so there's something that actually like agree with like cause on like infrared on like this whole like trying to analyze fascism based on like metaphysical characteristics rather than like the historical like dialectics of what
But
fascism is.
this isn't metaphysical characteristics. This is physical characteristics.
What thinking
Humanism is literally the ground basis for modern colonial, what's it, colonial structuralization and how we perceive whiteness. And American exceptionalism is the way in which imperialism is pervaded across the world, and is a part and parcel for its justification in a position of hyper imperialism, of which is a necessity to fascism. You would need an exceptionalistic outlook, and you would need a greater foundation upon humanism to deal with the ever falling apart structure of capitalist realism in the ground basis of crisis. And the humanism is mainly in order of the genocidal eugenic, because eugenics is a Victorian humanistic science, was cooked up in
okay.
Britain during the 1800s. um and what's it, the well, I mean, for a good example of what I'm getting to as well in regards to this is the re-education of indigenous groups to genocide. Is a much more efficient way of engaging in genocide than the traditional means.
Yeah, but still, a problem I'm seeing like there's like too many like ascribing like kind of like static characteristics to fascism rather than like understanding fascism from like the historical perspective, from like a like just say a dialectical perspective
But
where
this
it's
is looking at it from its historical dialectic inferences of its
like
existence.
what is the
I
greater like
find this I find this I find this fairly feckled, because I'm looking at parts and parcels as to what makes fascism.
yes
You know,
we're like
I didn't say that these are the only components to it, because
yes
I'm not
yes
talking about the socioeconomics, am I? I'm talking about specifically social inferences. When we're talking about humanism and American exceptionalism, these are social inferences. Socioeconomics is another side to fascism. There is to liberalism, as there is to any foundative socioeconomic structure within society. Like, as if the part and parcel of one sentence would be the comeuppance definitive of all of what needs to be said about fascism. We're mainly speaking on the colonial front with regards to this. And fascism on the colonial basis is formalized on a unification of American exceptionalism with Victorian humanism.
Yeah, so I'm guessing my problem is I'm guessing just a nitpick because you said like fascism is rather than like saying those are components of fascism, like possible and
Well,
manifest.
yeah. Well, what's it? Fucking.
Because the thing is like, let's just say like fascism not gonna be the same like every single context. So just so to say like fascism is American exceptionalism, I think it's kind of like just kind of like silly, I
Well,
guess.
find me an instance of fascism that doesn't use a form of exceptionalism that isn't like American exceptionalism. Because I say it's American exceptionalism, I don't mean that every instance of fascism likes America. I mean that they take what American exceptionalism is and apply it to their nation. Call it white exceptionalism, if that's a better way of putting it. I mean, fucking,
So,
some of them make it easy and they just tell us that they're fucking doing the exceptionalism. Fucking.
so speaking of exceptionalism, there is Maronite exceptionalism still to this day.
Well, it's a colonial chauvinistic principle. That's where it comes from.
They
Well,
believe that some position is their God-given right, apparently. But you see,
during
there was a shift. Yeah.
I couldn't help but be trembling in anger when you described all the things that happened. It's like I shouldn't be shocked, but I am. I really was. The depth of evil that people are just capable of. It's just I see fascists as people that have given up all their humanity. In my opinion, I see it. I don't want to. I don't know if a religious analogy is a good one, but I just see fascism as a essentially selling your soul to the devil. That's essentially what I see it as.
Um.
You're yet
So
to see the Ghana massacre of 1996. That one was hot. In like people burned to death, hiding in a UN headquarters. But the Israelis didn't give a fuck and shelled with tanks to frighten people, mostly women and children hiding there. Yep, these motherfuckers don't have any boundaries.
I mean, Israel is like freaking Gaza is essentially they're
An
essentially
open
at
air
war
prison.
with they're at war with freaking children whose entire childhood is they're instead of children playing, and or doing what normal children do, they're freaking worrying about being murdered or by freaking whatever Israel does on whatever day. It's just oh god, I can't even
Not
look at that without wanting to cry in anger. Like how can anyone allow such
when
atrocities?
these
How
kids in Gaza try to escape their reality by playing maybe a little bit of football on the beach, the Israeli planes would see them as terrorists preparing a bomb and bomb them. I remember hearing on the news a few years back, and I was still also a kid. I'm 19, by the way, nowadays. Back then, I heard about three kids that were killed in an airstrike at the beach. They were playing football when the Israelis bombed them.
Well, I mean, it could have been Hamas. You never know. I mean, those little kids,
Yeah, you know, Hamas now
they could have
hiring
been
midgets.
the Hamas leadership. They could have been building the bomb on the beach.
Yeah, Hamas hiring midgets.
Hamas hires bitches.
They fit into
It, that's
holes
that's
better,
that's
don't
that's
you know?
disabled representation. Shouldn't take the piss.
You know, wheelchair.
Like, do you know when,
I
no,
mean, I
literally,
think
do
there
you know
was
when
a
people
soldier was
say,
in a wheelchair. You know,
well, do you know when people say that like oh well, I don't like the fact that Israel's against Palestine, but Israel's LGBT. To those types of people, you can just turn around and go, yes, but Hamas is pro disability people. They help the disabled.
I mean, their
speaking
founder was disabled. He was in a wheelchair, and the
speaking
Israelis bombed him in his wheelchair.
speaking of
Fucking
which,
hell.
I actually think I also find that as another form of oh yeah, let's dehumanize these people more. Oh, people who support Hamas, they're homophobic. I'm sorry, but what of it? I
I
feel
mean, yeah,
like
so
that.
be it.
What's
Fuck.
the okay, I support LGBTQ rights, but let's be real with ourselves. What's the main thing that people in Palestine are concerned with? Are they
Not
concerned
getting
with?
bombed to death.
Yeah, that's what they care about. They don't
Yeah,
care
they are
about.
more bothered about
Not
the
your
fact that they get
SJW shit, Carol. Nowhere you can shove that
the
thing
average Palestinian is thinking
and they
more about
complain
being
being
bombed
boxed.
than they are about being bombed. So people need to not stress about
Like, yeah, so basically, you could say this like kind of like materialism, where just like we didn't get like LGBT until like we developed our productive forces. Like people like in Europe in like the medieval era, they were still living like precarious lives. They weren't caring about should we have like same sex couples. They were like thinking about like how they work the fields, like that kind of stuff.
I don't know. You sure they haven't just covered up all the history and we're actually just pretty gay for a really long time?
Hmm. But I'm not. I'm more talking just about like general acceptance, so like holistic,
I mean,
holistic
call me
LGBT.
homophobic.
So there's still room for there to be a massive underground gay conspiracy that all
What?
of Europe has just been really gay and has covered
Well,
it up
well
for
I
years.
just see it as another way to justify imperialism or support or justify supporting genocide. It's like Israel doesn't treat its LGBTQ population that well, at all. Yet they're weaponizing that as a way to basically to try to deflect any support they can get from the Palestinian struggle. And I'm sorry, that's like that's just imperialism, and that's exactly what it is. You're just
You
supporting
know,
peak imperialism.
you know, call me homophobic, call me transphobic, call me whatever call me fat phobic, even though I am slightly overweight, should work on that probably. Call me whatever you want. Label me and call me a turf, a trans exclusive radical fan. I don't care because in the end of the
Can I call
day,
you
you
Billy?
just these people are barking. These people are barking about things we don't care about. What we care about is, are we going to have enough money to pay the rent by the end of the month? Are we going to have to close shop and find someplace else to open our job? Is my
Not to
father going to lose his job? Is my mother going to be able to have food for us on the table? I'm giving out examples right now for generally what people think in this situation. Will I die before I reach the age of 10?
well, not to mention, here's another thing, and here's something that's not really radical. It's none of our business what other countries do. It's up to them to sort out these contradictions in their societies. It's not up to the to people in for Western countries or the whatever you want to
Yeah,
call it.
so
Yeah, keep your individualistic degeneracy in your borders, man. We have enough problems on our plate. We don't need separatist LGBT movements calling against our society when we're in the middle of a war, dude.
I agree. It's none of our business.
yeah,
It's up to you
It's
guys
like
to sort out
Lebanese
the
diasporas
problems.
calling for LGBT rights where Lebanon is literally in flames. Dude, okay, maybe we can work on the LGBT rights later, but for now, send some dollars, man.
yeah.
But
So
of
like
course, if you try to send it, you get sanctioned, like the rest of the diaspora trying to help Lebanon gets sanctioned.
yeah, so like in the global context, like I would say like imperialism is like the primary contradiction. Like we'll let Lebanon like develop its own productive forces and like change its like material foundations, and then let the Lebanese people like change their own like cultural superstructure. That's how it works.
Not to
And you,
mention, these people that are part of these communities, they don't want help from the West. They want they want to be left alone too by the West, who are part of these communities and these countries.
of course. Speaking of the West and help from the West, we got to the latest incident that happened a month ago. Um, when Bashir Ismail died, there was some strife within the Lebanese forces. Lihbaya succeeded him. He tried to go to rebel against the Zionists and fight against them. Then there was an inner party coup d'etat between the newly elected president Amin Ismail, the brother of Bashir Ismail, against Ilih Bai'a, who isn't really the best person. However, he was ready to fight the Israelis. I'm not going to praise this guy. No, I can't. I can't not bring myself to praise him over him. Being pragmatic. A bad person is a bad person. A fascist is a fascist. But the Lebanese forces got like a billion coup d'état inside it, and then it ended up with Samir Jaja leading it. Samir Jaja is a man without a political agenda. Is a man that is an assassin. He assassinated. He's good for murder. He assassinated. He was there when the family of the son of President Stayman Frangieh, the guy that won the elections in the early 70s and then defied Bashir Jmayil, he was there when they were murdered. He was under his orders, the son of former President Kabil Sham'oun, the one that had an uprising against him in 1958. His son was murdered, and his entire family, including his little toddler, was hugging his teddy bear when the Lebanese forces massacred them. He was responsible for the murder of the the socialist sympathetic Prime Minister Rashid Karami by planting a bomb on his um helicopter. He planted a bomb at a church to assassinate another Christian politician in a church, dude. He prides himself being a Christian politician. This change, of course, getting an assassin, a war criminal in charge, yeah, okay. So the list of his war crimes is endless. Is endless. From killing atrocity against his enemies and against his also friends. Like, I mean, one of his allies. I'm talking now about Samir Jaja. We're not about fashion. Now we're just talking about guns for hire. Samir Jaja, one of his friends, was found beheaded. His head was in his lap, and his penis was in his mouth. They even cut off his private parts and put them in his decapitated head's mouth. Tying people to doing the sleeping with the fishes mafia style. Tie people to cement shoes and throw them in the sea. How about the mass rape of Muslim women? The list goes on and on and on. It never ends. It never really ends. Now, this guy is in charge of the Lebanese forces. The civil war continued. There happened a peace deal or a peace agreement between Israel and the Lebanese government. Anyway, I was reading the comments. Yes, but that agreement collapsed, and in that time, the Islamic resistance was gaining momentum in the south. So Hezbollah was eventually formed. Like Hezbollah, during the period it was being formed, it was protected and tutored by socialist forces. For example, the Nasrists here, there. It had its ups, it had it down at the ups and downs at the beginning, and then its path was straightened to stop infighting between resistance groups and aim at the Zionists. It was an effective resistance force. Um, Speaking of its resistance actions during the Lebanese civil war and the occupation of Lebanon, I'm not going to refer to anything else right now. You know, for a lot of reasons of my own. However, I said before, I support any kind of resistance. What happened is that a popular uprising took place. The socialists slash Shia Islamists gained momentum, took over West Beirut with a mutiny in the army. Some officers backed this popular uprising. Shia clerics were, especially Sayyid Muhammad Hussein Fadlallah, who was very progressive and talking about women liberation Like if you read his books, actually, you think you're reading some revolutionary theorist. His religious books is like revolutionary theory. He talks about injustice, about religion traders. He declared that a man that beats a woman is not a man. He was on the hit list for the United States in one of the other massacres, the Bir al Abed massacre. Israeli demands, American planning, Saudi backing, and Lebanese fascist execution. I want to talk about him a lot in a later date, but yeah, he didn't get blown up, thankfully. However, a lot of people were killed, and in that location back then, they put this made in the USA, like a big, one of the, uh, papers when they, in protest and shit. Forgot the names. Well, it's in the tip of my tongue. Anyway, they wrote on the building, destroyed building, this was made in the USA because it was an assassination attempt, breaking one of the new laws passed in the United States that the United States will not be assassinating foreign foreign leaders or foreign individuals in foreign countries. They won't do it, but they're gonna break it just to assassinate this one cleric calling for liberation from Zionism, from Zionist occupation. What happens is, eventually, it reaches a stalemate. You see, the Israelis eventually were forced to retreat from Beirut after the popular uprising. The Israelis were forced to retreat from Beirut and back to the south, and to retreat from Mount Lebanon. And in their retreat, they notified the socialists and the fascists that they're retreating from a position. So the predominantly Christians on the right wing would go in to take the position, and the predominantly Druze socialists, because now we're talking about Mount Lebanon, would go to take this position, which will result in a fight, and people will start running away from their homes, fearing reprisal. In that moment, Ahmad Jibril's Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine General Command was given the green light to rush into Lebanon again from the east after the Damascus Beirut highway was reopened, because the 1985 6th of February uprising opened the Beirut Damascus highway and literally allowed everybody that was waiting to come back to fight for the socialists to come back and fight. The PFLP GC played a big role in protecting Christian families and Christian villages from any attempts at independent reprisals. Because unfortunately, some people were acting independently, saying we are with this side or we are with that side. So you see, the Israelis, even when they're retreating, they want to start a new sectarian conflict in the country, a never-ending war. Because if they can't have Lebanon, they want to burn down Lebanon to show that religious coexistence cannot exist, ethnic coexistence cannot exist. Therefore, their actions in Palestine are justified. And that failed drastically. It failed drastically because at the end of the day, the Lebanese people, the Lebanese politicians went to Saudi Arabia and had a deal on making a huge change to the constitution and preparing for a transitional stage, ending the first republic of Lebanon, the first Lebanese republic, starting the second Lebanese republic, which is a transitional stage to the third Lebanese republic, which is going to be this non-sectarian secular republic where there's no more repartition and division of power among religious lines, where there's no more God-given rights for every sect because of the legacy of the National Pact and imperialism. And they
Lebanon is
even
having that
elected.
microcosm of France issue that America has of being a microcosm of Britain, where it's every time a problem arises, they make a new republic and they somewhat solve the issues for a short while, and then everything goes to shit like half a year later.
Yeah, that was supposed to happen. They even elected a president, René Awad, who was assassinated On Independence Day, I
He
believe it
was
was
probably
on,
assassinated by the French.
probably by the Americans, people that didn't want the Ta'if agreement, because some of the Muslims said, like, we return to the status quo, but like some of the people said it wasn't enough. Others said it was a total defeat. By that time, there was a military government in Lebanon under current President Michel Aoun, who was back then the military prime minister, and there was a civilian government as well facing it, backed by the socialist slash Shia Islamist forces. And there's, of course, the resistance going on in the south. The Lebanese forces were not planning on giving up easily. So in 1988, General Michel Aoun started a war against the Lebanese forces and started a war against the Syrian army, and then the Syrian army entered East Beirut because some kind of agreement came in with the Americans. Also at that time, Hafez al-Assad was wary because he felt the Soviet Union is about to go down in flames. So he was trying to play the 9D chess to keep America from pulling out the plan about Syrian civil war that was in the CIA desk since 1986. What happens is that some sort of agreement must have been reached because Israel did not bomb the Syrian army. And by the way, the Syrian army did play a huge role fighting Zionist invasion. They were armed a lot by Andropov when Andropov was the general secretary of the CPSU, the head of the Soviet Union. He armed the Syrian Arab army to fight the IDF in Lebanon. So yeah, God bless him. God bless Yuri Andropov. So, as I'm saying, basically, General Michel Aoun was forced to go into the French embassy. He went to the French embassy, took his family, and was exiled to France. Uh, Samir Jaja was eventually arrested and sentenced and put on to life in prison for his war crimes and assassinations. An agreement was reached. The Lebanese army was reunited under uh, General Emil Lahoud, who would later become one of the greatest presidents that Lebanon had ever had. That Lebanon has ever had, and we never knew his worth until it's too late. Until it was too late. That he opposed American imperialism and direct intervention was such a strong position that he even told what was her name, the woman with Clinton, Secretary of State, Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Albright. Albright was telling him, "Do you know who you're talking to? You need to answer our demands." And he told her, "Mrs. Albright, it's 3 a.m. in Lebanon. I'm sleepy. Go fuck yourself." He didn't say these words, in that sense. But
Yeah,
back to
yeah.
fascism. Back to fascism. You know, situation has stabilized in Lebanon. The civil war was over to an extent. There was some cleaning up to do, retaking the military barracks, and continuing to fight the fight in against the Israeli occupation. Now, of course, the 90s era in Lebanon was a very interesting one, but I'm not going to discuss this right now because it has more to do with American and Saudi intervention than it has to do with fascism. But since you already know that at this point, the already ideological foundation of the Lebanese forces, who were a split from the Phalange, the Kata'ib, that were found originally in 1936 alongside fascistic lines. Now you see, now since explained that, and since I went, a little bit fast through the Civil War, even though I talked about it for like about 2 hours, because it's 15 years worth of content to discuss. It's not going to be easily discussed. Like uh, there's a 25 episodes documentary about it. I'm not going to be able to talk about it in 2 hours, honestly. So you reach now uh, Lebanon in the current date. There were a lot of problems in Lebanon on the current day. The fascists have rebranded themselves as the National Democrats. The Lebanese forces were banned, actually. All these fascistic parties, Lebanese nationalist parties, were cracked down upon heavily under President Lahoud. After the assassination of Prime Minister Rafiq al-Hariri, everything went to shit. Samir Jaja was released from prison, even though he was serving multiple life sentences, because of a general amnesty order. He went out of prison. And then after he went out, assassinations started popping out left and right of anti-Syrian presence politicians, which culminated in the quote-unquote Cedar Revolution that was supposed to lead to a new civil war, but our side, the resisting side, the anti-Zionist, the anti-fascistic side, was patient and did not engage in such, provocation. There were multiple provocations. 2008, 2007, we had a wave of terrorism. Uh, Wahhabi-backed terrorism. We took care of that. 2008, 7 May incident, the conflict, not a civil war, but a civil conflict that happened between pro-government, which the government was backstabbing the resistance a lot, and the pro-resistance, including Amal, Hezbollah, the SSMP, and supporting parties against, Sunni militias, because now the Sunnis have had a resurgence of their own. The Sunnis were mainly socialist back in the day, Nasrists especially. But now they became more liberals along sectarian lines. Unfortunately, how things change when money speaks. When a new guy comes in with a lot of money in his bag and new projects. Now there's a lot of provocations, riding the wave of the popular protests that started in 2019, in October 17th, that turned out to be a color revolution organized by the MI5, by the MI6, and foreign embassies with clear, you know, evidence as of late. And then you have the Beirut explosion, the Beirut port explosion, everybody pointing fingers at the resistance. However, the evidence being that anti-Hezbollah politicians have been found with stocks of ammonium nitrate from the same stock that was in the port that blew up. From the same port, from the same content of the port that blew up, they had them in stock. And some of them were known to be supporting the terrorists in Syria. Even putting a branch in the wheel for any kind of Lebanese military intervention, with the terrorists building up on the border and inside Lebanese territories. But no, it had to be too late after a wave of terrorism happened. After a wave that I have actually lived through as a pre-teenager. ISIS terrorists bombing the shit out of people. They're very dark days. I remember my school bus going through a region, through a street, that suicide bombers targeted it twice. Twice. Like the people didn't even recover from the first explosion. And then 1 week later, a second one. They really wanted to blow up that street, I'm telling you. And the people and these politicians, these fascists that managed to rebrand themselves, were trying to hamper any military intervention and any military order to be given based on American orders. And let me tell you something. Our military personnel were targeted. They were kidnapped, they were slaughtered and buried in unmarked graves. At the very least, we wanted to demand their bodies back, but it was a little bit too late because people started getting kidnapped from their homes, from their works. And
Christ
then
almighty.
these same people saying Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, the Lebanese resistance is a terrorist organization, they were praying for them when they came to defend them from ISIS and Al Qaeda that have crossed from Syria because their politicians, their elected politicians, had been backing them with money, with weapons. And we reach, go ahead, Darshanovia, because now we reach what happened last month.
Jesus. This is right when I think this couldn't be even more evil. You surprise me. Oh God.
And people ask me why I sound dead inside half the time. I live in Lebanon, dude. I was born dead inside. From knowing all of this, like I was an innocent child, you know, hearing Israel is bad, Palestine should be liberated, we're the good guys. And then I kind of grew up to see that the world spits on us, even our own countrymen. I don't understand, man. I don't understand. And just so you know, people watching this, I'm not part of any political party. I'm not part of any political affiliation. I don't have a single ideological line I follow. I stated my positions a long time before, and I'll state it again. I am with resistance. No matter what the resistance, no matter where the resistance comes from, I am with resistance against occupation, against imperialism, colonialism, against poverty, against inequality, against corruption, against sectarianism. Resistance isn't only against the military force. Resistance is against false ideas, against things that separate us, that propagate fear among brothers, which what happened last month. Judge Tariq Al-Bitar is accused of politicizing the investigation of the Beirut port explosion to target political opponents such as Lebanese resistance and people who support them. In a move obviously backed by the United States. So, of course, disregarding other evidence that point that the other camp might have had a hand in it. It might have not been an accident. I mean, some people swear that they heard Israeli planes flying by before the explosion happened. Some people swear that they heard a plane or even saw it. And by the way, the entirety of Lebanon felt the Beirut explosion, but I also felt it. I thought it was an earthquake. I didn't hear the explosion, but I felt the shaking. I mean, the day started off well. No, just a side note. The day started off well. I got news that I was accepted to go do an entrance exam for one of the universities or one of the branches in the universities that I wanted to go to. They didn't really pick me in the end. It's one of these where you need political connections to actually get picked. I mean, we kind of need to pull every kind of connection we had to accept me into taking the exam. But I'm happy where I am right now. I'm content with myself. Content or contempt? I can't think. No. Iran is not a threat to Lebanon. Get out of here. This Iranian occupation. If there was really an Iranian occupation in Lebanon, you wouldn't see people like Samir Jaja barking. Last month, majority Shiite people went to protest in a mixed region, on the borders between a majority Shia region and a majority Maronite region, Christian region. They went to protest in front of a building, a governmental building that is linked, that has a very, one of the centers, one of the main buildings in the judicial system in Lebanon. I can't spell it in English. And no, Iran is not in bed with the Zionist entity. No, it's not. Anybody saying that is, I don't know what to tell. I do not know what to tell you. The Islamic Republic of Iran, its people stormed the Israeli embassy and turned it into a Palestinian embassy. What are you even talking about? What are you talking about? Get out of here. What do you think? What do you think? Where are you from? Giorgio Yakatura. Where are you from? Where are you from? Hmm? Which war? They supported them in which war? Until you respond, I'm going to continue. They went to protest against this, politicization of an investigation that should not be politicized and used to attack political opponents. What happens? What happens is that there were sniper nests inside the buildings. The Iran-Iraq war. Oh, get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! China paid. Okay, China, the USSR, the USA, even Israel gave weapons to both sides. They gave weapons to both sides. They gave weapons to both. The Iran-Iraq war, they gave weapons to both sides. No, when there's conflict, there is money. Iraq-Iran war was a double containment war created by the United States. Anyway,
and I'm sorry, but this is not a debate platform, and I'm not going to tolerate you treating my guests with disrespect. So I'm going to allow him to finish his story. I blocked him, well, not permanently, just for a few minutes.
All right, good. Thank you. Sniper nests were ready already before the protesters came in. The protesters are unarmed. They were protesting, before starting getting shot by these sniper nests, entrenched sniper nests with sandbags and everything. The bullets were mainly seen to have targeted the chest, the neck, and the head. They were aiming to kill, not aiming to wound or disperse. One woman was living in her house. She wasn't protesting. She was a mother of, I believe, 7 children. An old woman. She opened the window and a sniper shot her in the middle of her house. When the snipers started killing these people, the army didn't even reach there in time. People in the Shiite-dominated area got RPGs and AK-47s and rushed to fire back at the snipers, but they were no match for the snipers because they were well entrenched. And then the army came in to evacuate the civilians. The people that were getting shot at the most were the Muslim civilians. One military personnel was shooting at the protesters before getting detained, and the investigation is still going in a military court. The perpetrators were detained. While that was happening, there was fear of escalation in other areas. My father was actually going towards that region where the fight took in, but he started hearing the bullets and he went back. The children of one of my mom's friends, little kids, were in their school hiding. All the school children in the area were hiding. One of my friends teaches in one of these schools in the area. She started hearing bullets that hit the kids. One guy, about, I think he was maybe 16, was walking out of his school because it was time, school day is over. He was in that school for since forever. I think he was 17 or so. He was in that school for 16 years. He's actually from the southern Lebanese suburbs, from Har Tahrik, I believe, as his father said on TV. They always go to that region, to Ain al-Tine, to that school. They've been always going there. When he got out, some men asked him what his name. He said his name is I think Ali, which is an obvious Shia name. They beat him up with wooden or not wooden metal rods. They beat him up with metal rods. They rushed him to the hospital. He was bleeding, and then they beat him to an inch of his life. And these politicians of the Lebanese forces were endorsing this. It's the same politicians that years ago were saying ISIS isn't really that bad because they oppose Hezbollah. Until ISIS came in and started slaughtering Christians in Lebanon. But we don't talk about that, huh? That will hurt our reputation in the elections, huh? They were endorsing this attack and saying it's a successful strike. And then the leader of the Lebanese forces said this was a Christian mini 7 May, referring to the 7 May civil conflict in 2008. You've got it from the horse's mouth. The leadership of the Lebanese forces, they're saying we have a hand in it, we did this, and we're endorsing this, we're praising this, and it should happen again. It should happen again. The people that perpetrated this massacre were detained, and now their families want them released because under the pretext of, drum roll, self-defense. They claim that these protesters came into their region and they defended their region by already waiting for the protesters in very fortified sniper nests and shooting at their heads, chests, and necks. Oh, self-defense of the highest order, right there.
Self-defense. That's the same garbage that Israel throws at its critics every time they're criticized with their one-sided genocide against the Palestinians. I have no words for this.
You think Kyle Rittenhouse's verdict about self-defense is something to talk about? Let's look at the people claiming self-defense over here.
It's worse in other countries. I'm aware of that, but yeah, it's just what you're telling me. It's like I have no words. I'm angry and sad. Part of me wants to cry too. It's like what?
It is sad, and I'm laughing just of how, because it's just.
My hands are trembling in anger because hearing this, I should be desensitized by now, but I'm not. I hear about this so much, and when I find out something even worse than what I learned before, it shouldn't shock me, but it still does.
It gets worse. Trust me. You see, Samir Jaja, the leader of the Lebanese forces, the guy that was sentenced to life in prison, but then let go with the, national amnesty. He was asked to come to military court to investigate what went on. He refused. I mean, to be fair, last time the guy did so, he was sentenced to life in prison. So he didn't go this time. And the army was ready to go and apprehend him from his house. However, in comes the patriarch of the Maronite Church in Lebanon and Antakya and the rest of the East. He goes in, visits the president, visits the prime minister, visits the speaker of the parliament, and they kind of reach an understanding, some sort of solution, because according to him, detaining the head of the Lebanese forces to question him over his endorsing of the massacre that took place in Ain al-Tine is unconstitutional, and that some sort of solution in line with the constitution should be achieved. Meaning, he defended a war criminal, the patriarch of the Maronite Church, everybody, the man that one day was praising Hezbollah for protecting Christian lives in Syria and Lebanon, and the next day is calling for Lebanese neutrality, aka bending down for Israel and not caring about people dying around us, and not caring about violation of our sovereignty both in the air, in the land, and in the sea, not caring about our natural resources that's getting siphoned away from us by the Israelis. So he's the guy, and now to tell you what one of the uh, one of the what are they called in English? The that people refer to them as the father in a church. The monk, like not a monk but of a higher position. So rahib, like the male equivalent of a nun. I forgot the word in English, but regardless, you know what I mean. That he had a very important position, a very big weight, because he wrote a lot of not chants. I hate when I forget words in English that I already know but I never used before. So religious chants, not chants, no. Teratil, what's it in English? Can someone give me a hand over here? It's what people sing in church about Jesus and Mary and that, about salvation. You know, these chants. Yeah, thank you. So, one of their main writers and very influential figure in the Maronite Church in Lebanon apparently is a pedophile and has a lot of, sex assault allegations from women, children, the elderly, possibly everybody. Even the Pope before told him, "Dude, you're a pedophile. Go into isolation and think about who you are and what you have done in your life." And even this same guy said that pedophilia is an illness that should be cured somehow. And the patriarch of the Maronite Church is trying to hush things down. It's trying to hush things down because this guy is very influential in the Maronite Church in Lebanon.
I got a cure for pedophilia. It requires a bullet.
Why waste bullets, man, when you can shoot them at Zionists?
That's true. That's very true.
So yeah, that's about what happened last month. You see, once a fascist, always a fascist. Once a war criminal, always a war criminal. Once a guy that perpetrates massacres, always a guy that perpetrates plans and endorses massacres. You see, fascism is still alive and is trying to rebrand itself. The Katab have rebranded themselves as the Social Democrats Phalange Party, and the Lebanese forces are trying to call themselves the protectors of of Christendom in Lebanon. The General Secretary of Hezbollah, Said Hassan Nasrallah, came out and did deliver a speech in retaliation. He said, "They want to drive us into a civil war. We're not going to give them the pleasure. We're going to, uh, you know, we're going we're going to have a high level of patience despite everything because we don't want to start a new civil war because we want to preserve the lives of the Christians in Lebanon and the Muslims in Lebanon, and that the Christians shouldn't fear groups like Hezbollah because Hezbollah, the Lebanese resistance, is protecting them from annihilation. Because whenever the Lebanese forces went throughout history, during the Lebanese Civil War, during the terrorist activity in Lebanon with the Syrian crisis, whenever the Lebanese forces were, Christians have suffered. And whenever Hezbollah came, Christians were protected. In Syria, in Lebanon, So what does this tell us? That the fascists prey on people, on their fear.
Yes,
They
they
use
do.
they use fear mongering in order to divide people so they can conquer them, they can fight them. When fascistic media outlets start spitting American backed propaganda against resistance, what does it mean? It means that fascism should have no place in a society of resistance, that fascism should be opposed on every level. Arabs should not seek fascism as a way to fight Zionism. The Arabs should not look at figures like Hitler and Mussolini, Antonio Primo de Rivera, at Pinochet, see them strong looking leaders. Look at Franco, see them as strong looking leaders of strong militaristic states and says, yeah, we need this, we need that. All of these states collapse. Pinochet fell. Franco fell. Hitler shot himself. Mussolini shot was shot and hanged like a pig in the middle of the street. And this is the fate of every fascist. Fascism, because in my eyes, fascism is a Eurocentric ideology, is created for European empires exclusively. The only states in history that were fascists were European, were openly fascists, were European imperialist states such as Germany, Italy, Spain, and their satellite states of of other imperialist countries with fascism.
What about Japan? Japan has been,
Japan, of
yeah,
course,
but
yes, 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 Japan. I almost forgot. Always
yeah,
forget about Japan. these
okay,
these are these cheeky Japanese. They managed to they managed to make the world forget about their war crimes, eh?
yeah.
The Japanese as well.
Japan is one of the most fascist countries, on the planet. Then again, that is beyond the scope of this stream because I don't know that much about Japanese history, and so I cannot comment on it. I only know what I've heard from some Japanese communists about Japanese, culture, history, and etc. And
What
from
I understand
Koreans,
is
that have actually suffered from Japanese colonialism, at least their descendants.
sorry,
That's it.
but
I'll
yeah,
let you continue.
what I know is it's all right. What I know is that Japan's rhetoric was we're going to be fighting European imperialism in Asia by conducting our own kind of imperialism in Asia. Yep, that's gonna solve shit.
What's ironic is Japan is one of the most hated countries in Asia, if not the most hated country in Asia.
That beat China because of American propaganda nowadays.
Well, yeah, but both of them, the Koreans hate. I haven't talked to that many Koreans that don't hate Japan, the Japanese.
Oh, everybody hates Japan and Korea.
Well, you can't really blame them considering what Japan did was essentially, you know, genocide against their people, and not to mention what's really fucked up. There's Koreans in Japan that aren't even citizens of their own country, despite them being there for generations.
I mean, there's discrimination in Japan against brown Japanese people. Like
Yes,
literally,
there is.
Japanese natives
But then again, that's
in the
a
South.
that's a beyond the scope of this stream
Well, of course.
because I don't know enough about Japanese history that even discuss it, but I could tell you what I've scratched the surface on Japan. Japan is arguably, at least their empire, more evil than the Nazis were.
I mean, I mean, what's worse? Cooking undesirable, quote unquote, undesirables in ovens, or unleashing plague bombs upon Chinese population.
I don't know. It's they're both awful. It's like
But then
apples
you
and
have the
oranges.
Nazis that helped Chinese people, some Chinese people escape from Japan and the Japanese that helped some Jews escape from Germany. The
It's
parallels are insane, man.
it's but the thing about Japan is they're one of the biggest supporters of Israel, as far as I know. They're one of the biggest supporters
You know
of it.
what's funny? You know what's funny?
What?
Uh, there's a Japanese Red Army member currently residing in Lebanon as a political refugee. And he has a very fun story behind him. So, um, the PFLP and the Japanese Red Army conduct an operation. The Japanese Red Army would go to Al-Lud Airport, which is today called Ben Gurion International Airport, and would shoot the place up. I think there were 4 of the Japanese Red Army tasked with the operation. 3 of them died, and one of them was captured and was thrown in prison for life. He was about to get executed, and then he pleaded guilty. So they locked him in for life. Later on down the line, during the Lebanese Civil War, Ahmad Jibril, the head of the PFLP General Command, again, not the communists, the nationalists, have captured 3 Israeli soldiers. And through his negotiation methods, he managed to negotiate the release of 1,000 freedom fighters from all ethnicities stuck inside Israeli prisons without any hope of seeing the light of day, just for 3 IDF soldiers. And these people he had freed, they would form the backbone of the first Intifada. And there were Palestinians, there were Lebanese, and there were the last, this lone survivor of the Al-Lud airbase massacre or operation, whichever side you're on, you're gonna call it differently. This one Japanese Red Army member, who now is residing in Lebanon, he was he was actually arrested and sentenced for 3 years in prison with other Red Army Japanese Red Army members like in the late 90s or early 2000s because of her fake passports and papers. The rest of the other Japanese Red Army members were sent back to Japan except for him. He was given, political amnesty. He was given, political refuge in Lebanon by President Emil Lahoud because he told him he had supported Lebanon in acts of resistance against the Israeli occupation. We will not return her to Japan, where he will be persecuted and sentenced in Japanese prisons. He will have refuge in Lebanon. So now, we have one base Japanese guy in Lebanon who dreams about seeing Japan one more time before he dies, but can't because he'd be arrested. And it's 4 hours. Okay, talked for 4.5 hours about this. It's kind of a long time. You know. I'm sorry. Okay.
Do not
Uh,
apologize. I think your story what about your country not this information is not known by many people, and
it's
it's
barely known
important.
by the people here as well. Some people
It's
just don't know this.
people need to know, and yeah, I see it as my responsibility as someone that that has a platform to actually get stuff like this out there, because I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to do this because of this fascist state and that America is becoming. I mean, it's been fascist arguably since the beginning, but the naked fascism of America is becoming more and more apparent, and I don't know how much longer any of us will be able to do this. Like it's only a matter of time before the World War III happens, and that is what frightens me because I could see a clash between America, China, the European Union, Kinzak. There won't be a single place on the globe that will be safe, and I feel like
I'll tell you.
the more people
This
that
World War
know,
Three,
sorry,
The World War III would be fought in the developing global South. You guys in the Imperial Core would probably just be rounded up in prisons, but war will
Yeah.
not reach your shores unless it goes nuclear, which I doubted. But I probably won't survive it. I mean,
Well,
hey,
there's different kinds of wars I could think of, and I just don't think there will be any place I'll be safe in World War III. Actually, we America, I could see it devolving into a civil war in the next 10 or 20 years if things continue going as they are. The Imperial Core is not safe. I mean, you can only do what you've been doing for so long before. Everything that you've done to, the oppressed countries is going to eventually happen to your country. All the tactics that the U.S. military and Israel has been doing, you know, and Palestine, Lebanon, and all the
Syria.
countries,
Don't
yeah,
forget Syria.
yeah, Syria and all the countries in the global South. It's going to come here. They're going to do the same thing. Americans, I'm speaking from as an American, don't have any idea what they're in for. They think their government is oppressive now. They haven't seen it. We have not seen anything yet. We've seen nothing.
Have fun hearing jet fighters at 4 a.m. in the morning. That's gonna be a lovely sound to wake up to.
Yeah. Anyway,
I think you can now call Falcone to talk about the indigenous resistance.
but do you have any final thoughts on before we end this discussion?
About anti-fascism, or yes,
Whatever you want to talk about.
I do actually have final thoughts. As I always stress, as I always stress in every time I get, to appear in these streams, whether be it on the Lumpen Third Worldist channel or now the first time I'm appearing on yours. Though I did sometimes lurk into the chats back when Connor Gillis was still appearing. I can't stress this enough that we are a resisting society. I don't care about the people that try to westernize themselves, try to exceptionalize themselves, follow individualism. I look at the I'm looking at the situation in my country, in my part of the world, and I think that the only logical path for you know blooming, for building up, having a good life, is not bowing down, but it's standing up. It's going to be hard. It's going to be painful, but we are a resisting society, and we need to have patience and we need to have endurance in order to see a better tomorrow. And as a resisting society, we cannot allow for fascism to exist among our ranks. Because wherever fascism goes, there's fear, there's division, and there's collaboration with the enemy. Fascism, when it's among our ranks, will collaborate with fascism coming to destroy us. You see, Phoenician nationalism, Maronite exceptionalism, allying with Zionism, and all the atrocities I pointed. And these are just examples. Not all of them. These are just examples. If I make a list about every war crime committed, every atrocity, every genocide, we would be here talking, just reading the list for 2 days straight. I can't count it. I can't count it.
Oh, I
Fascism has no place among us.
fascism is inhuman, and anybody that's a fascist is the enemy of humanity, as far as I'm concerned.
And and also, if we see young fascists, young Nazis fascinated, maybe their fascination turns into obsession. We should help them realize what they're going into before they do it. Personally, when I was a kid, I would watch National Geographic in Arabic. I would see these big. I would watch the World War II documentaries about these big Nazi projects. And I would say, "Damn, the Germans were sure strong in World War II." and I would really, be fascinated by them. I had no idea what they committed, what their ideology was. I didn't know that their ideology considers me half a donkey, half a monkey. I
I
had no idea.
I
But
hate to
as I
say
grew up,
I hate to say this, but I think all of us to some extent, you know, when we were kids, when we looked at Hitler and the Nazis, like
we saw a strong man.
we somewhat admired them, but when we got older, we and
We
learned history,
realized, yes.
it's like God, these people were monsters. But what makes it even worse is these people were human, and that's difficult to swallow. Considering how can you do something so evil and call yourself human?
Unfortunately, it does. I grew up realizing the Nazis weren't, only just looks of power, but also genocidal maniacs. So I looked at this USSR and got a little bit fascinated by it. Then I started more leaning towards the left. Generally, the leftist positions were something that I want in my country. And as I and in my teenage years, I would always want to like it's becoming more of a biography, autobiography by now. But I had this game about World War II, Glory of Generals or whatever. One of the generals was Abdel Nasser, possible to unlock, and I saw him. He was Egyptian in this game about World War II, so I wanted to research. And from here to there, I learned about Abdel Nasser, about Arab socialism, about I got more educated on the Arab-Israeli struggle, and here we are today, passing off this, information to other people. Fascism has no place in our resisting society, okay? And as people, as an international resistance, as an international, as an international of resistance in every country, not only in the Arab world, not only in the Islamic world, we should fight fascism, Nazism, Zionism, and that's it. They have no place within our ranks. We need to root them out like the weeds they are. And may God bless our endeavors. Thank you for letting me speak as much as possible. And welcome back, the Falcon General. The
You're
stage is all
welcome.
yours.
Death to fascism.
Death to fascism.
Death to America, death to Israel, death to ISIS. Glory be to the people's resistance worldwide. Allahu
Free
Akbar.
Palestine and free Turtle Island and free Africa. So I want to basically talk about something I waited to talk about, which was the whole indigenous resistance thing against the fascist army, which basically it started growing bigger in 1812. It started growing in 1812, or even as late as the 7 Years' War, or as even as far back when the settlers first started coming into the land as well. Which the big parts of resistance happened against the United States government was in basically 1812 when Temitska or something like that, or I forgot how to pronounce his name, came who was a Shawnee chief who basically united the Midwest indigenous nations to fight back against the United States government with the support of the imperialist British Empire. It kind of reminds me of the same thing as like how Mao used kind of the support of the Americans to kind of win against the Empire of Japan. So basically they wanted to try to reclaim as much land as they could from the US Army with the help and support of the British, which basically he was kind of the forefather of Pan-Indianism, which is kind of similar to Pan-Arabism and Pan-Africanism, where it's a united Turtle Island against the imperialist forces, or basically the colonizers. And so basically, Pan-Indianism, he was the forefather of Pan-Indianism, basically believing we should be united and put our tribal identity second. We should accept ourselves as Native American first. And basically, since he was Shawnee, he was like, I'm Native American first and I'm Shawnee second. So basically, basically putting their tribal identity besides them and basically with a new native identity united together against the United States and the settlers. And basically they kind of like help make like pan-Indianism, or help basically be a forefather of that type of ideology, which pan-Indianism was later on synthesized by the American Indian movement and also expanded upon and brought into popularity with the indigenous community through the American Indian movement. Basically, they were kind of the people who helped inspire the Seminole Wars as well, and also other indigenous resistance against the United States government. So the United States government later on used to combat this indigenous resistance by doing the cultural genocide of the residential schools, because basically they saw their population, the indigenous population, steadily increasing, which is crazy. Do any of y'all want to respond to that or no?
I thought you had more to add.
Oh, I'm still adding more. I'm just wanting to hear your guys' thoughts on it. From what I'm telling so far.
I have nothing to add at this time.
Alright. So continuing on, where basically they started doing the whole residential school shit to basically stop more indigenous people from basically picking up arms and fighting back. Like, there were even tribes like the Seminoles, or kind of like the Comanche and the Apaches, who almost never fucking surrendered. They were the tribes who never surrendered and never stopped fighting it back against the United States government, and kept waging resistance no matter what, even if their numbers were dwindling here and there, and then they were deporting them all the way to fucking Oklahoma, some barren fucking wasteland. And basically, they tried everything they could to try to exterminate us. They would beat you if you started speaking in your own language. They would beat you if you cried about being beaten. They would even like separate you from your own families left and right. Like, you know how basically currently in the border as well, like they're separating children from their parents' arms. And the other thing as well is basically how like basically there's even other stories about this one guy who was basically talking about how his sister tried helping basically sing their songs, remember their language, and remember who they were, but basically his sister ended up being killed by the pastor of that, basically being killed by the guy who ran the residential school. He later found this out when he was trying to look for his sister in the residential school, which is fucking crazy.
To think that, and this is not shocking to me, considering the history of what America has been doing to the indigenous. I mean, I can imagine Canada. I mean, didn't Canada recently have like thousands of freaking bodies discovered?
Yeah, 7,000, over 7,000 dead children.
Fuck.
There's more where that fucking came from.
I know. Like, isn't the conservative estimate for amount of Indians America has genocided, like 10 to 20 million, but we both all know it's like well over in the 100 million.
Yeah, it's hella over that. Also, the conservative estimate of the indigenous population is 2.4%,
That's still more
which
than the
is
Nazis, even with
yeah.
the conservative estimate.
Oh wait, the conservative estimate of the current indigenous population. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I thought you were referring to murder. Okay.
Oh no. So basically, they tried to basically get rid of us off the face of the earth, but it failed entirely. Where some of them were able to even escape as well. There's even some stories about how basically these like white families basically made these indigenous children become addicts, drug abusers, being raised in abusive households. And currently, the state of Texas is trying to remove the Indian Child Welfare Act as well, that basically protects indigenous children from being stolen from their parents as well, or being like separated from their culture as well.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Texas is trying to do this shit. They are literally appealing this to the Supreme Court.
The Supreme
Right
Court
this fucking
is a fucking fascist, institution, so it doesn't shock me.
They want to bring back the indigenous genocide. They want it back more than fucking ever. A bunch of white parents as well are even protesting to get this removed as well.
What's the point of doing it, dude? You've already genocided them once. They're like a minority
They
on their
don't want
own
us
land.
here. They don't want us getting our fucking land back. That's kind of the thing.
What
Like the other,
what it's really about, Falcone, is they want to erase any living memory of any of the indigenous people.
they want to even erase the history of their fucking crimes. They don't want their crimes being fucking known. They want to make it look like America's a force for good. America's best. America first. Yada 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 bullshit. Go USA.
America supported the fascists during the Lebanese Civil War. That is why their
Yeah,
barrack in Beirut was bombed. And their CIA ring in the American embassy was also bombed. So they can shut the fuck up about being a beacon of democracy. They ruined my country once. They're
democracy.
ruining it
I
again. Fuck them.
I laugh at the whole democracy thing. And also, like, here's the other thing. I hear some bullshit where Biden's trying to get indigenous votes right now by saying some shit like, oh, we're going to honor treaties. No, the fuck you aren't. You're not going to honor any treaties. You're literally building pipelines still on our fucking land as well. So I call bullshit on anything that Biden's going to do and also what Deb fucking Holland's going to do. I think Deb Holland is just basically their what was it? What's a word for it? A sellout, basically selling out like her own people to basically help the Democrats get more indigenous votes
Oh, but wait,
entirely.
according to Caleb and Haas, these are the only indigenous people that exist.
Oh yeah, because according to basically they only listen to the United States sources instead of actual fucking people who still fucking live here. Well, here they literally just like forget that we even fucking exist. They're like, indigenous people make up what percent of the population? I really would have wanted to fucking literally whoop Haz's ass right there and then and say, you're fucking done. And basically just like sent literally like a whole indigenous army at his fucking house. That's me. But
He's
the
Haas is a disgrace.
the other thing as well is that the United States did even more, where they even did other forms of genocide, which was paper genocide. So they invented shit like Latinidad, which was invented by Austrian emperor, the Emperor of Mexico, who's the brother of Franz Joseph, the Emperor of Austria-Hungary at the time, trying to that helped make the whole concept of Latinidad, and basically the concept which would now later on become like Hispanic or Latino, by basically the United States took inspiration from that. And so in Puerto Rico, this is one example of their paper genocide. Instead of basically calling them Taino, they're now all of a sudden Hispanic and all this shit. And basically, they started forcing that into schools as well. And basically forcing that into a bunch of other people to, like, who are even Spanish speaking, that they are now Latino and that they're Hispanic or some shit. Instead, of them being indigenous. And basically that was another form of genocide they also did, by basically taking away our identity from us and making some bullshit indigenous erasure, like fucking Hispanic or Latino. Fuck off. Like,
They did
for
this,
real.
they did this to Africans too.
Yeah.
It's
They
like it's
did
hard
to
to
Africans.
it's hard to keep track how many nations America has genocided.
Like, for real, you have all these white guys like Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz, and now fucking Christina Aguilera, and fucking people like Pitbull, where the fuck that gringo his name is, but literally they literally now like are seen as like a minority or as Latino or Hispanic when they're just fucking white people. They're just a bunch of fucking white guys, really.
They're
Like, literally,
Latinx.
not a minority. They're Latino and Latinx or Hispanic is some fucking bullshit. It is just some paper genocide for real. Basically, even my own Puerto Rican family doesn't even basically believes in that shit, that they're Latino or Hispanic or some shit like that. No, the fuck you are. You're not Latino or Hispanic. You're fucking Taino. You're indigenous, like, for real. Not some bullshit that the United States government is putting in drilling into your fucking skulls. No, that's not what happened. That's not what you are. That is a bullshit identity. I had this drilled in my skull forever until later on I started researching into my roots and I found out it was complete fucking bullshit. Latino, Latinx, or Hispanic does not even fucking apply to the fucking South or this in Latin America at all. They don't even call themselves Latino or Hispanic, like, for real. They also forget that literally those indigenous nations are fucking huge and make up the majority of the populations there. And even their languages also are like the second biggest languages spoken there. In Mexico, indigenous languages are the second most spoken languages, not fucking English. The other thing as well is in Peru that basically the Quechua people make up the majority. The indigenous people make up the majority in fucking Bolivia as well. So in fucking Ecuador, as well as in Chile, and also in the Amazon rainforests in Brazil and other places like in Colombia and all over South America. And also in Guatemala and the south of Mexico, with the Yucatan Peninsula, and also in Central America, it's mostly a Mayan population. And in Central Mexico is basically a Mexica population. So, as well as even up north, it's also Apache as well. So basically, it's like bullshit. It's a bunch of fucking bullshit that we're Latino or Hispanic or any of that bullshit. No, we're not. We're indigenous. Or you're either fucking white or you're black. For real. Like,
Well,
literally, my dad's a white guy who believes he's Latino or Hispanic. No, you're fucking white. Even his own mother knows this shit.
well, these people like Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, these people are just descendants of fucking landowners
So was my dad.
who who,
he
who, sti-
basically he
who still
basically he basically came from a rich white basically came from his like dad came from a rich white family that owned a plantation on Cuba until they fucking lost their plantation, which they could have became millionaires if Castro didn't take over. So yeah. And they literally make up lies about how life was on their plantation for people of color. Like they're the only plantation that was nice to people of color. I don't believe that for one single fucking second. I really don't. The other thing as well is that they like literally even like the rest of my family as well has the same fucking mindset. Like my dad's side of the family is all fucking white, but they claim that they're Hispanic or Latino. They are not. Not in any way or shape or fucking form. They are not Hispanic or Latino. It's a bunch of bullshit. They're just white. The majority of them are fucking white. Like my step grandmother, like my step great grandmother is like maybe like Mayan or Machika, I think. But I don't know. She's dead, so there's that. So yeah. And basically, the other thing as well is like trying to deconstruct this mindset to this day still gets a lot of pushback and pisses a bunch of people off. But it's the fucking truth that you've been fooled by the United States and basically have basically participated in indigenous erasure. And currently, there's a new way of indigenous erasure where recently there's been black people claiming that they are the real indigenous people of this continent and that the slave ships weren't fucking real.
Wait,
And I
what?
was, yeah, they claim this. The reason why black people are indigenous to this land is because of the Olmecs, or like those statues of indigenous faces that are in Mexico and in Central America.
Oh.
So basically, they claim since it looks like they have African features, that it's actually them. And you have these same fucking people even saying that black people are the indigenous people of Asia and that they are the indigenous people of Oceania when they're fucking not. They're not.
I am not going to, touch on this. I've
It's
avoided
fine.
this with a 10-foot pole.
It's fine. It's gone crazy where even some of these people have been attacking people like violently who look indigenous or who are indigenous, and basically this has have caused like an increase of violence between our communities, as well as basically the other thing as well is that we still have allies in the black community who are even fighting back against this as well. And some of this might be due to some like basically black people like having to be detached from their culture due to basically slavery as well. Basically, there's that aspect as well. You can also count in. But the evidence they have is a bunch of bullshit because there's actually photographs and pictures, as well as we have paper documents and treaties that our people have signed. But in Mexico, we don't have that. And basically, some of them claim that they are the actual Mayans or the Aztecs. Like, okay, if you were, then why don't you speak our native tongues? Why don't you? Do you know how to speak our native tongues? No, no, no. Don't claim that something you're not. Like, African Americans are not the indigenous people of this continent. Even there is literally genetic evidence, evidence from archaeologists that has debunked this bullshit time and time again. Our black allies have also helped debunk this as best they could and have done this as best as possible. And
I just,
also, this whole thing has also caused conflicts where there's been even indigenous people who have been promoting anti-blackness as well, which is also the crazy part as well.
this sounds like something like out of the playbook of COINTELPRO.
Yes, it really fucking does.
Divide and
As
conquer.
well, yeah,
Divide and conquer.
yep.
I mean, this is the kind of shit that Israelis pull against the Palestinians.
And also in the American Indian movement, they also had this guy who did COINTELPRO for them, who basically claimed to be indigenous but was actually not indigenous, who supported COINTELPRO and the fucking Vietnam War in the American Indian movement. They sent these people to try to destabilize it as well. Also, have you guys ever heard of the Wounded Knee Massacre?
I've heard of it.
This basically kind of happened in the event of Wounded Knee. And basically, the United States and the FBI were arresting members left and right from the Black Panther Party and the American Indian Movement, which is the crazy fucking thing. They have been doing this shit where literally membership were literally going down and they were literally receiving heavy casualties. So it was also this also goes into Puerto Rico where the Puerto Rican Nationalist Party was also facing heavy casualties. While all of a sudden the CPUSA's membership fucking grows, which makes no fucking sense. Which proves to me as well is that the CPUSA is fucking COINTELPRO and is a fucking Fed organization. So yeah, this shit's fucking crazy. This is divide and conquer.
Yeah, it is, and it makes me wonder. I have no proof for this. If Caleb Maupin, whether it's directly or indirectly, or Haas or Jackson Hekel, what if one of them are part of COINTELPRO?
I would not be surprised. I hella would not be surprised. Here's the other
I
thing
wouldn't
as
really
well
give
is
much
that
about it.
I've actually met Jackson Hinkle on Discord before. I've actually met him, and I used to be a subscriber of his, an OG one actually. Uh, where I've actually debated him on Marxism Leninism, and he did not even know a single fucking thing about Marxism Leninism. He basically basically he said Richard Wolff is the reason why he was a Marxist Leninist. Richard fucking Wolff. Richard
Oh,
Wolff. Okay, no offense to Richard Wolff, but he does not understand anything about Marxism Leninism really.
I
Like
don't
he
take
didn't even know what
Richard.
a dictatorship of the proletariat was.
I
That's what
can't take.
Hinkle didn't even understand what the fuck a Vanguard Party was.
I can't take Richard Wolff seriously.
But continue.
I can't take him seriously.
Yeah, he believes
It's
that
like
Yugoslavia was. Yeah,
he's the
was
Noam
like some
Chomsky of
great
Marxism.
socialist nation. Yeah, he is. Like for real. Like he believes that Yugoslavia is the best example of socialism when Yugoslavia was not even socialist. If you claim that market socialism is socialist, no, it's not. It's fucking not. It's just capitalism with a red flag, like for real. Like I hate this like whole fucking market socialism bullshit because it's just a bunch of fucking anti-Marxist bullshit. And I swear, if I hear some of these supposed MLs or these supposed communists say that, oh, we should support Tito or something like that. Okay, I want you to fucking listen to Joseph Stalin on what the fuck he called Tito because it tells you clear and day as day who the fuck Tito was. Also, read Ember Hoge's book called Tito White. It explains why Titoism and market socialism is a bunch of bullshit and that Yugoslavia is not the fucking socialist paradise like they fucking think it is.
What if someone not an ML kind of supports, market socialism?
Huh. Damn, you just brought that into this. Damn, now you got me thinking. Basically, I would say this: don't really support market socialism. It's not really anything that's really beneficial. It's not. It for real isn't. It's not going to benefit. It didn't benefit Yugoslavia at all. Basically, Yugoslavia took a bunch of debt by literally trying to do IMF loans and using that, and basically doing the anarchy of production as well, and basically distancing themselves from Lenin's principles or even Marxist principles as well, and basically operating as a capitalist economy instead of a socialist planned economy.
But economic
And basically,
planning
it's the
isn't.
reason why it got destroyed.
But you know, economic planning isn't always synonymous with socialism. So having a market socialist, country is better than having a pro-market dictatorship with planning elements.
Basically, it's not like me. I wouldn't choose any of those two options at all because it's not actually better or really kind of beneficial. You might get concessions here and there, but it's nothing really. Like an
You know,
example of who people will put for like market socialism, or a best example of market socialism is fucking China. And China, no.
market socialism in China.
They claim that China is a market socialist economy.
It's
You know,
funny how these people will. Why not allow actual people from China speak about their own country, if it's
Facts.
socialist or not? Why is it
Yeah.
fucking mostly white
because every
people?
Chinese person is an agent of the CPC. Don't you know that?
Oh, also that they also get mad that when you actually bring somebody else from a third world country or one of the supposed actual existing socialist countries, that will tell you straight up to your fucking face that their country's not fucking socialist. Like,
And I will punch
people
him
get
in the
mad at
fucking
me for
face.
that. When I basically got a friends from Vietnam that will tell you that Vietnam's not fucking socialist. Vietnam's not even close to socialism. They're just a United States bootlicker, according to their opinion. Or I bring also like friends from China who would tell them that that China is not a social society like these fucking Westerners think it is, for real. And then you got white people like Connor Gillis who try to tell people that like, guys, you're a xenophobe because you talk about Han chauvinism or anything like that. Okay, so a white person's gonna decide what the fuck xenophobia is, according to them, just because they lived in China for 5 years. Instead of somebody who's actually was born fucking there and actually is Chinese some fucking stuff, who can speak for their own fucking self.
No, no,
So
no.
yeah.
That's the self-hating Chinese.
Oh my god.
Be careful, guys. Connor Gillis may raid our stream.
Ooh, I can care less if Connor Gillis comes here. I swear, if Connor Gillis comes here, I'm gonna cut her out for real.
She won't.
I I don't
Oh,
I
and
don't
also,
really care enough about.
The gender warrior won't come here.
yeah, as well as like, it's so funny how we've been getting veiled threats. Like, for example, our Venezuelan patriot park.
Venezuelan who?
Yeah.
I almost
Venezuelan.
forgot
Yeah,
that guy existed.
yeah, he tried to give some veil threats on B-level stream, saying like some shit like, "Oh, we're going to raid every single stream of theirs" or some shit like that. We're going to basically be like going after that. And when has that happened? I'm waiting, bitch. I'm waiting for
Even
you
if they,
guys to
I
come.
mean, is
even
it
if they,
even productive? It's kind of annoying, but it doesn't do anything for them.
even if they did,
Yeah.
I have a little thing called a block button.
Yes. Me too. I'm lucky I don't have Twitter because basically Twitter is cancer.
It is cancer. You know,
Abolish Twitter.
you know, if I got blocked by Caleb Moffin on my second account. It was, and I didn't even realize I was blocked until almost 2 months later.
You were like, this
Shit.
ginger weasel is kind of silent these days. What is he up to?
It's like
And then you notice you're blocked.
I actually was like, you know what? I'm actually glad he blocked me because his takes are cringe.
Dude, just don't be on Twitter in the first place. Like,
I'm,
why even be there?
I do it to keep track of what's going on.
I don't even watch the news anymore, man. It's all just depressing. Anyways, nothing new. Just keeps going downhill.
Well, I think my biggest concern though is like fascists appropriating communism and using that to push their fascist agenda.
Yeah, like for example,
Backstovia,
Globo
do not laugh.
tried co-opting an indigenous hero like Geronimo to his bullshit for American patriotism or Canadian republicanism. That's settler colonial thing. If it
Or
does not actually run on decolonization or establish a dictatorship of the proletariat, then yes, it's a bourgeois settler colonial fucking thing. Like for
That's right.
real.
or about these people co-opt like heroes like Fred Hampton, Huey Newton, and Martin Luther King and Paul Robinson. Like take them out
Yeah,
of context to make it look like they were pro-America.
yeah, like for real. Like some of them also forget that they were also anti-CPUSA. Like for example, the Black Panther Party was not pro-CPUSA. They had so many fucking speeches that fucking would denounce the CPUSA. And I hear this one CPUSA member say that the CPUSA and them were closely aligned. Like, no, motherfucker.
Speaking of Haas
Type
and
shit.
American patriotism, do you want to do you guys want to laugh about something?
What?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, so honestly, like I'm going to be fair and honest and very transparent. I don't know Haas's positions in politics at all because watching him really infuriates me from the way he acts. Even the title of his videos drives me away. Like seems very arrogant, very wants to be to look like he's this dominating person. It's just not appealing to people who just want to watch learn about politics. I don't want to watch you screaming to a 19-year-old kid for I am being 19-year-old, but it's screaming to a teenager for 40 minutes straight, calling yourself a mongoloid, dressing like Conan the Barbarian, and being very mistaken about the woman anatomy. But like I don't know his politics because his bullshit is kind of deters me from ever watching him. However, the way he acts, and it's really makes me ashamed knowing that he's actually Lebanese. He's the Americanized Lebanese diaspora that I really don't like. And people once defended him by saying, well, he is from a Shia background, and he's from a Shia background, and his family escaped the Kataib during the Lebanese Civil War. Dude, I just told you the story. My father's branch of the family ran away from the Kataib before the genocide started happening. My mother's side of the family, my grandfather was almost killed in a bunker underground. I mean, it's you're not special, dude. I mean, he has a Shia background, and now he's saying let's use Taqiyya to take over the Communist Party of the USA. It's dude, Taqiyya is something that the Islamophobes use against us, and Shiaphobes use against us. So, like whenever I ask people about Taqiyya, like family, close people in my region, they say this is the first time I hear of it. Uh, you know, talking about something that is, an Islamophobic excuse, it's kind of really helping the case of the Islamophobes, don't you think? But I mean, you go in, dress like Conan the Barbarian, act like a man-child online, and expects people to watch you for your politics. Dude, come on, you're just entertainment for people that want to watch that kind of entertainment, and I'm not that kind of people.
Or
So when his
or
friend
you,
says he's from a Shia background, his family escaped genocide, dude. We are Shia, and my family escaped genocide. What are you talking about? I mean, my dad's family escaped the country. My mom's family even escaped the country at one point. So what are you on about, dude? Haz is not special. He's just a grown man acting like a child online. I really wish he could change, at least change how he acts. So maybe I could be interested in watching his political positions to understand what the fuck is going on.
uh, honestly, he just acts like a white guy. That's what he acts like. I mean, he talks and like a Nazi, and a lot of his
How's
audience
the white
that
guy?
follows him are white supremacists.
But I do have
Okay,
some
hot take
comrades
here.
that really like the positions of Haz on some aspects. And these comrades, that certain comrade is Arab but also British and supports socialist British patriotism against British imperialism. And
Yeah.
in the end of the day, regarding American patriotism or British patriotism or, French patriotism with a red coat of paint, at the end of the day, as long as it calls to get out of our countries, I really have no, like, you guys in the West sort it out by yourselves. I really have no say. But when these people openly denounce our struggle, say we're not doing anything while we're fighting every day for our lives, when they basically, even some of them call for intervention in our region to topple the regimes and establish communist, regimes that align with them. It's, I draw a point. I draw a line way before that ever happens. Way before you reach that position. So you guys sort it out by yourselves. But when it comes to a direct threat to the third world, to the developing south, I need to draw a line.
Can I say this hot take that
So
Haas to me is a white guy. The guy is just a fucking white guy in my opinion. The guy is is literally white passing as hell. The guy is a white dude, in my opinion. That's just a hot take of mine.
well,
Because Haas is white supremacist.
the thing I hate about Hawes is he just comes off his positions are no different from the likes of Geeks and Gamers and the Quartering.
Facts. He goes like Trump's a leftist and Antifa are white supremacists. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
In
it's
the
like what the
fuck?
fuck?
Yeah. Like, and then he basically tries to say some crazy shit like, what was it? He tries like saying some crazy shit about like women or some shit like that, like how to get women. Where he's like, "Oh, this is how you get women." Say, "I'm a male feminist" or some shit like that, and do some toxic bullshit shit. But that's what I have to say for now.
All right.
Well, comrades, it has really gotten late over here for me. It's almost 2:30 a.m.
Eh,
It's really been an honor being here with you, having me over as a guest to speak about what's going on and what has went on. Thank you for this opportunity. Have a good evening, everybody.
You're welcome. Get some sleep, comrade.
I shall. Good night and good luck, comrades.
You
Stay healthy.
too. You too.
Salute.
Red salute. Is Hey Stone, you still there?
Mhm.
I think he might be asleep.
Yeah, by accident. I think it's because of, remember, narcolepsy?
Yeah, well, okay. I'm just going to.
Down. Down. Yeah, okay.
I'll just
Right.
remove. I'll just remove him. All right. Wait. Okay, is he's on? You there?
Oh.
Oh, he's there. I saw something from his end.
Was your internet glitching? Something like that?
Jesus, this is the longest stream I've ever done.
Yeah, I know.
I think he's setting up his I don't know what he's doing. Stone.
Down. Okay, we'll continue.
Okay, I'll just remove him if he wants to come back. He has the link.
Alright. But
Anyway,
yeah.
Yeah, Haas. Yeah, he isn't white, but he talks like a man. He literally does.
Yeah.
And it doesn't help the fact that, his fanboys, it's like, this is your fucking champion of Marxism, Leninism. And when every fucking debate he's ever had, he's made himself look like an ass. Like, don't get me wrong, watching Haas destroy, basically bully Vosh was kind of funny because, but if you really think about it, did he really win that debate? I mean,
No.
it's just two retards debating each other.
They're basically completely the same. There's nothing different about them. They are the complete same. Literally, they repeat the same fucking talking points. Literally. Like, if you talk about indigenous self-determination or black nationalism or anything of that sort, they will agree that it just sounds like you want to build your own ethno state or some shit like that, where all white people will be genocided or some shit like that.
That's the kind of shit that Default was fucking talking about in this Discord server, and he got destroyed so badly by freaking everyone. Yeah. It was hilarious.
I destroyed him as well in a fucking VC where he basically said started like fucking yelling at me and shit like that, and then oof, that did not go so well, where basically a bunch of fucking people came to VC to come and defend my ass about it.
One thing we gotta bring up is, I know we're accused that we overuse the word fascist when we're describing people, but I feel like in some ways we don't use it enough, because Haas is a fascist. The kind of agenda that he's pushing is fascism. The kind of shit that Caleb Maupin is pushing is fascist. I mean, the way they talk about certain issues is no different from a white nationalist.
Yeah. They basically made their own cult. They made an artificial fucking cult about this.
Yeah.
Where now it's cultist movement in the fucking left that will fucking be the death to all of us, really. If this gains power.
Between the two, I actually think Caleb is more dangerous, because Haas is just he's just terminally online. I think Caleb does have a legitimate chance of building a movement, and which is why I actually hope the CPUSA and Caleb Maupin, I hope they destroy each other.
Yeah.
I don't care for either one, but if I had the choice between the two, Would I rather have an ineffective enemy or an enemy that has a chance to? What?
Oh, sorry. I gotta go at some point, but can finish
all right.
off your.
We're almost done. Would you rather have an ineffective enemy that actually doesn't have a chance to take power, or an enemy that actually has a chance to take power, even if it's not a high chance?
Ineffective.
Yeah.
I-
Critical support to the CPUSA against the
Yeah.
Mopin struggle.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Gotta go. Gotta go. See you guys next
gotta go.
time. Viva Guerrera Popular and long live Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, death to revisionism and fascism, and free Turtle Island.
All right.
Okay.
Later. Anyway, since I'm the last person in this stream, I think I'll just make my own points. Everything you guys heard today, is essential for us all to know. And my guest earlier, he got into great detail about the history of Lebanon and a lot of atrocities that have been committed there. And I think as a leftist, it's my responsibility to platform people more. And it was a great honor to have him on. The stream didn't exactly turn out how I originally envisioned it, but I don't think that's a bad thing, considering the topics that were discussed, and I learned a great deal in this stream. So I basically don't have anything else to say. My guests basically have said everything I would have said. So I'm just going to give my final words regarding this long stream. Fascism is a threat to all of humanity. Fascism is a cancer that will doom us all if it isn't destroyed. People accuse us for using the word fascism too loosely, but I don't feel like fascism is used enough. The kind of movement that the Moppin cult is pushing is fascist. I don't see a difference between what the Moppin cult is pushing from the Nazis. Caleb Moppin, I don't want to hear it from people who are, okay, Caleb Moppin is misguided. He is kind of a goof, but he's not a bad guy. I don't want to hear it. I thought about that about Caleb Moppin, but look what he's doing. He's punching down at anyone that doesn't agree with his bullshit ideology. Caleb Moppin is everything that he accuses his detractors of being. Every time, someone challenges him on his bullshit or calls him out for his bullshit, what does he do? He blocks them or goes on a slander campaign. He's dishonest. Is this the person that we should be trusting with our movement? We shouldn't. He's supposed to represent the left. Yet, he talks more like a right-winger. He's more right-wing than even some of those right-wingers that I fucking, have talked about from time to time. Like, I can't believe I'm even putting him and Haas in the same category, but Caleb and Haas's ideology isn't that far removed from the likes of Geeks and Gamer, The Quartering, That Star Wars Girl, Doomcock, and all those other big fandom menace YouTubers. I don't see a difference between Caleb Moppin, Haas, and those people. They push the same fascist, anti-Semitic dog whistles. Caleb Moppin may not use cultural Marxism as a dog whistle for his fascist rhetoric, but he still does fascist rhetoric by when he talks about, the freaking reset, a conspiracy theory that is ridiculous, or when he refers to someone's background who's Jewish and he puts an extra emphasis on their Jewish background. I mean, come on. Caleb Maupin, he is a fascist. And he muddies the waters on, what is and what isn't fascism. It's like, if you can't tell who's a fascist, who isn't on the left, then what the fuck, are we supposed to do? I think Caleb Maupin is a danger to the communist movement. And I think the threat of fascism needs to be taken seriously. And I'm not going to, change my mind on this. I will die on this hill that I don't want Caleb Maupin as a comrade or Haas. Because their ideas are dangerous. They endanger us all. And do you think these people, care about you or me? The way they talk about working class people, we're scum. We are literal scum. I'm no libertarian. I'm just going to be honest here. But libertarians aren't fascists. You have to talk to these people like human beings. They have a good reason for being skeptical of this government. It's just they're misguided. If you simply talk to them with respect, you can get them on your side. You're never going to get them on your side if you're just going to basically treat them like they're stupid. And of course, that isn't the only reason. That the ridiculous, slandering of fucking Jason because he doesn't agree with Caleb's position. Like, come on, third worldism. Anyone that knows what third worldism is, who actually has read up on it, knows that third worldism doesn't fucking support imperialism. That's just projection. We oppose imperialism no matter who fucking does it. Doesn't matter if it's the United States. It doesn't matter if it's fucking China or fucking Britain or the European Union or Russia. Communists, we're internationalists. We don't just think about one country. We care about the whole. And American patriotism has no fucking place in Marxism. I don't care if I fucking, offend someone. It has no place in Marxism. American patriotism. It's incompatible. American patriotism and Marxism, they're not compatible. You're not going to get these people on your side if you try to appeal to them through patriotism. Every patriot I've ever talked to are some of the most reactionary people you'll ever fucking meet. Their positions are reactionary, and they'll support fascism before they'll support socialism. Instead of wasting your time trying to appeal to people who would never support socialism to begin with, you could spend that time getting the skeptics of the American government to actually support your movement. Fucking people who are apolitical. There's a lot of them out there that are disillusioned by the system and don't see any reason to vote because none of the parties care about them. Why aren't these fucking so-called Marxists appealing to these people? Why the fuck are they, spending time, appealing to people that don't give a shit? Most people who are apolitical are fucking poor, who are working fucking long, exhausting hours and don't have time for this fucking middle-class fucking nonsense. Because that's what this movement is. It's a middle-class movement. Nothing more, nothing less. And the poor don't have time for this. We don't got time. The people that are going to suffer the most under this fascist movement, you know who it's going to be? You want to know who it's going to be? It's going to be the poor and the disabled. They'll be one of the first people that'll be targeted under a fascist takeover. Then it'll be on people of color and indigenous, and then everyone else. These people don't take the threat of fascism seriously because they themselves are fascists. They support some of the ideology of Adolf Hitler and Mussolini. We are on a threshold here where the human species will become extinct if we don't fucking take action. What we need is socialism. We don't need consumerism. We don't need to fucking, have people consume more and more and more. We don't need it. We have more than enough resources to feed everyone. What we need is a new system that actually distributes these resources so that it's not wasted. Space is not going to fucking save us. Fucking investing into fucking space. No, we need to focus on our own planet that we live on. Because it's the only one we got right now. The only one we got. We should be taking care of our own fucking home. Our main priority should be taking care of our planet. Mother Earth is all we got. And if we don't fucking save her, we're all dead. Instead of looking to the stars as our salvation, we should be looking at our own planet and saving it ourselves. Socialism isn't fucking just a bunch of stuff. Socialism isn't endless consumption. Socialism isn't just mindless production. Socialism isn't that at all. It's none of these things. Socialism is giving the power to the people. That's what it is. If you see socialism as nothing more than free shit, or so fucking socialist billionaires, then why aren't you a fucking capitalist? If you just want to be richer and you just want to, not change anything how the gap of wealth works, if you don't want to fucking do anything about, eliminating poverty completely, then you don't fucking support socialism. You support capitalism. The human species, we don't have time for this fucking shit. Americans are nothing special. We're nothing special. There's nothing exceptional about America. We need to get that out of our thick skull. We are nothing special. We have a responsibility as one of the biggest polluters of the environment to save our world. This is about degrowth. That's fucking nonsense. This is about having all of our resources being used for the benefit of us as a whole, the population, not a bunch of greedy ass rich oligarchs that have never worked a day in their life. No, that is not why I became a communist. I became a communist because I was disillusioned by all the crap that has been happening in America. Bernie Sanders, I actually supported him in 2016. And when he lost, that disillusioned me completely. Because I had a little bit of hope in America, and I realized the electoral process is meaningless. Because you're not going to be able to fucking change anything just simply by voting. Then I read a history, and I realized this country's far more fucked up than I realized. We have our work cut out for us. The communists that live in the United States. We have a lot of work cut out for us. We don't just have enemies in our own country. We have enemies abroad too that want us dead. But the ones in our own country are the ones that we have to be the most concerned with. The Kyle Rittenhouse verdict sets a dangerous precedent for what is to come. all the things that are going on in Palestine, it's going to come back here. Every signal thing that the U.S. military has done in the Middle East, that Israel does, it's going to come back here. And it's going to get worse. And with Kyle Rittenhouse being acquitted, that only legitimizes these kinds of vigilant lanchies that will... You should take this seriously. And Kyle Rittenhouse, this isn't just America, but I'm speaking as an American from an American point of view, because I can't speak for people that live in let's say Britain or what other country that, you know, may be impacted by this verdict. Because America, and I'm going to be real with you guys, everything this country does affects the entire world. Now, none of us were surprised that Rittenhouse got off, because America doesn't care about... I'm just going to address the people that say, oh, you're defending a pedo. First off, I don't care about pedophiles. I care about the intent of Kyle Rittenhouse. He crossed state lines with an AR-15 with the intent to shoot and to kill someone. He isn't an innocent victim. He didn't fucking go there to fucking to defend fucking himself. He didn't, or defend property. He went there because he was a bloodthirsty, psychotic, trigger happy fucking kid. That's all there is to it. There's nothing complicated about this. There's victims in prison that killed their abusers in self-defense. Where's your fucking outrage? Where's your outrage? What about pedophiles that are still walking free? Where's your outrage? Oh wait, I guess it only matters if it's somebody that has a ideology that you fucking disagree with. I guess that only applies. Stereotypical right-wing trash. I would have discussed this further detail, but Stone is, asleep. And I'm not gonna be able to get his thoughts on this. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. You're not wrong. I mean, there's cases where, men had to defend themselves from women attackers. So there is, your point is valid, but that's beyond the scope of this stream. And I kind of don't want to get to that can of worms, because I've been streaming for 5 hours, almost 6. And I just kind of want to get to my point. And another thing I want to address, because I don't advocate for adventurous violence. That's dumb. That's not what I advocate for. That's stupid. Anyone that actually believes I advocate for that doesn't understand where I'm coming from. What I advocate for is self-defense. I believe in defending ourselves by any means necessary. That's not an advocating. I'm not advocating for violence. If these trigger-happy psychos, if they're going to show up with protests with, armed to the teeth, we need to do the same. And for anyone that's going to oh, but if you do that, you're going to escalate it. These motherfuckers are going to want to shoot us regardless. If we do it peacefully, they're going to want to shoot us. That's the thing with the right wing. Their victims, they have to be weak and they have to be strong at the same time. That's how these fucking people think. Because that's all these people think about. They don't fucking care about justice. What these fucking psychos, what they want is they're looking for an excuse to commit violence. And anyone that actually claims that you're anti-government, but you support Rittenhouse, I question you. You do realize Kyle Rittenhouse what he did was endorsed by the state, right? You do know the police are part of the state, right? You do know the military is part of the state, right? All these fucking things that you have this irrational fear of, guess what? Rittenhouse supports these things. He's a part of these things. The people that perpetrate these fucking violent acts against fucking protesters, they endorse Rittenhouse. Anyone that pushes this fucking bullshit crap with, the law says this, the law says that. No, I don't fucking care what the law says. You want to know what's legal? Lynching people. You want to know what's legal? The Holocaust. You know what's legal? What Israel does to the Palestinians. That's legal in Israel, in Israel. If a law is oppressive, if a law is wrong morally, you are obligated to oppose it. If you don't, then you're a bootlicker of this fascist state. Because that's what you are. You support Rittenhouse, you're a fascist bootlicker. You support the state. When the military, starts patrolling neighborhoods, when the cops and the military, when there's no difference between the two anymore, I actually see them as a different fucking aspect of the same institution. Go ahead and deny it all you fucking want. And for those of you who are indecisive, you're going to have to make a choice. You will have to make a choice. There is no being in the middle regarding this. If you're not willing to fucking take a stand, regardless how popular it is or unpopular, guess what? You're a coward. And you are on the side of the enemy. There is no ifs or buts. There is no middle ground regarding this. Kyle Rittenhouse and everything he represents is the enemy of the American people. The American people that actually want to fight for change. The people that actually want better living conditions, better wages, that don't want to fucking be out in the streets, that want to actually have a roof over their heads. People who want to have a normal fucking life, free from fear. You people are against that. The people that actually simply want to live a normal life if you support Rittenhouse. I know people are going to say I'm fear-mongering. You think this sounds far-fetched, but it's not. The only reason America has been able to get away with the image of it being a democracy, and at the same time being a dictatorship, is because it has the false appearance of a fucking democracy. As things get more unstable in this country, you're going to see fucking more cops. You're going to see them militarized even more. You're going to see freaking militias patrolling neighborhoods. America is not in a stable place. We're in a position Where the right wing, they're just looking for an excuse to shoot people. And the government has basically endorsed it and gave them they basically gave them their blessing. That's what the U.S. government did. You can't tell me that this was not intentional. Any leftists, so-called leftists anyway, that's on the side of Rittenhouse, you make me sick. You're no different from the fascists. Fuck you. Go to them. You're scum. I have nothing more to say. Death to fascism. Death to imperialism. Death to America. Long live Hamas. Long live Hezbollah. Long live the RA. Long live the Bundist movement. And long live the People's War.